Conscious Crucial favorite breakdown commentary to CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what the hell we're here to get into. Before we do so, please go ahead and thumbs up the video until it's absolutely stuck. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses in to the sanctuary. We have a emergency town hall. I will be dropping the link to allow you guys to come up and sound off on breaking news, girl. Told y'all it's a lot going on and it's only going to get worse from here. So buckle up, buttercups. What's up? Make sure that you guys are thumbing up, sharing the live stream out, subscribe if you're new here, and if you love everything that the King does, honey, because the King be working. You can also donate to the platform on Cash App, $Consciouztv, and or paypal.me/Consciouztv, and that's conscious with the Z on the end, spelled just how it is here on the channel. All donation information and social media handles are in the description box below. Without any further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What is going on, Conscious Crew? Hi, everyone. Hey, everyone. Thumbs up as you guys are coming in. Moderators, please encourage everyone to thumbs up the video. Hey, Stephen Black, my love. I haven't seen you in so long. I would love for you to hit the link, Stephen, if you are for sure able to. Let me know if you want to come up. In 2023, he said, GUN deaths, unfortunately, worth it to keep the Second Amendment. Wow. And now this man is a literal victim and casualty of GUN deaths. Baby, this is nasty work. Wow. I know a lot of you guys don't know who the hell Charlie Kirk is. I don't either. All I know is that he is a MAGA influencer and a right-winged supporter, member, party member, etc. We'll be getting into his Wikipedia and then getting into the breaking news of his seemingly assassination tonight, girl. This person had perfect aim, girl, and they took him out by popping him right in his carotid artery, right in the fucking neck. Pop, boom, gone. Donald Trump just announced Charlie Kirk's death, and we have to have a very multifaceted conversation about this. There's a lot of moving parts. I want to speak to everybody coming into the sanctuary. You guys, please run those likes up. We need all of that. This will be an open panel. I will be dropping the link. What's going on, Perp? Hey, Miss Mika. What's going on, Deanna? He was saying a lot of things about women. What's going on, Samantha? Hey, Kimani. Hey, Linda. Hey, Ian Gardner. What's going on, Say Less Astrology? What's going on, Trey? What's going on, Ray? Hey, Gigi. Hey, Melissa. Hey, Patty. Hey, Tamika. What's going on, Tracy's? Hi, Tracy. What's going on, Yolanda? Hey, Sherry. What's going on, Britt? Hey, Ken Goddess. What's going on? Thank you so much. I forgot how to pronounce your name, boo. What is it? Let me know again in the chat. What's going on, Dana? Hey, Sherry. What's going on, y'all? What's going on, 1975 Jen? Hey, Daniel. Or Danielle. What's going on, Moesha? What's going on, Todd? This is so crazy, and they will undoubtedly use this to infiltrate Black communities in urban areas. Take my. Why you say that, Todd? Todd, you might need to hit that link. What's going on, Marsha? Hey, Patty. What's going on? Old enough to know better. I want to keep this quote up. What's going on, Ray Ray? Hey, y'all. Hey, Adora. Hey, Dream. What's going on, Keandre? Is it really true? Yes, it is true. He is dead, you guys. Most people do not survive a gunshot wound like this. They were trying to figure out at first, but it has been confirmed, girl. Charlie Kirk is dead. It is absolutely and utterly true. I got the hiccups, you guys. Thank you so much, JY, who says that Consciouztv is so gorgeous, per usual. Yes, I had to give you guys something to look at that's inspiring and beautiful, you know, amidst all this doom in our world. Hold on, y'all. I got to hold my breath and get rid of these hiccups. This is not going to work for me. Hold on. If you ever want to get rid of hiccups, hold your breath, okay? They say for 60 seconds. I hold it until I'm about to explode, okay? So if you ever want to suppress your hiccups, just hold your breath. Shout out to my baby mother, Tamika, for the nasty piece of child support chat. Thank you so much, baby mother, because the Kang is, in fact, Kanging. Okay, so we got to get into this, you guys. This is a hot, shitty mess. Hopefully, they have the censored version of the video, of course. Charlie Kirk's assassination is circulating all across social media. The blogs have posted the raw footage where you can see pretty much his life being taken in real time. I'm not going to be able to show the raw footage because YouTube will censor it and age restrict it. but hopefully I can find a censored version for you guys. And yes, his death has been confirmed by you guys' Orange Cheeto. Sexually deviant, homicidal, narcissistic President Donald Trump, who considered Charlie Kirk a good friend and is sending light and love to his family. Okay. But those of you who don't know who the hell Charlie Kirk is, let's get into a bit of his Wikipedia, you guys. Yes, it's not playing around, child, at all. Hey, San. Hey, y'all. Hey, Judge Shady Court. Hey, everybody. All right, so let's get into it, girl. Charlie James Kirk, born October 14th, 1993 through September. Oh, yes. Send me all the intel, you guys. If you guys have any quotes, everything, Stephen Black, send me it all, okay? Yes, send me all the things to my DMs. I'm going to pull everything up on the live stream. Thank you so much, Street Committee. He is 1 years of age, was an American right-wing political activist, author, and media personality. He co-founded the conservative organization known as Turning Point USA, okay, in 2012 and served as its executive director. He was the chief executive officer, aka the CEO of Turning Point Action, Turning Point Academy, and Turning Point Faith, president of Turning Point Endowment, and a member of the Council of National Policy. Kirk was born and raised in the Chicago suburbs of Arlington Heights and Prospect Heights, Illinois. In high school, Kirk actively engaged in politics, supported Mark Kirk, no relation, and in his U.S. Senate campaign, as well as campaigning against a price increase in his school's cafeteria. He briefly attended Harper College before dropping out to pursue political activism full-time. Probably should have kept his day job. He briefly attended Harper College before dropping out to pursue political activism full-time, influenced by Tea Party member Bill Montgomery. In 2012, Kirk founded TPUSA, a conservative student organization that quickly grew with backing from donors like Foster Friess. As TPUSA CEO, Kirk expanded the organization influence through initiatives like the Professor Watch List and School Board Watch List, while raising millions in donations. In 2019, Kirk founded Turning Point Action, a political activism arm, and later formed Turning Point Faith, aimed at mobilizing religious communities on conservative issues. So, you know, all the transphobia, homophobia, slut shaming in the world, girl. Kirk hosted the Charlie Kirk Show, a conservative talk radio program, a key ally of Donald Trump. Kirk publicly promoted conservative and Trump-aligned causes and COVID-19 misinformation. So he didn't want anybody telling you all the truth about those jabs. Spoke out against critical race theory, okay? Didn't want those privileged pale Americans learning about what their forefathers did in order to make America great again for them. Okay, you know, fuck slavery and an homicide ship, and, you know, we're going to romanticize Black people being considered 1/3 human and say that they were immigrants instead of captives of war and treated as intellectual product and consumer goods, okay? You know, we're not going to tell the truth about, you know, the diabolical setup of the colonizers as it related to the Native Americans, and we're not going to romanticize, you know, and we're going to over-romanticize Thanksgiving, and, you know, we're just going to whitewash the God of history, okay? And Kirk also denied the scientific consensus on climate change, okay? So, you know, fuck objective truth, you know, this is all about the conspiratorial cabal that Donald Trump likes to play off of. And this is why Donald Trump is dismantling the Department of Education, because you guys may or may not know that the bulk of consistent white right-wing voters are what, you guys, according to the exit poll data, according to the census, uneducated. This is how they're sustaining their extreme right-wing base. This is also why so many right-wing folk are conspiratorial lunatics, because they literally have no critical thinking abilities. They don't have college degrees or high school diplomas in order to substitute for their fantasies of reality. And Donald Trump wants to increase that base by making sure that America is as dumb as motherfucking possible, okay? Because the dummies lean more to the right. Now, that also doesn't make the left an ideal choice either, because there's corruption and genocide and bullshiggity and patriarchy and capitalism and socialism and communism on all sides and all fronts, okay? But there is a definite objective pathology and a systematic grooming that lots of politicians, right-wing politicians, are doing to sustain Republican ideas and conservative ideology, which is nothing more than fucked up philosophy peddled through the vehicle of religion and Christianity and Judaism, etc. I want you guys to know that the right wing, they hide behind the Bible, not because they believe in its virtue or they believe deeply and with deep sincerity the teachings of Jesus. It's just that religion, like mostly all things, are authoritarian and all about the rule of law and green light a lot of social violence against people who other people don't feel fit the status quo. Matter of fact, I just read a psychological study on the type of people who are more prone to religious socialization and indoctrination and who lean more toward religion. And shockingly, it's not because people identify, once again, with the angelic virtue of the scriptures or even my personal Lord and Savior, which is the only thing that I claim out of the goddamn Bible. Y'all can have religion as an institution. Y'all can have religion as a system. But the metaphysics and literal spirituality of Christ is the only thing that I master in when it comes to Christianity, which is why I consider myself personally to be a Christian witch or a Christian mystic. But most people who lean toward Christianity are authoritarian in nature. These are people who seek power, people who are bloodthirsty, people who believe in the capacity to be deeply judgmental and genocidal and are just out of their rabbit ass motherfucking mind, okay? And if there's any better way to justify that and to glamour that up, well, just hide behind the Christian trope and peddle your homophobia and your xenophobia, your sexism, your patriarchy, and your foolishness, okay? But to God just did an incredible project called Blame It on the Dress, okay, which breaks down patriarchy and its correlation with Western homophobia. And he has a particular audio excerpt in his visual of some right-wing evangelical Christian talking about he doesn't necessarily support murder, but he definitely supports the government murdering homosexuals and believe that it's not Christians' jobs to murder people, but believe as a Christian that it is the government's job to kill off all of these people, and stands behind what he interprets as the capital punishment that the scriptures are allegedly into as it relates to prostitutes and whores and homosexuals and sinners of all kind. My God, today, twisted the fuck up. People are crazy. On September 10th of 2025, Kirk was shot and killed while speaking at the USA event on the campus of Utah Valley University during his organization's American Comeback Tour at the age of 31. So, baby, they have already updated the Wikipedia. This is Charlie Kirk right now. My God, I cannot imagine that this man is 31 years old. I'm not even trying to be shady, and I know this is the wrong time to be a bitch. But my God, 31? 31? Girl, this is a hard 43. There is no way in hell Charlie Kirk is 31, girl. Can we get the Carfax? Can we get the birth certificate, girl? Can we pull the receipts, bitch? I am 39 years old. I'm 39. I'll be 40 in November. And you're telling me that's a 31? This man was aging like a second generation banana. Okay? Republicans, get away from me with this Apollo. All right? So that is Charlie Kirk in a nutshell, okay? A MAGA Donald Trump cock-sucking piece of shit. All right? Now, does that mean he deserves to have got popped? Well, I'm going to leave that for you to decide if that qualified him to be popped. Because, baby, the Republicans are getting popped, locked, and they're dropping out here like fucking flies. Donald Trump just got popped last year. Now, Charlie Kirk, his good friend, has effectively got popped. They tried to pop Kamala Harris in retaliation, girl. Yet to no avail. And the irony is Trump just revoked Kamala Harris's security detail, who had to then have the LAPD step in on her behalf. And then they had to also step down because they were getting so much backlash. So now Kamala Harris has had to use, her goddamn ancestors, for all of her protection. And the fact that Donald Trump just spitefully did that to Kamala, and now members of his own party, his own political party, have been shot dead and assassinated. When I tell you guys, and I keep saying this, I've been saying this all week, no matter what I've been covering, that these spiritual laws are of no respect to anybody. The divine feminine is mad as hell, bitch. This is the wrong time to be trying it with the universe. Because this bitch is mad and she wants all the motherfucking smoke. And anybody who needs that work is getting that work. And it doesn't matter who you think you are, or what political party you belong to, or what orientation, or what religious group you are a part of. If you on that fuckery and foolishness, girl, and you're out here sowing discord into the land, the universe got something for your motherfucking ass. Okay? Keep telling y'all, girl. It's time to play nice. Now, let's get into some coverage here. Because this man done been shot dead at a Utah rally where they were discussing the recent mass shooting that took place with the at the Catholic school that resulted in, I think, 3 dead, 19 injured. Apparently, a detransitioned white trans male who detransitioned back into being a female is the author of that heinous confusion. And so they were debating that at the point in which Charlie Kirk was popped in the motherfucking neck fatally. My God, today you guys should run the lights up. This is a hot tickety mess, and I will be dropping the link. It's a lot going on. Let's get into some coverage here.
Waves, you can broadcast whatever you want these days, but part of politics is being able to press the flesh, being able to see into someone's eyes, being able to hear them up close. That's what campaigns are really all about. It's one of the strengths many people will say that President Trump had, right? In all three of his campaigns, he was out there campaigning a lot. And one of Charlie Kirk's strengths to his supporters was that he would go out there, he would debate anyone, but he would take the message across college campuses all over America. And the thing I keep coming back to is that if somebody like Charlie Kirk, who again had a huge platform, but never ran for office, he wasn't elected, if he could become the target of some sick, deranged individual, right? What does that say about everybody else out there that is working in politics right now, that is trying to do something, that is trying to make a change? And how will this change the way people campaign or speak in public?
Well, Tom, it could have a real chilling effect. And I think you bring up a critical point, which is that as you were speaking with the couple earlier there, who were at the rally, who witnessed this horrific incident, he did not have a bulletproof glass in front of him. Will that change? Remember, that did change for President Trump when he was campaigning in this last cycle after the assassination attempts against him. So security will undoubtedly be in focus, but you're right, this is a hallmark of our democracy, the ability to debate, to have these robust discussions, and Charlie Kirk liked to be in the center of it. That's why he was someone who was respected by Democrats and Republicans. Tom, you had Governor Gavin Newsom appear on his podcast. And so the question becomes, how can these political events move forward in a more secure, safer way? And there you see the flag lowered at half-staff at the White House, a really somber day in Washington and Utah and all across the country, Tom.
Yeah, the president ordering that right there. You can see the flag at half-staff. We also have a new statement from Turning Point USA. I want to put it up on the screen for our viewers here. It reads, "It is with a heavy heart that we confirm that Charles James Kirk has been murdered by a gunshot that took place during Turning Point USA's The American Comeback Tour campus event at Utah Valley University on September 10th, 2025. May he be received into the merciful arms of our loving Savior who suffered and died for Charlie. We ask that everyone keep his family and loved ones in your prayers. We ask that you please respect their privacy and dignity in this time." A very powerful statement there from Turning Point USA. Tom Winter, I understand, has some new report.
Okay. So death has been confirmed. I'm going to show you guys also Donald Trump recognizing Charlie Kirk's death, murder, whatever it is you need to call it. Oh, there's so much going on. This is nuts. Share, please. Okay, so this is Trump. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me. And now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. All right. Now, the irony of Charlie being a victim of gun violence is the fact that despite the gun violence that has happened to so many American children and these mass shootings, continue to stand by the Second Amendment to bear arms and really didn't give a fuck about the victims of other gun violence. And now he himself is practically, he's going to martyr this message in death. Okay? Look at this shit. Charlie Kirk says GUN deaths, unfortunately, worth it to keep Second Amendment. You guys, this is a mess. This article was written up in 2023. Okay, Charlie Kirk, the conservative founder and president of Turning Point USA, said during an organizational event on Wednesday that GUN deaths in exchange for the preservation of Second Amendment rights is part of America's reality. Kirk's comments come 1 week after 3 children and 3 adults were unalived at the Christian Covenant School in Nashville, Tennessee. The Nashville mass shooting was the 130th mass shooting in the United States in 2023, according to the GUN Violence Archive, an online database of GUN violence incidents across America using data collected from law enforcement, media, government, and commercial sources. The U.S. has averaged more than 1 mass shooting per day since the start of 2023, per the archive, which puts the nation on track to exceed the 647 recorded mass shootings in 2022 alone. Here is Charlie Kirk. Quote, "It's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some GUN deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment." Count yourself amongst that piss poor statistic. Wow. I mean, talk about somebody's words coming back to fatally haunt them. The way he casually mulled over the innocent lives claimed by a government who refuses to regulate GUNs, and how these obsessed weirdos are so obsessed with rights for their guns that they're willing to suppress rights of American people to ensure public safety across the board. And you know what the terrible thing about this is? Despite his death, Kirk's family probably still stands behind his ideology, because that's how much these people double down in their delusionment and refuse to be a part of any reasonable solution to the issues that all Americans are facing in this country, regardless of political difference. Check out what Kirk.
Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. And that is part of liberty. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools. Yes. Yes. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it.
That's also not true. We literally have countries in this world who have zero gun violence. You all need to watch Where to Invade Next. This documentary will change your fucking life, and it will prove that America is ran by genocidal, satanic, Luciferian, worshiping, power-hungry lunatics. That America's upside downness and lopsidedness is literally by design, not by nature, not even per se by the citizens' own doing, but is purposeful, is a purposeful design by this fake-ass American democracy that has finally reared its ugly head in terms of demonstrating to us that it's not a reality, which is why we're now living in a purely authoritarian government, or under a purely authoritarian government. Continue to listen.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. Sure. So then how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings? I don't know. How did we stop shootings at baseball games? Because we have armed guards outside of baseball games. That's why. How did we stop all the shootings?
Not true. The data proves that over-policing does not stop crime. You know what does stop crime? Actually giving a fuck about the quality of life for your citizens. When people can eat, when people can survive, and then also have the privilege to live and not just survive, guess what goes down? Rape. Guess what goes down? Murder. Guess what goes down? Thievery. Guess what goes down? Fraud. Guess what goes down? Unnecessary, unsolicited violence. So in one part of what he said, I will agree with that. That curing gun violence in this country is not solely about focusing on regulating guns. However, two things can be true at the same time. We need to actually regulate the conditions that affect all citizens so that life is generally okay and livable for all people, which will make people's mental health more stabilized, which doesn't result in them having pent-up aggressions due to poverty, due to systemic issues that all contribute to escalated violence. But a part of that solution is also regulating gun access. Even though we have, 400 million guns on American streets? Hold on. There are an estimated to be between 400 and 500 million civilian-owned firearms in the United States as of 2025, with the number of GUNs exceeding the total U.S. population. We have more GUNs on the streets than we do American citizens. America has a real motherfucking problem, baby. The mental health portion of this conversation does need to be mastered in. Regulating gun ownership is also a conversation as well. I can get what the Republicans are saying about focusing on mental health and single parent households and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But there's also nothing wrong with specializing in making GUN ownership less accessible to just anybody walking into a goddamn pawn shop or a gun shop. There's no reason why people should not have to undergo a psych eval. There's no reason why there shouldn't be stipulations that we can put in place to make sure that GUNs, to the best of our ability, are getting into the hands of well individuals. Like, both of those conversations or both of those solutions are a part of the same conversation. It's not like one over the other, okay? This article goes on to conclude how. They're quoting him. We can listen to the whole clip, so we don't need to listen to any of that. However, according to the Centers for Disease and Prevention, the CDC, data analyzed by the Trace firearm injuries now represent the 12th leading cause of deaths in the United States and have surpassed car crashes in 5 consecutive years. My God, girl. Gun violence is almost making it to the goddamn top 10 of the Billboard 100. There were 48,000 GUN-related deaths in 2021 per the CDC data, the highest single number on record and up 8% compared to 2020. The New England Journal of Medicine, also citing CDC data, reported that in 2020, firearm-related injuries became the leading cause of death in individuals between 1 and 19 years of age, surpassing both traffic-related and non-traffic-related deaths for the first time. On Wednesday, in response to the Nashville shooting, students walked out of class at reportedly more than 300 schools in 42 states and Washington, D.C. as a national call for GUN safety legislation, according to the StudentsDemandAction.org. It was organized by Students Demand Action and Moms Demand Action, both part of Every Town for GUN Safety's grassroots network. Quote, the fact that GUNs are the leading killer of children and teens, are more than 40,000 people are killed by guns every year in this country, is not a prudent deal. It's an obscene tragedy, said by Shannon Watts, the founder of Moms Demand Action, told Newsweek via email in response to Kirk's remarks. Quote, gun safety laws are proven to save lives and are constitutional. Any suggestion otherwise is shilling for the gun industry as they seek to maximize profits with no regard for the safety of our goddamn children. My God, today, while I hate to give oxygen to a radical carnival barker like Charlie Kirk, it's important that people hear the facts. Chris Harris, vice president of the GUN control group Giffords, told Newsweek via email, the truth is this is a false choice concocted by the gun lobby. We can affirm law-abiding Americans' rights to bear arms while simultaneously protecting innocent people from being gunned down at work, school, or church. That's why the vast majority of gun owners support common sense gun laws to keep deadly weapons away from people at clear risk of harming themselves or others, girl. It goes on and on and on and on and on. So let's now talk about, girl, the way that this shit is about to get real thick, because it's about to get thick. We don't know any details yet about who shot Kirk, whether it's male or female. Initially, they were thinking that they had this person in custody. Now it's being said that they have the wrong person in custody. Let me see here. What is the most recent update? 5 minutes ago, AP News. Let's see here. Oh my God, this is a mess. What is this? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Conservative activist. Here's what we know so far. The victim, 31-year-old Kirk, Charlie Kirk, personified populist conservatism that has taken over the Republican Party in the age of Trump. He launched his organization. The shooter. Authorities are still searching for the suspect. The mayor says a person who was taken into custody at Utah Valley University was not the suspect, you guys, according to a person familiar with the investigation and was not authorized to speak publicly. It was not clear if authorities were still searching the campus for the suspect. Kirk was speaking at a debate hosted at TPUSA. The event at UVU had been met with divided opinions on campus. An online petition calling for university administrators to bar Kirk from appearing received nearly 1,000 signatures. Girl, he wasn't even wanted. The university issued a statement last week citing First Amendment rights and affirming its commitment to free speech, intellectual inquiry, and constructive dialogue. So despite so many people on this university saying, girl, we're not here for it, we don't want to hear from this motherfucker, the school and the campus greenlit it anyway under the guise of free speech, intellectual inquiry, etc., girl. And the irony is them fighting for his presence led to his assassination. Compiling accurate and thorough information on an active shooting takes time. Reporters are working to piece together the details from eyewitness, authorities, and other sources, you guys. So they don't have anybody in custody right now. This is obviously an open investigation, and they are interviewing everybody who saw and heard anything to piece this thing together. So we don't know yet who this was. We don't know whether this was a Democrat. We don't know whether this was a Republican. We don't know whether this was male, female, black, white. We don't know anything about the Uber, but what we do know is that Charlie Kirk was murdered and assassinated at this event. Now, this is what I want to say to this. You know, I was listening to some things before I got up here. Folks were saying, look, you know, we can't be happy about this. We cannot celebrate this. We have to push back against political violence every which way. And even though the Republicans love to gawk, even though they love to celebrate horrendous and evil things happening to the right, to the left must always go high when them hoes go low. That is a dying attitude and a dying social posture by many on the left at this point. A lot of people have just grown fatigue, and a lot of people don't mind seeing a lot of people in question popped. Okay? I don't think it should have to come down to political violence. But my issue with standing on that square is that politics in and of itself is violent against innocent people. And I don't like the way the conversation around political violence is framed when it comes to those who commit crimes like this against political officials, because it's as if the political officials in question are not committing objective and measurable harm to the people that they have rulership over. 17 million people will be without health care by the end of 2026. People will be on their asses. People will lose the resources that are keeping them the fuck alive. People will be losing their housing under this administration. This administration is the same administration that is attempting to other trans people in such a way that they literally are trying to entertain a conversation around banning trans people, some of the most marginalized groups in the country, from bearing arms. Luckily, the National Rifle Association, or whatever the hell they're called, spoke out and said, we're not doing that. We're not even entertaining such a preposterous notion. It's not happening. We believe in the Constitution across the motherfucking board. LGBT folk will be more than welcome to bear their arms and to take up gun ownership. So shout out to them for that. But just pressing the gas in that way and attempting to use one person as the face for a group so that you can push all of this injurious narrative about them that LGBT people are mentally ill and are sick and are evil and are something other. This is literally what creates harm against LGBT folk. This is exactly why LGBT folk have to bear arms. This type of narrating is what's leading to the social and physical violence done against folk. This perpetual racism, the way that they're treating people of color, the way that they're only militarizing urban communities and targeting literally the most vulnerable, immigrants, Black folk, woman folk. Jeffrey Epstein's best friend is the president of the United States. The president of the United States last year flew around in Epstein's private plane to campaign in. And though Jeffrey Epstein is dead, Donald Trump gets to live on to see another secretive ass day. So political violence, we can have a conversation about it, but that conversation needs to be full. That conversation needs to be about the way that politics has been used as a vehicle of war and been used to terrorize citizens since its inception. The political violence conversation can't just come up when somebody ends up with a bullet in their motherfucking neck or half of their earlobe shot off. That political violence conversation has to come up when a practically all-male government is stripping reproductive rights from women, is stripping citizenship from well-documented, homegrown-ass Americans, are stripping protective legislation from LGBT folk, are stripping resources from the sick and the disabled. All of that is political violence. Sexism, hiding behind legislation, political violence. Homophobia, transphobia, hiding behind legislation, political violence. Religiosity, hiding behind legislation, political violence. All of that shit is political violence. And I said last year, before y'all made America broke again by inviting this bitch into presidency who can't even spend monopoly money well, yet alone be in charge of an entire country's economy, before y'all made him president, I said, look, baby, Buttercup, you better buckle the fuck up and buckle the fuck in. Because this is going to be one hell of a shit show. And you haven't seen fucking political violence yet. Project 2025 is a lunatic's Bible. It is so sick and twisted and divisive and socially destructive and evil that it was almost hard to believe, which is why I can understand why so many people thought it was left-wing propaganda. Because it was like, there's no way. Nobody's humanity is capable. Nobody's humanity is capable of such absurdity and cultural violence. Oh. But it was all real, baby. It was all what it was. It was all literal. And now we are here. I don't want to see people lose their lives over politics, but people have been losing their lives as a result of politics. And if they haven't been losing their lives physically, they've been losing their lives spiritually, they've been losing their lives emotionally, and they've been losing their lives mentally. Now, the crazy part about all of this is that there's going to be retaliation. And that's the dark side of what's happening. After Donald Trump got popped, you know what they did to retaliate? They shot up Kamala Harris's campaign office. Not one time, but 2 times. There were 2 more assassination attempts on Trump. There was one just last month. So is this going to be an issue of going blow for blow? Do Democratic pundits have something to worry about now? Do Democratic politicians have something to worry about now? Because we already know that the right is unstable. They're already very bloodthirsty. They believe in genocide. They believe in scaling walls. They believe in insurrections. They believe in causing harm to law enforcement. They believe in transcending the law. Nobody should have to lose their life as a result of their political views. But the reason why people are going to lose their lives is because people's political views are literally becoming people's political realities and becoming people's political fucking nightmares. And I would be insincere in saying that resulting to harming someone is not rational when your very livelihood is being stripped from you as a result of someone else's belief. I was just listening to a woman who was speaking about how her 91-year-old mother's Social Security was stripped because of the shit that Donald Trump is doing. Arkansas farmers are begging Trump for a bailout, or else most of them are going to have to file for bankruptcy next year. And you don't think that people are going to do what they have to do to bring comfort to themselves, which is remove the negative stimuli? Of course they are. That is a logical, survival, instinctual impulse. If there is a threat against your well-being, to strike. People forget that while we're human, beneath that humanity also are all of our primal realities. We're nothing but warm-blooded mammals that have the capacity to think on a large scale. But we're just a more sophisticated animal than other animals in the jungle. And if you push people's backs up against the motherfucking wall and you do things in such a way that people are losing their savings and their livelihoods and losing everything that they fucking work for, What do you think is going to happen other than a goddamn social collapse? Are people literally supposed to just take this shit and roll over? While all the people who expect everybody else to go high are getting rich and wealthy and becoming multimillionaires and billionaires off of those people's pain. And this political ethics wants the people who suffer the most to be the most well-behaved on the chessboard. You can't put that type of expectation on the suffering. You can't put that type of expectation on the victims of these circumstances. You can't tell people to suffer and to suffer respectfully, to suffer and to suffer well, to suffer and to suffer with virtue, and remove all of the onus from the people who are creating the fucking suffering. I think it was Republicans who put Jesus up on a goddamn cross. That had to be a Democrat that died for y'all sins. It had to be. It had to be a Democrat that died for our sins, girl. Okay? The Republicans were the one who were driving the spear of destiny through the side of Christ. I don't understand the logic from Republicans. I just don't understand what the expectation is out of people as y'all do everything that's being done to people's lives. We literally have more unemployed people in the country than we do available jobs. They haven't seen the job market this crashed since the pandemic. If you're only going to make the rich and the privileged more privileged, how do you not know that that defaults a dynamic in society that leads to the haves and the have-nots? And what do you think the have-nots are going to do? They're eventually going to make their way, baby, to robbing the shit, defrauding the shit, scamming the shit, and targeting the shit out of the haves. What's happening to American citizens is literally unlawful. It's unconstitutional. It's as violent as this bullet that went through Charlie Kirk's neck. And I don't make a fucking distinction between his assassination and the way that millions of Americans are being politically assassinated and socially and culturally assassinated every day and every fucking week, because this is going to get uglier than what this even looks like. We're only at the tipping scale. This is just the tip of the fucking iceberg. America is going to look like a small fucking purgatory by 2027. There's going to be wailing and gnashing of fucking teeth. The homeless population is going to be the majority of the American people. We're going to have more fucking FEMA camps and graveyards in place than we do have acres of land for the living. There are whole populations of Americans who are literally crying on camera because they're expecting to die under this administration. They're expecting to lose their fucking lives. They're expecting, as a result of not having any other avenue and alternative to affording their HIV meds, their cancer treatments, their sickle cell treatments. How many people's parents right now are being taken care of in nursing homes due to Medicaid and Medicare? All these things that are being stripped. Hospitals are fucking closing already. Nursing homes are closing already. What happens to the economy if American people can't even afford to live, yet alone to buy in luxury? You would almost have to believe that they're actually trying to do this intentionally, that they're trying to literally apocalypse the country. And do I expect the people who are going to be hit the hardest, the people who are going to lose the most as a result of all that's being done, to be the most well-behaved? No, I do not. I think the political violence committed against Charlie Kirk is unfortunate and it should be rebuked. But I also think the political violence that Charlie Kirk perpetuated and stood by and aligned with also should be equally rebuked and unacceptable. I just said this week that shit is going to get worse before it gets better. It's going to be a shit show every week and every day. And it's heart-wrenching, but do people have a right to not lay down and take this? Yes, they have that right to stand the fuck up. Y'all believe them bearing arms? Well, bitch, somebody just buried them. I'm going to drop the link and allow anybody who wants to come up and speak to speak. Hey, Style by Stevie. Hey, y'all. Y'all thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Let's see if there are any more updates on this man's assassination here. Let me refresh the page, see if we have any information, if anybody's been taken into custody. Let's see, Charlie Kirk update. Seven minutes ago, CNN, let's see. Manhunt underway after Charlie Kirk killed on Utah campus. Okay, let's get into this update super quick. What we know, Charlie Kirk is popped. Yes, a manhunt is underway for the suspect. 2 federal law enforcement officials tell CNN the initial search has not recovered the GUN used in the Udine. A law enforcement official briefed on the matter told CNN. Authorities are expected to hold a news conference shortly. All right, so we're going to be live for the news conference, you guys. As President Donald Trump remade the Republican Party, Kirk embodied the party's newfound populist conservatism. In the social media age, Trump has credited Kirk with galvanizing and mobilizing the youth to vote for him. Vance plans to travel to Utah Thursday after Kirk Udine, sources say. Investigators have not identified a suspect, federal law enforcement says. My God, baby, this person must have shot and popped Kirk ass from a mile out. Baby, they learned from everything that Thomas Matthew Cooks failed at. Jesus. Attorney General Pam said that the agents from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives and the FBI are at the scene to assist. Law enforcement officers can be seen in video footage combing buildings, including rooftops, the perimeter of the open-air venue where the Udine occurred at Utah Valley University, in an apparent effort to collect evidence, including possible shell casings. Where things stand as officials search for suspect. Police are still looking for the suspect and weapon after political activist Charlie Kirk was fatally shot at an event Wednesday, according to a law enforcement source. Campuses closed, of course, moments after the shooting. One witness, Jeremy King, said that after the Udine bodyguards grabbed Kirk and rushed him into an SUV, a video from the event appears to show Kirk ooted in the neck area, then recoiled in his seat. On the ground, Radon Deshini, who attended the event, said that there were no security measures in place at the event to screen people or to even take their tickets. Seconds before Kirk was ooted, he was heard on video answering a question about transgender mass shooters in America. Before he started speaking, Kirk, who was wearing a white t-shirt that read freedom across the front, threw red MAGA hats to the crowd. We have the president's reaction, other prominent voices. Former President Joe Biden said that there is no place in our country for this kind of violence. Republican National Committee Chair Joe Gruters called for Democrats and Republicans to come together in condemning the ooting. And of course, we know who the fuck Charlie is. It's a tragedy for America, former Trump campaign advisor says. My God, today it's a tragedy for America, not just for the Republican Party or for MAGA. Prominent political figures react to Kirk's death. Everybody from Donald Trump Jr., who addressed Kirk directly, saying on social media, "I love you, brother. You gave so many people the courage to speak up, and we will never be silent." Well, somebody was silent today, and it looked like a silencer was used to do it with. Stephen Miller said, "All of us must now dedicate ourselves to defeating the evil that stole Charlie from the world." Oh, yeah. Only Charlie's suffering and injustice matters, right? Former Vice President Mike Pence called Kirk a truly good man. My God, today. Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee Zeldin said that there are so many emotions and so many memories. Vice President J.D. Vance believes that Kirk is resting in eternal rest. Well, I've heard that hell is eternal too. Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins said that she knew Kirk since he was a teenager and called him her sweetest friend, and yet he grew up to be a conservative, homophobic, transphobic, authoritarian loser. Treasury Secretary Scott Bethton called Kirk a brave man, absolutely, for representing the party he did and literally having no security in place. He certainly was a very brave man. Commerce Secretary Howard Lunick said that Kirk's death is a monumental loss. House Speaker Mike Johnson called Kirk a close friend. Health and Human Resources Secretary Robert F. Kennedy called Kirk his dear friend, etc. Former presidents called for an end to political violence after Kirk's death. All right, let's get to some of the conscious crew, girl, in the building. We have a lot of folk here. We have Sin, we have Trey, we have Todd, we have Jonathan. My Sin, sound the hell off as you shake your head in the background.
Hey, honey, how are you? Beautiful.
Awesome. How are you feeling? Lovely.
I was just coming on here to say, anybody know what they cooking for dinner? Meaning that's just about how I feel about this. Sorry that the man had to die, but when you promote hate, you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
How do you feel about the potential for retaliation? Because that's how.
Well, hell, yeah, we know that they do that, but hell, I really seriously doubt we did this. Because we don't give two what's about what they're doing. We trying to survive. They're the ones that, let us live rent-free in their noggins.
It's true.
Yeah, we live rent-free in their noggins. We're living our best lives. We outside or however we want to frame whatever we got going on. They're the ones that are still making the laws. And I just find it interesting. And number one, he was one of the architects of the Project 2025. The very statements he just made, you fall prey to. This wasn't Chicago. This wasn't DC. This was Utah. I literally was getting in my car from work, because I'm a care coordinator. I'm a case manager now. I was like, oh, so they doing it like that in Utah? The Mormons getting down like that? I ain't never knew my brothers in blue, vice lords and them. I ain't never knew them to, want to shoot a candidate. And right now, them niggas ain't even running the streets like that in my hometown. They trying to pay for milk and gas and things like the rest of us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's going to be one of their own. I seriously doubt any of us. I mean, you know, I think this belonged to them. I don't think this was us, baby.
What do we say about our own who are out here in these streets and are just as susceptible to this type of violence, like Jasmine Crockett, who's making her rounds on podcasts? She's in the streets with the people. Our Maxine Waters, who's boots to the ground, she's out there with the people. And when I think about retaliation, I'm just like, my God, I cannot imagine any of these individuals.
Well, I want them to be smart, and I think that for them being smart women, that they have some protections around them that we may not know about. I mean, because there's some goons that are willing to rock with these females, and it makes sure they're safe in every city they go into. You know, it's going to take, you know, and I hate to say that the people's tax dollars, you know, going to have to go to police forces to, you know, be able to protect them when they're visiting various cities. But until something better come around, you know, FOI always say they want the smoke. Where's the fruit of Islam? You know, they were willing to protect Beyonce. Come on now, this y'all time to step up. You know, where is all the people, you know, the names of it, like they used to wear the berets in New York that was protecting the people during the Son of Sam and all of where these people that are licensed to carry and legal, and come on now, where y'all at? You know, because if you trust me, they're gonna try to knock off one of our sisters or brothers because of this fool who clearly asked for it. I'm just wondering, where my people at when it comes to protecting these ladies. You know, I would like to think that they got some protections and things, you know, that we don't know about, and that's fine, long as they're protected.
The Bloods and the Crips unite, baby. This is y'all time to shine.
Hello, Vice Lords and GDs. Come on, y'all, step up. Come on, y'all want to shoot something? Yeah. Y'all want to guard something? Right. There you go, right there.
Right. All right, boo. Hold that thought. Great talking points. Trey, get in there.
What's up, CTV, everyone? How y'all doing?
What's happening? What are you
talking? Well, first off, I really want to say that it's ironic what you just read, how this white man Tootsie rolled down there to Utah, a state that is not only red, but 75% white, and still got taken out. My God, today. I don't really know what to say about that other than I know that it wasn't one of us, number one. And number two, I can't help but think, because I believe I may have read somewhere that they're still looking for an older white man. To me, that just says this is what happens, even if we go past all of the foolishness that comes out of his mouth, for him to stand up with MAGA, who have systematically destroyed some of our biggest helps to our American people, such as Medicare and SSI, which the Big Beautiful Bill has really contributed nothing to, but taken away from. I can't help but think about all the older white people, all the Auntie Suzette Ann's and Billy Bobs out there that are missing their money, missing their food, missing their medication for the PTSD that they struggle to from being in wars for this country. I can't help but think that it was an old white man that got up there on the building and sat somewhere and took that man out from 15 miles away, because he was already trained to do that. And it really just, it bothers me that I understand now, or I know that there's going to be some type of way. Even Obama and Kamala had to come out to apologize to Joe, but we know they're going to find a way to blame it on them.
Of course. Some
kind of way the Epstein files have gained life, and they got up there and shot him, and now they're going back missing. It's really disheartening how this is going to turn out. But, I have no waste time for him,
Yeah.
May he rest wherever he resting.
It's going to be blood in the soil. It's going to be blood in the land. Bloodshed is definitely going to be spilled. This is, I mean, this essentially is a civil war. This is the onslaught of it.
It is. And
how are you personally preparing or navigating this time in America, especially knowing that we're only in the beginning phases? We haven't even really gotten to the depths of hell yet.
I am keeping my butt at the house. I'm making sure that I'm budgeting correctly and keeping my pantries full, my refrigerator stocked, and my plants growing, because that's all we really can do, other than, you know, making sure that I got enough bullets for if something comes towards my door. But yeah, I really hope that to your other question to the young lady above, I really hope that, like she said, that there's either some grassroots security, or there's something in the budget for some of our Black leaders to demand, or at least request, hey, I need some actual security. I need somebody out here checking the tickets and searching the highways and the byways and making sure that I'm not gonna get taken out. Can I at least get that little piece of plexiglass that they gave to Trump after they shot him?
Baby, they better start Skyping in their damn performances.
Right. I need a Kevlar mask and a Kevlar suit. Just give me a whole Kevlar bodysuit.
Yeah.
And then a Kevlar weave. Can I get that? Y'all got that back there?
Yeah. Come on for bulletproof bundles.
Yes. Right.
All right. Hold that thought, Trey. Great talking points. Who is Todd? Get your ass in here. What the hell is going on?
You know what? It's amazing. I wrote a paper about this back in 2018 when I wrote a paper about this, right when I was at the University of North Carolina. And you know what? They gave me a C- for this paper, okay? And I was spitting hard facts, right? You know, I want to know some things, right? Because, you know, the right is very good about coming out and throwing judicial social punishment on people from the left and people who are on the central. But where was this outrage at when Melissa Hortman and John Hoffman got shot on the doorsteps in Minnesota? Remember that? And all of them right-wing people laughed about it. Remember the guy that ran up in Nancy Pelosi's house and bashed his head in with a hammer? Remember that? Right? Mm-hmm. Where was all of this outrage then? Right? Now, all of a sudden, we have to have this reckoning of sorts and come into arms. But they're going to do everything except the right thing. Right? There's a few things they can do. Right? They can lift the Dickey Amendment. The Dickey Amendment is how we got here in the first place. And for people who don't understand what the Dickey Amendment is, that prohibits the CDC from investigating this and calling it a disease. Because the thing that people have to understand about government, there has to be a universal definition for it to be a policy. And they will not declare mass shootings or any type of shootings a universal definition. They're not giving it a definition. And then they're cutting the funding. Yeah. CDC can look at all of this stuff. They can determine root causes and causation and correlations, but they will not do it. And it's ridiculous. You know, I heard you mention earlier about certain countries who have got this stuff fixed. And I'm looking at this paper that I wrote. And in this paper, I talked about Japan, right? Japan got all types of strict regimens for a person to get a gun. The first thing they go through is a mental health evaluation. The second thing they do is they have to pass a written test. Then they have to go to a range and be able to qualify with that weapon at a 90 to 95% ratio. And then they're put into a database to be tracked.
Wow.
And look at that. And my God, as you say, my God today, look at that. My God today. Wow. And it's just simple things. Yeah. Where was this outrage when Dylan Roof walked into a church and just shot 6 Black people that were trying to help him? Supposedly, you know, when he supposedly tricked his way into a church and just began opening fire. There was no outrage for it. There was outrage from us, but there was no outrage from the government. But yet, we're supposed to all of a sudden have this call to arms. And yes, they're going to use this as a proxy to start going into Black communities, even though we kind of understand that nobody Black did this, but they got to put a face on it. The war on drugs. Right? Black people can't get drugs in the United States of America. We can't do it. But President Nixon did. Look who they blamed it on.
Now, since Utah is mostly a Caucasian made up state, you think that Trump's going to militarize Utah?
No, he needs, and I'm gonna tell you a few other states he needs to militarize. He needs to militarize Alaska. You know how? Do you know Alaska per capita is one of the most violent states in the United States of America? It ranks up there with number 1 or number 2, but ain't nobody going up there. And you know, and people are asking me like, how do you know all of these stats and statistics? Well, one of my degrees is sociology, and little be announced to a lot of other people, my other degree is criminal justice technology. And so when me, you, and people in the chat, and we're speaking facts like this, people look at us like we're crazy. They call us victims for coming out and complaining about stuff like this because we don't have the power to change it. They do. But we're the crazy ones, though, CTV. It's us and all the CTV members out here who don't want to see this happen to anybody, let alone a racist like him. But it's on us, though. We're the crazy ones, though. And these are the things that we sit as Black people and grapple with because we don't know where the retaliation is coming to. Look at it right now. They're putting the face of gun violence on trans people.
Deflection.
Absolutely. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to probably take that, package it up, and run on it. And if any Democrat is worth their salt, they should be listening to what you're doing here. So that way they can understand what the play is going to be when the 2026 elections come up. But you know what? It's all good, though. It's all good, though.
But that's facts that you're speaking because you already got people, you know, contemplating, oh, I should sit it out because it's just going to be more of the same. And that's how we got here.
Absolutely. See, people misconstrued the ballot or the bullet, you know, from Malcolm X, right? When he said that, right? People misconstrued what that message was about. All right. You got to do your due diligence and put somebody up in there that we can force them to do.
Hold on, y'all. Okay, everybody hold that thought. The press conference is happening right now. So let's view this and then I'm gonna bring you guys back up, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you guys can stay in the background if y'all want, or I will drop the link again. Let's tune into this press conference here and see what is going on in the mainland. This is the press conference on the ooting death of Charlie Kirk, you guys, courtesy of Local 12.
Believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota, We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children.
Well, there is something you all can do. Jesus said that his true disciples were marked by individuals who could heal the sick and who could raise the dead. So this would be a great time to apply your Jesus, since he's so deeply in your heart and he inspires mass deportations and inspires the social castration of LGBT folk and inspires xenophobia and racism. Jesus said that y'all could raise the absolute and utter dead. That's something that could be done.
His family, his friends, we mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
And to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Cook stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is boasting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else related?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody, where, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there? Yeah.
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have much better description other than that. The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof, yes. It's a longer distance shot from a roof.
It came from above. Wow. Wow.
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat?
Wow.
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation is ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? But who was there, security
It
wise,
wasn't.
and what happens on these kind of events?
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. You know, obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This is outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area. And so he was kind of in a lower area surrounded by buildings. You know, we had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. You know, we train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and you know, these things, you know, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot. I'm sorry, see. At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shootings. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Let me just pause this real quick. Do you guys realize how petty the person who popped Charlie has to be? That they literally waited until he was asked about mass shooting and then shot him amid answering and speaking to the recent mass shooting in the country. Like, do you guys realize how apathetic the person who popped Charlie has to be? The fact that that person also knew that this was a live streamed event and that Charlie's wife and children were probably watching him. Do you know how stoic and how serious and convicted you have to be? This was a public lynching, and it was a death that absolutely was designed to send a strong and unapologetic message, maybe to the world at large, to the country at large, to the administration at large. These people who this administration is playing with, baby, they have aroused the goddamn beast. And everybody should have a goddamn head on a swivel at this point, baby. This shit was cold-blooded. Cold-blooded.
Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, that's those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
So they have a suspect in custody, but they do not have the order per se, but sound like somebody who may
To our
know.
media partners, we will be
Somebody
sending
who
a
may
release
have
out
been
with
near the
updates through
order.
one channel of information, whether it's DPS or FBI.
Now they're also
so
saying
please
that
make
Charlie was shot from 700 yards away. Let's see what's happening here.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I want to bring everybody back up.
Yeah, some very strong words coming from Governor Cox here in regards to what happened here. Obviously, a real tragedy. He is calling this, as you mentioned, a political assassination. Somebody that came after Charlie Kirk and wanted to take him out. And so we believe right now, from what's been happening as far as what they were able to tell us, they do have a person of interest in custody. They also have another person that they're looking at, but they're not saying whether or not the two are related in the incident. So again, one person in custody here. Is that the actual shooter? We don't know, but they did say he is a person of interest. And as far as them looking for others, they say they are still canvassing the area. They're still canvassing the campus to try and see if anybody else has any other information. Now, we had mentioned a little bit earlier that we're starting to see cell phone video coming in of possibly somebody up on the roof there. Well, they did say, at least Department of Public Safety said that they do believe that the shots came from the roof. So again,
Hold
was
on,
this
you guys. Girl, there's been a mass shooting at a Colorado high school. Multiple students injured in Udine in Colorado high school. A shooting just unfolded. Breaking news today, September the 10th at Evergreen High School in Colorado. The first report came in at approximately 12:24 p.m. local time, and law enforcement quickly responded to the scene. At least 4 students were injured, including the suspected shooter, and all have been transported to St. Anthony Hospital in Lakewood. Authorities say the suspect has been neutralized and the campus is no longer in a lockdown. Law enforcement agencies are on site assisting the investigation, and parents have been instructed to reunite with their children at Virgin Meadow Elementary. Now, this either is one hell of a goddamn coincidence, or could there be a correlation between the political assassination of Charlie Kirk, who played down mass shootings, and the mass shooting that took place today? Is this a link up? Is this all a part of the same shit? Or is our country so fucked up that there's literally pockets of hell that are just manifesting every minute, every hour of every day, all unrelated violence? Y'all, we're watching America turn into a third world country, like literally in real time. We're watching the real life descent of what was once a so-called sophisticated civilization that is being turned into third world ruins. Baby, there ain't enough political officials to put to the ground to speak to all of the crime that is taking place by the minute in this country, girl. How in the hell do we have a political assassination taking place at the same time of of a mass shooting at a high school. 3 students, including the suspected gunman, were injured Wednesday and were transported to St. Anthony Hospital. 3 students are in critical condition. According to law enforcement officials, suspect was engaged and neutralized.
Legacy and finding history.
Hi, Stu Taylor.
Hi.
Okay, she must have accidentally kicked herself off. Jonathan.
Hi, Conscious.
I know you were saying a lot in the comment section. Sound off.
Where to
what
begin?
Is going on in the country?
Exactly, but this is, you and I have been having some private chats as of recent, and this is why I keep wondering and keep asking myself, is it worth to keep going at this point? Because what the hell else is going to happen next? Because it's like everybody keeps saying, oh, it can't get it. No, yes, it can. It can get much, and it is getting much. Now, it's interesting because I've seen in a lot of different comment sections different reports that it was only 200 yards away. Now they're saying it was 700 yards. 700 yards, that's a good distance. And especially if they're saying that it came from above, that means whoever decided to do this had some sort of training and knew what they were. This isn't just some random person who got a hold of a firearm and decided to use it. This sounds like somebody who was well trained. And just like you said, I really highly doubt they're going to try to pin this on somebody of color, given that this is a state that is 75% white. What I am concerned over is that they're going to turn this and try to make this to be a white member of the community that shot him. Sorry if I'm not supposed to use that word, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only thing I'm worried about at this point. I'm like, oh, they're going to blame this on the community. Somehow, in some way, they're going to use mental gymnastics and contortion to not make it about, what's really out here taking people out, which are the weapons themselves. You know how they always say, it's not the weapons that are killing people, it's the people that are killing people. But no, it's the people would not be killing people if they did not have access to the weapons so easily as they are allowed to have access to them. I do agree with you that this school incident in Colorado.
Okay, so hold on. Breaking news. A witness claims that she heard Charlie Kirk shooter yell, "I do it again."
Oh. I also have some questions too.
Hold on, let me play this super quick for you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, the man who, after they took him down, he yelled, "I'd do it again."
Wow. Okay, that's what a witness said, that the one shooter who is in custody, we are told, the person said, "I would do it again." From an eyewitness who recalls.
Okay, so the person in custody could actually be the shooter, which is why reporters are asking, do they believe that there were multiple shooters, etc.? I guess law enforcement can't speak objectively about who they have in custody. They just have a suspect, but it looks like they have the actual shooter in custody, though.
I'm just going to say this. Here's the thing that doesn't make any sense to me. If this person was up on the rooftop, which maybe by this eyewitness's account, that's not even the case anymore.
Well, no, because according to the eyewitness, she also said that when they took the suspect down. So,
okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But what kind of bothers me is in these types of things nowadays, you would think that the law enforcement and his security team would have done a sweep of all the buildings, of all the rooftops, would have had people looking out on the rooftops. It just don't. I don't know. These type of things, like you gotta be pretty well. You gotta know what you're doing. Now, granted, granted, we are talking about Utah and we are talking about, you know, Republican security, which, you know, basically is cheap to begin with, but I don't know. You know, like a lot of people are saying, I do feel like this could very well be a distraction. It does. I will say this. I do not rejoice in any of this, because because at the end of the day, the taking of a life isn't really going to solve anything. It can, but it doesn't usually.
Okay, so what are the
I'm not
alternatives?
saying I have any sympathy.
No, that's a great talking point. Let's talk about it, right? Because what are the alternatives? Considering that, right, one of the criticisms toward the Dems to American Democrats is that people are saying, look, you guys are going to have to be more aggressive because you're dealing with an administration who doesn't even respect the law. What they're doing is unconstitutional. It's illegal. They're not even playing on the same virtuous chessboard that you all are. When you're playing against those type of players who are willing to cheat, steal, kill, to get what they want, to sustain power, what are the non-violent alternatives?
Yeah, and that is, you're right. You are,
because you essentially,
I can tell you.
while they're using the term political violence, what the Dems are going up against are political criminals.
I can undoubtedly tell you, because again, from this paper that I'm looking at right here, has all of the answers to it. The problem that the Democrats have is that when they have a chance to do something, they don't do it. Okay, right? So a lot of this could have been eliminated. But you got to understand, a lot of these guys are taking these money from these corporate PACs. Because the one thing I did learn when I was trying to get my political science and public policy degree, which I didn't get because I couldn't pass economics, right, was that their first priority is to get reelected. Okay, so they taking a lot of money from people that they shouldn't be taking. Okay, all right, and that influences the policies that they have. Right. So let's say this, right? 2026, we're trying to change the elections, right? We're trying to get Congress straight, right? Where we can actually stop this dude from doing something, right? The next person that comes in, provided that they are a Democrat, right? What's the chances of them trying to pass some type of regulatory guidance to stop this? What do you think the chances are?
Oh, you're really asking?
Yes. What do you think the chances are? If we had to put a percentage on it, what's the chances?
Ask that question again.
All right. So
I kind of zoned out a little bit because I'm a little bit overstimulated, but go ahead.
Okay. So what are the chances, right? Because the problem is regulatory guidance, right? We got to have some type of regulatory guidance. Now, I agree. The idea is not to eliminate it to zero, because there's no possible way to eliminate it to zero. But there are some measures that we can do to be more effective in bringing the number down to deaths, right? What are the chances that these mofos are going to do it?
Now, when you say these, are you talking about this current administration?
No, I know this current administration ain't going to do nothing. They're going to double down. I'm talking about the Democrats, because remember, we're in a two-party system. Any type of grassroots movements is effectively cut down. They make sure of that.
Shauna says zero.
Exactly. Exactly. And the reason why it's zero, because these fools are also taking money from corporate PACs. That's the problem. There's a whole lot of dark money funneling into these dudes to do what they're doing. Because this could have been solved a long time ago. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, right? It sure could have.
In terms of gun regulation?
Yes.
Okay, so here's my thing about that, right? A lot of the mass shooters, etc., yes, some of them have walked directly into gun shops and pawn shops, etc., but a lot of these ooters have also just simply borrowed and stolen the weapons of their parents and of people that they have proxy to who legally own these guns. So the fact, like, so when I also, because as I said earlier, I believe in both solutions. We need to regulate the issues within the culture that create the emotional and mental variables that motivate people to commit these type of crimes. But we also do need to put a cap on regulating the weapons. But if you have more guns on the streets than you do American people, how much does regulating gun ownership do when most people can get guns on the black market? Most people can literally buy guns off of the streets, like you can go and buy weed from your dealer. And when most people are at least living with someone or know someone who owns a gun, have parents and grandparents who owns gun, like guns are very much so also just accessible to Americans outside of going into a shop in a store. Are we going to see a huge reduction at this point, considering how we have more we have more citizens who are guns than we have those who are human beings?
So I'm glad you mentioned that, because again, right, I remember having to do this little brochure, right, about policy diversions and things like that. And in this brochure, we had to have graphs, right? And of course, you know, I was on this whole, we got to stop gun violence and stuff like that, right? So I make this graph, right? And I'm in, where was I at? I can't remember what center I was at when I was in UNC, because they were helping us make these graphs and making all these great little graphics. And then the person that was helping me, that was there over the little area was like, oh, that's different. And I was like, well, what's different? When I looked at the graph, right, Texas have what they call the greatest gun show in the world, right? That year, and I've got to find it, that year they stopped it, said, no, we're not going to have it. Gun deaths drastically dropped, drastically dropped. And then you know what? People complained about it so much, and the next year they brought it back, and gun violence goes straight through the roof again. That's how I learned to understand what graphs are for. I looked at that graph and I was like, whoa, there was a significant spike in gun mortality rates. It significantly dropped. And then somebody was like, nope, can't have that. Probably the NRA, they probably stepped in, was like, nah, y'all not gonna do that. See, the problem is this. For every rule that they come out with, they come with a loophole. I'll give you a perfectly good example. When you go to these gun shows, do you know that as long as it's a private seller selling to another private seller, they don't have to do no background checks. They don't have to do any of that.
Right.
But if you go into a pawn shop, you have to provide all that information. So these dudes don't go to pawn shops. They don't go to regulated areas. They go straight to these gun shows and go purchase it from somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, that's how people can get these weapons. And I'm like, holy crap.
Can I jump in for a second?
Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So 2 things that I wanted to kind of touch on was Conscious said earlier, how do we regulate guns? Well, to your point that you're currently making, I think the problem is it's not really so much about like how people are getting the GUNs. It's about why it's not universal across the board. See, I think everybody's looking at this from the wrong lens. We're all saying, well, it's the Democrats, it's the Republicans. No. The problem is it's different in every state. Prime example, I live in Indiana, a red state, one of the worst states ever, right? In my state in 2013, when I went to go and fill out for my lifetime GUN permit, do you know one of the questions that they asked me was, do you have any mental issues? Now, that's one of the questions that they ask as part of a regulatory process. How many people are going to say yes to that? Not one. Now, currently in 2025, there is no law that requires you to carry a GUN with a license, meaning I don't have to have a license. I can carry at my own will anytime I want to. The only discrepancy to that would be as if I was a felon or if I had some type of, something against me that said for any reason I cannot carry a GUN. But there's no law that requires that. Now, in every other state, if you look at every other state in the US, it's different in every state. They don't even have mental evaluations, contrary to popular belief in every state, even with the current state of GUN outings as we speak. So this is not a Democratic, a Republican thing. It's about universalizing the regulations across the board for everyone. Because if I'm in Indiana and I cross over into Texas, well, we all know that Texas is a Udom down state. They don't have no gun laws, really. The only one that they really go by the most is the stand your ground. So with that being said, until it's the same in every state in the US, this is going to continue to be a problem. You can make all of the regulatory rules you want per state, but it's going to be different everywhere. That's why it's not going to stop. Prime example, in July, right before this current school year started, Michael McClure stood at a podium when they were asking, well, what are we going to do about all of these mass outings? Do you know that this man said, well, we don't have the funding to get GUN, you know, those machines where it can test to see if you have like a GUN. He said, currently we now have, what did he say? Backpacks. In what world is that even realistic? If anybody was mad, they should have been outraged about that. He stood at a podium in front of Democrats and Republicans and basically said, we don't care about your kids. Now look, as Conscious just said a few minutes ago, we just had a Colorado outing. So until it gets regulated in every state universally, we're not going to solve this problem. You can have all of the, you know, situations occurring, you can have all of these outings happening, but what really stops until we get it the same in every state? You're going to get tried differently in Indiana than you are in the southern states, in the up northern states. It's just ridiculous. These kids are being targeted. I might sound awful for saying this, and y'all have to forgive me, but this man, Mr. Kirk, I don't feel no ways about it. He was of accountability and of age. I'm worried about these kids. These kids don't have nobody to protect them or save them from what is at hand. They talk about,
but see, laws. I'm sorry, Conscious. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, y'all got the but I'm just
no. All this is good stuff. I was going to say, I fear that the issue is worse than that. It's not even just about how people are getting these guns. I think the darker reality is that people already have these guns.
Right, that's true.
AKA more guns on American streets than there are American citizens. So now that we have an issue of a overabundance of weaponry and arsenal available to American citizens already, we kind of already are past the regulatory conversation.
Exactly.
Now it's like, well, now that we know that people have reasonable access to these weapons, what now? Because they don't have to rely on the gun shop or on the pawn shop to purchase a gun. They can get them off the streets. They can get them from their friends. They can get them from their parents. They can get them from anywhere. So I don't understand why we're not, because you know what's so funny to me is that almost every shooter has left behind a manifesto. And in those manifestos, these shooters are literally, as far as I'm concerned, are saying what's wrong. And one of the things is people's inability to emotionally regulate. A lot of these people who are killing people's lives are succumbing to their emotional injuries, whether that be the poverty or the abuse they're experiencing at home or the bullying they're experiencing at school or the othering they're experiencing in their communities or all of the societal, cultural, governmental issues, etc. So I don't know why we're not taking that also like very, 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 very seriously. These people are being honest enough to say, this is what's driving me to do this. This is what's driving me to take people's lives. This is what's driving me to commit these acts. Like the last person that detransitioned transgender person who took the lives of those children at that Catholic school literally said pretty much like, I'm going to avenge myself by re-afflicting America and hitting the country where it hurts by taking out the most innocent, because this person felt like this country took their innocence. So it made the country feel that by claiming the lives of the very innocent, which of course would be our elderly and or our children. And I'm like,
well, see, that's what I'm talking about. There are things that you can do now, so that way things can. I'm not saying that imposing regulatory guidance would just drop it drastically, right? Because there's no such thing as 0% deaths. There's no such thing as that. Okay, that's unrealistic. But just to say, well, there ain't nothing we can do about it, so the heck with it. Hell no, you got to do something.
I do think it could be 0, but I fear the issue is that America is not willing to commit to that level because we indulge and leave loopholes for being able to politically and culturally bully the fuck out of other human beings. And because America wants that right to inflict pain, as a result, pain will beget pain. Violence will beget violence. So I do feel like the country could go balls to the wall, which is why I'm encouraging everybody to watch that documentary, Where to Invade Next. If y'all don't believe that that America could be a utopia, it's because we're uninformed and we're just speaking from a place of perceivably never having an example of that. But America is not the only nation in the fucking world. There are plenty of countries that have 0 gun violence, that have 0 mass shootings, that have very high percentages in successful marriages, that lack teen pregnancy. Like, there are nations that have high scores in all the areas that America is getting a big fat red F in, all because of this idea of freedom of speech, which just leads to freedom of hurt, the right to fucking vote other people's oppression into reality. The fact that, like, my neighbor can literally decide, because they don't believe in some gay shit, that they can vote away my right to vote. I mean, my right to marry, my right to adopt children, simply because of their religious conservative fucking ideas. The fact that this country leaves it wide open for people to literally mind people's business in ways that are literally contrary and unnecessary, and didn't have the audacity to say that churches should be separate from state, but politicians get to run off of religious ideas. Politicians get to run off of a political ideology that's inspired by Judaism and their interpretations of dogma, etc. Like, America is out of control. Out of control. But to your point, Todd, I do feel, I do believe there can be profound improvement, but I'm not particularly hopeful that America would be willing to give up some of the things that we've indulged in order to get those results.
I agree.
I want to get Sue Taylor in here super quick. Hey, Sue Taylor. Hi, boo.
Hi, how you doing?
I am well.
Yep,
how
can
are
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm in Australia. How are you doing?
I am well. Tell me, what are your thoughts from outside the American system? You're in Australia.
Okay, forgive me first, because language and words that we use between two cultures might be different. So if I say something that's offensive to you, it's not meant as that at all. Okay? I don't know where in the hell your political system's gone wrong, that they all seem to fight with each other over these gun laws. It's like one says ban them, the other says no, it's our national constitution to have them. Where do they draw the line and go, that's it? There is no guns on the street. It's not legal to own a gun unless you're, like here in Australia, you're a farmer, you're law enforcement, It only took us one mass shooting, which was Port Arthur, God, nearly over 30 years ago, where Martin Bryant went down to Port Arthur and just opened fire and killed a bunch of people for no reason. And that was it. We put our foot down. The Prime Minister at the time said, enough is enough. It's going to be against the law to have a gun. We'll have a gun amnesty where you can hand in your unregistered firearms, which happened. And then after that amnesty was over, if you have a gun, you will be charged and you will go to jail. That also happened. Now on the streets, like the normal Joe Blow walking around does not have a gun. You just don't have them. There is always going to be the minority of the criminal element and the underworld that has access to firearms. You'll never get rid of that in any country. But we don't have mass shootings. We don't have fear of sending our kids to school. Our biggest problem right now is knives and machetes, because the youth think that they're really cool if they walk around with a machete and try to stab and kill each other with them. So now the law came in on the 1st of September. It's illegal to own machetes and knives over a certain length in blade. So there's an amnesty on now where they have to hand in their machetes and knives. That's going to work the same as the gun laws. I don't understand what's wrong with your politicians. You have two sides fighting each other on this. One says do it, the other says no. And then the one that says no gets voted in, and then they say, yeah, we'll do it. And the other one says no. And it's just this continuing cycle. When do they say enough is enough? Our people are dying. Our children are elderly. I don't care your race, your skin color, your sexual orientation. Everybody is the same. I don't care where you come from in this world, what you believe, what you don't believe. Everybody is the same, and you all deserve to live a life of freedom without fear of persecution or being shot dead walking down the street or going to school. I can't, from the other side of the world, I sit here and I cry every time there's a mass shooting, every time, like Charlie's just been murdered. I literally cry at what's happening to your country, because your country was once great. The rest of the world looked up to your country, and it did. And I'm not trying to disparage you in any way. Everybody, the whole world, I don't care if they were from Russia or China, or that, everybody looked up to America. But now they don't. Now everybody sits here and goes, well, that's a shit show going on over there. Like, you know, F that. We don't want no part of that shit. And yet other countries will use you to get what they want, but they have no greater respect for you like they used to have 10, 15, 20 years ago. It's gone. And I think, honestly, it comes down to your political powers that be. They need to be firm. They need to say, this is what we're doing, no matter what it is, whether it's about guns or it's about how the elections are going to run, whatever it is. This is how it's going to be. This is how it's going to run, and stick to it. All this flip-flopping around, the rest of the world just sits there and goes, they got no idea what they're doing. Who gives a shit? We're not paying any attention to them. I like, anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, because you got to understand I am on the other side of the world, and I try to understand what's going on in your country. But your amendment where it says you have the right to bear arms, has got to change because it's not working for you anymore. It's just not working. And to single out minority groups, whether because they're Jewish or they're black or they're transgender or they're whatever, to single out those groups and then go and carry out their plan because they have the right to have a gun is mind-blowing to us over here in Australia. We sit here and go, what the hell is going on in that country? Like, you educate me if you want.
No, thank you for all of that, because, baby, you're on it. Todd, what would you say to Mary, Queen of Topics, as it relates to what in the hell has gone wrong, and what is it going to take for both sides to come to a consensus? Because I have a theory on one hand that one of the two factors that are playing into a large chunk of the American people wanting to bear arms at all costs, no matter how much of a disaster that's going for us, is, for one, people's fear of the government. It's clear that the right loves the government and equally has a distrust in the government, and maybe it's because they know it's flimsy, and maybe it's because they know that government in part has to be bipartisan, and that there is another group that gets to allow people who one group deeply wants to fearmonger, and those people want to be able to protect themselves from those people as well as protect themselves from the government entirely if it comes down to that, because this country has gone to war with its government. Hey, we literally had an insurrection just a few years ago. And so this deep distrust in the government itself, I think, plays into why lots of people want to hold on to their weaponry, have access to weaponry, and because this country specializes in spreading so much destructive, disgusting propaganda about minority people, it maintains this fear and maintains the sense of concern about who my neighbor is, about who these people are coming into my community, who are these people that I have to share this space with. And because America is playing into the divisiveness, it's low-key playing into the sustaining of people wanting to have guns to protect themselves from all these other people who are constantly being othered politically and culturally, etc. But what would y'all say to that?
Well, can I ask a question right quick? Because there's two fundamental differences between the U.S. and Australia. The first thing I would like to ask is, do you guys have corporate PACs over there? Because, see, over here in the United States, the reason why we have so many issues is because the politicians are beholden to corporate PACs. What I did notice about Australia is that you guys have a prime minister, and everything is aligned underneath that prime minister. And essentially, they have cut out of the corruption that would influence that prime minister to be able to do things he or she would not be able to get away with. Over here, there's no regulatory guidance on our presidents and our politicians to do that.
Wow. Now we have what we call over here, we have the Labor and the Liberal parties, which is equivalent to your Republican Democratic parties. So we get a prime minister voted in at the moment is Labor. But the Liberal, if the Prime Minister who's Labor wants to pass a law or change something, he can't just do it because he's Prime Minister. The Labor Party and the Liberal Party have to agree. And if they deadlock, then the minority parties here, which are the Greens, the Nationals, they can split their votes between the two major parties, so one will come out on top. Where it's something as important as, say, gun laws, both parties, when it happened here, agreed 100%. There was no bullshit backwards and forwards. It was, this is what's going to happen. We've had a mass shooting. It only took one. We've had a mass shooting. this is the law. This is what's going to happen. You've got 3 months to hand in your guns if they're not registered. And then that was it. That's how it works here. I'm not saying that there's no corrupt politicians here. I know that there are. A lot have been taken down. And I think that's in every country in the world, that you will get corruption in politics. What I don't get is how you can have one party that's voted in your country, and you have your president, and there's so much infighting within that party that the president is a part of, that what he says in his like election run up, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, as soon as he gets elected, that's all gone out the window, because the rest of his party never agreed to that in the first place. And I think maybe this is where the bigger picture and the bigger problem lies, because none of them in the same party ever really agree to anything to start with. So your chance of getting no guns, like legally, like we have here, is pretty much zero at this point. They've all got to get onto the same page. And at the moment, they're all in 1,000 different directions. That they don't seem to want to come together to save your population and your children. They don't seem to want to do it. And I, for the life of me, can't understand why.
And it's really because both sides literally share zero mutual ethics, zero mutual morals. And because you have with entirely different ethics and morality, there ain't no capacity
middle ground.
In the middle. They're literally
that's a big problem then for you guys. That's a huge problem. There has to be a point where they all sit there and go, what the hell have we let happen to our country? Look at us. We don't need to wait for Russia or China or whoever to invade us. We're killing ourselves from within. Our own people are doing it for them. They've got to sit there and go, well, shit, we've got to change these laws. That amendment has to go. It's not the 1700s anymore. That amendment doesn't work for us, because everybody is getting guns, whether it's legally or illegally. However they're getting them, and they're just going out and they're just killing whoever they like. People they don't even have a beef with. You can't tell me you've got a grudge against a 9-year-old child. What has that child ever done to you? They're just indiscriminately killing people. And to target specific groups, you know, transgender, black, doesn't matter. To target specific groups, I'm sorry, but you're going to hell for that. We're all human. We all breathe the same air. We all bleed the same. Why are we going around killing each other for no reason? No reason. Just because you don't agree with somebody's point of view or their political nature, whatever, just because you don't agree does not give you the right to pick up a gun and kill them. You can have a difference of opinion without killing somebody. You can agree to disagree without hurting somebody. Got to get back to the basics of human nature.
One more thing I'd like to interject, and I'm sorry for cutting everybody off. America is vastly different than a lot of countries because we have a lot of implicit bias here. See, in Australia, there's 99.9% Australians. So everybody's on the same accord. Here in America, we are a melting pot of people with different ideas, different perspectives, and it's really hard to deal with. And when you throw in the fact that, yes, All of these political groups out here are being funded by dark money. Political groups like Alex and things like that. Corporate PACs is one of the biggest issues that we have here in America. Everybody is on the tape. See, y'all have effectively almost eliminated super PACs over there in Australia, so they can't do it. If they did it here, I think a lot of things would change. But as long as there's the funneling of dark money to political groups, it is what it is, right?
Can I jump in for a moment?
Okay, well,
I'm sorry.
Can I just clear up one thing? You said 99.9% here in Australia are Australians. You're wrong. That can't be further from the truth. We have the biggest intake of migrants per year that we've ever had. Our communities of Indian culture, Chinese, Japanese, English has always been big, but migrants from other countries is huge. We have whole suburbs here that are like Vietnamese, for instance, or Indians. Where I live, there's a big group of Indian people that live here. So it's not 99.9%. Seriously, and I know it's hard because not everybody can travel. It's like there's a whole range of issues that you can't travel. But y'all, if you could get down here and see how multicultural our country is, you'd be amazed. They don't all come here with the same political values and ideas as, say, Australians have, but they come here for a better way of life. The majority of them integrate and accept the way of life here because they wanted to come here, and they live the same as us. They don't bring the problems with them. We have the minority that immigrate here and do bring their problems with them, but they are the minority. That's the thing. We're not the like 99.9% white Australian by any means. We're not. We've got Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, Indian, you name it, we've got it here. Sudanese.
I was gonna say it's because you guys value your people, and also the government takes care of their people. Like, you're not going to, and correct me if I'm wrong, your government's not going to push propaganda to isolate your way of thinking from the rest of the world. In terms of, that's the reason why a lot of Americans who don't travel don't know really much about the outside of the United States. And it's the reason why a lot of other countries say that America's uncultured, is because we believe that our way of life is the only way of life and is the quote unquote right way to live. And you have to take care of your people. And the issue is that when it comes down to America, they love to control the mind, because where the mind goes, the body's going to follow. Thing is that a lot of these things would happen if we weren't fed and also helped to perpetuate propaganda in terms of the value of people's lives. If people weren't fed propaganda about transgender people, weren't fed propaganda about melanated people, immigrants, people outside of the United States, and we also, because the thing is, the common ground and the middle ground for the Republicans and the Democrats and every other party is humanity. And if they were able to stick to humanity, then they will be able to find a middle ground. But what the issue that comes into effect is that there is a loyalty to party instead of a loyalty to humanity. And whether it's coming from Republican or whether it's coming from a Democrat or someone that is neutral, if you are tied to humanity, despite what those parties or what those what those parties are,
I think you dropped out.
Be the middle ground. And the issue is that, like I said, when you're fed propaganda of how this person is nothing but the devil or this person is nothing but evil, what do you think is going to happen when people quote unquote want their pews for people that are different from them. And what you literally just said was that in Australia, we have all different types of people that's here. But the main thing is the propaganda of how should we think about these different types of people coming into our country, because you also said that you have a huge migrant population, and you see here they're trying to reverse that. And also with the reversal of these things, they're trying to demonize whole groups of people, which America has done since the very beginning. Demonize groups of people and put false narratives on them to help warp the perspective of groups of people, aka Americans, who have not been outside the United States. A lot of people have not been outside the United States. And with, I would say, some migrants or some immigrants, got to also keep in mind, yes, these guys have also been outside the United States, but also a lot of their countries as well have also been colonized as well. So you go from one colonization to another. So yeah.
It just blows my mind, for one, that people can't think for themselves and they're so easily brainwashed by whoever it is over there that's doing it. My mind is just blown. Like, our government, they don't tell us what to think. We think for ourselves. If we don't like something, we stand up and go, well, like, hey, that's just a load of shit and we're not having that. That's going to change because we're not going to vote you in next time if you don't change it. It's pretty much that simple. So I don't know where you guys went wrong over there. I don't know how it went so far left.
It was since the beginning. Since the beginning, this country was built on propaganda. It was built on ignorance. It was built on misinformation. Yeah. Like this country was built on slavery. It was built on the disrespect and the devaluing of people. Now, keep in mind, yes, we may talk about racism, we may talk about homophobia, but also classism also plays a part as well. So to devalue the working class and also to devalue the people that may not have it, and that elitism, this is where all these problems come into effect, is because all of these other systems that intertwine and very much heavily ingrained in America's system is the reason why we are where we are. Like, another part of that is also what Conscious talked about earlier, talked about how the irony and the hypocrisy of people saying that there should be a separation between church and state, when literally in our government, across the dollar bill, in God we trust. And the country was built on Christian, and I'm using that loosely, values. Like, everything a part of this country has been built on religious interpretation of biblical text and was also manipulated. And the issue that is prevalent is that people are interested in power instead of interested in the well-being of their people. Because if you're interested in the well-being of your people, then, like everybody been saying, the crime is going to go down. What would be the purpose of a person going to rob somebody if they already have it? What's going to be the purpose of a person going to rob a store for food when they already have food? What's going to be the purpose of a person trying to go inside of abandoned buildings to go sleep when they already have somewhere to lay their head? All of these things are going to also play a part. What's going to be the purpose of someone going to have a pew for protection when they know that generally you're always going to be protected? All these things play a part. If America were to take care of their people and actually take care of their people and not so interested in their personal gain and not so interested in just capitalism, elitism, racism, queerphobia. And another reason why all these systems even exist and also continue to exist is because of power. Because while we're, quote unquote, at the bottom of the triangle, bottom of the pyramid, fighting, going back and forth, Democrats versus Republicans versus Democrats, even though if you start to really read in between the lines, both of them are kind of like the same, but they try to make sure that they're also different in the same breath. While we're too busy fighting, people at the top, like Epstein, like the elites and like all these other people, they sit there and they watch. And guess what? They continue to have power. They continue to have resources, continue to pass laws around and get these laws through legislation, and which continues to keep them in power. That's the reason why I kept saying when it came down to Trump, I'm not too worried about Donald Trump. That's not really the thing that I was really trying to get people to understand. The issue is that 4 years or 8 years, I forgot to say, I think it's 4 years, Donald Trump is up out of there unless they try to do something else, girl, probably 2025. 4 years he's already out there, like already out of there. But the issue that I was trying to get people to understand is that the issue is not really Donald Trump so much as him, as in he's like the nucleus. The issue is while he's in office, he puts other people into positions of power, and with these other positions, unlike the president, is that you have to wait for them to go up under to get someone else into those seats. You have to wait for them to pass away to get somebody into those seats. And those are the things that I was trying to like yo, y'all sure y'all want to try to get this man in office? I understand that. I'm sorry, I would have taken my chances with the Indian woman. I'm sorry. Whatever people say that she is, Kamala Harris, the Indian woman, except I would have took my chances with her, because everything else that comes along with Trump is like, okay, girl.
Can I say something really quick?
First
of all, I love her Austrian accent. Very lovely.
Thank you.
I'm a sucker for accents. You're welcome. But one of the things that I wanted to say is that I want us to be a little bit more realistic, okay? And when I say that, I'm not saying that to like disrespect anybody, belittle anybody, but I want us to be more realistic, because when we talk about U.S. policy, I want y'all to understand there are 4 words that are written in every single part of U.S. doctrine, okay? That's justice, liberty, freedom, and bravery. For God's sakes, it's in our national anthem, okay? They are never, hear me when I say this clearly, they're never getting rid of the right to bear arms. The grounds of America, our soil is enriched in blood for people who shed their blood for the grounds of this country to be safe. Our military, World War I, II, III, you know, all of those branches of military, they're never getting rid of it. So for the people that keep saying that, we got to let go of that. If we want to stick with regularities and getting commonality there, I'm fine with that. But getting rid of the right to bear arms is not going to happen. Okay,
it's not going to happen.
Here is the other
and
issue.
there is that in lies your problem. I mean, we went to war as well. It's not like we sat here with our feet up and did nothing. We went to war. First, second, Vietnam. We were in all those wars. But when guns were taken for harm in a mass shooting, it was like, yeah, hell no, that's not happening. It's just not going down like that. I'm not saying take them away from everybody. Obviously, your military, your police, your farmers need them for pest eradication. That's why our farmers have them here. But your everyday normal citizen, why in the hell do they have one? Like, what for? Unless they're in a club.
Let me answer your question, though, because you're asking the question that a lot of people keep asking. You're saying, why do we have guns? Again, the right to bear arms is constitutionalized because America believes in that. It's their belief. That's why I said it's not going anywhere. But
that's the problem. That's the problem there. Because they believe in it. They need to switch the way they think, because they can't see that their belief in their right to have them is killing all these innocent children and people. The mindset's got to switch. And I get it, because we had it here, though.
One moment, hold on. Here's the catalyst to that. You're saying that they should get rid of guns because it's killing children. While that is a huge issue, and that's the issue I'm most concerned about, that's not going to stop the problem. See, when people talk about, just like when he was saying, oh, well, you know, Australia only has this, and, you know, all of these countries only have this. What y'all got to understand, jurisdiction in third world countries around the world is vastly different than America. Let me just be clear when I say this. Prime example, in Japan, if you get caught stealing or you unalive somebody, the consequences for that 9 times out of 10 is practically death. They don't even tell you when your death date is. They just come get you. So it's a mental warfare that they play with you too. So it's the jurisdiction and the way that they deal with people and crime in their countries is vastly different. In America, you unalive somebody, you're going to go sit on death row for 30 years. No, over there in other countries, it's immediate. So when they say, well, oh, the gun shootings and unalivings are less here, that's why. So we can't keep comparing and contrasting between countries because it's not the same by any means or stretch of imagination. It's not the same. Now, if we want to be a little bit more realistic, let's talk about how our voting in itself needs to change. Because if the only time we can discuss mass shootings or unalivings is when somebody's about to be placed in a seat, that's a problem for me. Because kids go to school 365 days of the year. Some kids are all year round, some are, every 6 months. I don't know. It's different in different places. But last time I checked, kids are continuously in schools. Again, respectfully to this man that lost his life today, I feel no ways about him. He's of accountability. We got to be concerned with the ones who can't fend for themselves. Y'all keep comparing and contrasting countries. That don't mean nothing to me. Respectfully, I'm not trying to disrespect your country, but I'm not concerned with what's going on in Australia. I live in America. And in America, one thing that I know is that our policies is not going to alter or change because kids are being unalived. That's why when I said we have to be more realistic, I'm saying that for everybody, whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, whether you're in the middle, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We can go on and on about this for hours, but what are we really getting to? Like I said, jurisdiction in every country is different. So these unalivings are not going to stop because they decide to put a little harsher stipulation until we change the jurisdiction. This goes for every step of the way. The Supreme Court, everybody, it's got to change. Like he said, and that was a good point. He said you got people that are sitting in seats of position of power until they're damn near dying or on their deathbed. That's a problem for me. Because again, if the only time we're discussing this is when somebody's going to be put in their seat, what if it's a seat like Supreme Court? They don't ever have to be elected or voted out until it's like, every 30 years? That's a problem for me.
Supreme Court stay until they die.
My point exactly. 30 years to life. And most of them, by the time that they get a seat, they're about 50, 60 years old. So 30 years to life.
Yeah.
So that's my point. We got to stop discussing this every time it's an election. I don't care about no election. I don't care about, respectfully, this man lost his life. I'm empathetic to his family. But kids go to school nonstop. They won't do anything with our military. They go out here, they fend for this country. They bleed for this country, but when they come back, they can't get jobs. Why don't you put military personnel in schools if you can't afford to put gun detectors in every school? Give these people mental evaluations. Let them go and have their dignity back with what they were already doing and pay these people what they deserve. That's what needs to happen. I mean, if we're going to be realistic, the only thing that they keep saying is we have bulletproof backpacks. What the hell is that? When did we get to a point where we're saying we're depending on bulletproof backpacks to defend our damn children?
Because they're too interested in trying to remedy the symptoms instead of the actual root cause. And the thing is, if you don't take care of the root cause, the symptoms are always going to be there. Like you do one symptom, another symptom is going to pop up. All the symptoms are going to do is just mutate if you don't take care of the root cause. And that's the fucking issue.
But again,
okay, respectfully, I heard you. I heard what you said. And I understand your point of view. And I know I'm in Australia. And I do care about what happens in your country. Even if you couldn't give a rat's ass what happens in ours, I do care about what happens in your country. I don't know the answer to the problems you've got. I can't give you that answer. I wish I could. I can't. I know something has got to change, because whatever you're all doing now is seriously not working. I don't know how you go about that change. If you think that the rest of the world doesn't care about your country, you're very much mistaken, because we do.
Well, hold on. Let
You
me
know,
say
we
something. Let me say something real quick, and then I'll let you finish. In defense of what you're saying, like I was saying, I didn't care. I wasn't making it personal to you, sweetheart. I'm not saying that I don't care about you as a person personally. What I'm saying is, right now, as of where our issues in America stand, I can't be concerned with what's going on in Australia. I have to focus on my own country first, as I would hope you would be, because the reality is, when something happens in your country, it's nothing I can do about it. I don't live there. I don't vote there. I don't appoint anybody in position of power to make any changes there. That's what I was saying. I wasn't making it personal, like I don't care about anybody else, anybody like around the world. Of course, I'm empathetic. Like I said, I can be empathetic to everyone. But what I'm saying is, my focus is my own land right now, respectfully.
Nat, I get that. That's fine. I'm glad you cleared that up. Like, I don't take offense to much, honestly. I really don't. But as I was saying, I don't know what the answer to your problems are in your country. This whole mentality that every Tom, Dick, and Harry walking down the street can have a gun, somewhere along the line, that's got to change, because unless that changes, nobody in your society is safe. Nobody. Yeah, I mean, you could walk down the street here and stop and have 10,000 people scanned for firearms. You won't find one. It just doesn't happen unless you're obviously police, armed forces. Yeah, obviously they're armed. I don't know the answer to your problems. I wish I did. I wish to God I knew the answer to how to change what's going on in your country.
The answer is gonna have to be, we're gonna have to reverse corruption. Now I understand that, like, because it was something that you said that kind of prompted me to say this, is we're gonna have to like reverse corruption. The reason why I said it is because, and I get it, corruption is gonna be everywhere, but at least try to decrease the motherfucker. And the reason why I said it is because, like, you just said that even, like, of course, military and police officers, of course, they're armed and stuff, but even over here, they're corrupt like a motherfucker. So it's like, and they have their own biases and their own loopholes that they do, and all this other stuff, and try to take people out and plant stuff on people and all other stuff. So the root is gonna have to be the foundation of America. But the thing is America willing to go through all of that?
Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. That's where it's going to have to start then. If that's the root of the problem, that's where it has to start. And until the powers that be decide that they're going to get to the root of the problem, then nothing's going to change in your country, from the sounds of it.
I wanted to say this because, see, this, to answer his question, I'm laughing because I'm sitting here thinking back to, it's funny how people say, you know, we have to get to the corruption part of it. Now, that's a whole nother door that's opening up, because when you say corruption, the first thing that went to my mind was police. Everybody wants only the police and people of authority to have GUNs. Well, America just defunded the police. Did y'all forget that part of it? So when you say that you only want your authority to have guns, it's not many authorities on the streets of America right now. Y'all defunded them. Excuse me, Trump defunded them. So what other measures of safety do we have? So is it really about taking away the rights to bear arms? Because listen, I'm 5'3", 130 pounds. I don't have one enemy. I promise you, not one. I go to church. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't have no beef, but I carry every day
Me too.
Every day. I don't leave my home
Wow.
without it. I don't leave my home without it. But I'm not looking to hurt anybody. But I'd rather have it than not have it. Because again, we can't even depend on our own police in our country. The police are crooked and they're defunded right now. So it's not a lot of them. So I want people to, that's why I said I want us to be a little bit more realistic with the way that we are looking at our rights to bear arms. You can say all day long, too many people shouldn't have them. Everybody shouldn't have them. The question then becomes, if the police are not imminent enough on the street, who else should have them?
So once again, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, you can't trust your police force. That is a humongous problem, that you can't trust your police force. And like, as I said, like, we don't get all the information here. We only get what comes through, or if you choose to look up and try to find out what's happening in America. But there's groups in your country that are targeted by the police. I know that. That's a huge problem. What the hell is wrong with your police force? Like,
this is what I was trying to explain to you, love. Our country is totally different. Now you understand what I'm saying. It's different. It's different everywhere, but our country specifically, the jurisdiction that you may have in your country and Russia may have and Iran may have and Japan may have is totally different here. We operate on a totally different measure. We can't depend on our police. We don't even know if our police are coming. They're going to take about an hour or two, if possible, to get there. So if somebody, let me just ask you this. If somebody were, God forbid, but if somebody were to break in your home, how do you defend your home?
How do we defend our home? Well,
yes.
Yeah, we don't have guns. So like, if you had a baseball bat, that'd be great. If you can fight, that'd be great. You have the right to protect yourself. If your life is threatened, we have the right to protect ourselves by any means and measure. So anything that is at our disposal to protect ourselves.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you right there and then I'm going to let you go. So here's the difference I was trying to pinpoint. You said that if somebody came into your home, you have baseball bats and, other means of measures to defend yourself. That's great. Well, let me explain the difference. In America, if somebody comes into our home, they have GUNs that have been formulated to be automatic. So you want me to have a bat and somebody's coming into my house with a gun that's automatic? That's if they pull the trigger, once it's going to unload 20 bullets on me. It's
that's not going to work.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's totally different.
I totally, honestly, I'm not ignorant. I totally get it. I totally get what you're saying. It's like you've got to defend yourself, and if every other person in the population is probably carrying a gun, you would be the idiot not to have one. If that's the kind of country you're living in, you'd be stupid not to have one. I totally get it, but something's got to change somewhere along the line. It's got to change.
Exactly. Like it should, but that's what we're hoping for change. That's all we can hope for at this point, because we can't depend on our government. We can't depend on our police.
Well, no,
we can't depend
because they're not helping you.
So again, so now we're talking about the fundamental drawbacks of having a democracy, right? So again, just like you have said before, corporate PACs, people are taking money from these donors, right, who are trying to put in their reality, just the same as CTV said. You have people who are literally imposing their reality upon us because they literally have the money to do it. You want to know a good example of that? Elon Musk is a perfectly good example. So when you cut the snake off, when you cut the snake's head off, then there's no incentive to be like there is, except for implicit biases. And you're never going to get rid of implicit biases. But the idea of shooting for 0%, no, that's not realistic. But God damn it, we can do something. Something is better than nothing.
No, I'm not saying
Exactly.
I'm not saying, let me, maybe I wasn't clear. Okay. I'm not saying that we can't do anything. Obviously, that's the goal. We need to do something. I'm not saying we can't do nothing. I'm just simply saying at this current moment, we cannot afford to keep ignoring the reality of it. And I wanted to address somebody in the comments. I think she said that you guys have to understand, we see what's happening in your country from the news standpoint. I never said that wasn't going to happen. Of course, people see what's going on in America, but being in the country of America and actually living in America is a totally different thing. You might see about it, we're living it. So when I say this, I'm only being passionate because this is our reality. Now, I'm not saying that none of this stuff happens anywhere else. Of course, I would be dumb to think that. Crime happens everywhere. But when I say be realistic, what I'm saying is, which I have to understand, is a lot is changing. People are losing their jobs by the boatload. When people cannot feed their children, when they cannot pay their bills, when they cannot make their rent, what happens? Crime rate rockets. And because of that, that's why we can't get rid of the right to bear arms. We can't. I'm sorry. It sounds great. It sounds like the best thing and the best solution, but we can't. Yep. Because crime rate is not going to stop, especially with the current sitting dummy in office.
Of course. So therefore, to streamline everything, people have to get out and vote. So back to what I was saying about Malcolm X. People read the bullet or the ballot and they completely misunderstood what the hell he was talking about. That doesn't mean take your vote and go home because you don't see somebody that you don't like. Hell no. You got to get out here. You got to research, use inductive and deductive reasoning ability, and just research and find the best possible solution. You got to get somebody that you can influence. And just because they become president doesn't mean that you stop. You got to keep pushing them to do the right thing. But you got to get somebody in there that you can push to do the right thing.
Exactly.
Because the biggest issue that we're having now amongst minorities and classism is representation. And without representation, none of this change. And that's what the goofies out there don't understand. Without representation, which is our system, just like you said, this is our system, you got to get somebody that's going to represent us.
Another thing that I wanted to touch on is that people keep, like I saw somebody in the chat say, well, what reason would you need a gun if you're not looking to harm somebody? Excuse me?
What
about the children in the schools? Who are they looking to? They're not looking to hurt nobody. But
right?
They're being targeted. The older elders who are walking to the grocery stores to get groceries with the bare minimum of money they got, who are they looking to hurt? Nobody. But they're being targeted by people that have guns. So no, it's not to say that just because you have a gun, you're looking to hurt somebody. But maybe if that elder might have had one, it might have changed the situation up a little bit.
I don't know, Brooke. See, I see Brooke down here saying voting isn't the solution. Brooke, if you don't have representation, you can't change nothing. The reason why we're in this predicament now is because we don't have any representation.
True. Change has got to come.
And that's what I'm talking about right there. It's stuff like that. That's ridiculous. So you're just going to take your vote and go home and just be like, oh, well, if they just overrun us, they just overrun us. Let me tell you something. Those days of Black people hurting themselves in the one area and protecting ourselves, them days are over with, Jack. Because if you got somebody manipulating the system, manipulating the laws to stop you from doing that, we can't even protest no damn more heartily. Because they have changed the system. You cannot just go home. You cannot pack up your shoes and go home. Because if you go home, we're going to be out this bad boy.
You should have the right to protest. Peaceful protest. You should have the right to protest. So for the fact that you don't even have that right says a lot. I mean, like, change has to start somewhere. People have to be willing to stand up and initiate the change. I'm not saying to the other lady, I'm not saying get rid of your guns all at once today, tomorrow. That's it. It's happened. It's not going to be that easy in your country. In your country, it's going to be a very gradually slow process because of the sheer amount that's going there. But the change has to start somewhere. Everybody deserves to be safe. And I've said it before. I don't care your race, your religion, your skin color, your sexual orientation. I don't care. You're all the same. Everybody's the same, and you all deserve to be safe. You don't deserve to be picked on.
Here's what I'm going to tell you, because we studied a theorist and his name was Dahl, right? And Dahl talked about the 3 fastest ways to democracy, right? The first fastest way was there's a military coup. The military rises up and just takes over the country or takes over the province and just takes over, right? Because who's going to stop the military from doing that? The second way is if the people rise up and do a coup, right? Because there's more of us than there are of them, right? And the third way is voting. This is why mofos, the first thing they do is they strip you of your voting rights. Because here in America, the fastest way to change democracy is through voting. Every time you have a new president, it's a change of democracy, right? And that happens every 4 years for us. But if you don't never get up off your ass and go vote, it ain't never going to change.
No, it's not. And we have elections every 4 years as well. But the difference here is it's compulsory to vote. And if you don't go and vote, you get fined for it. And if you think that they won't send you the fine, oh, mofo, believe me, they do. It comes in the mail. You get fined for not voting. See, over there, it's a choice. Oh, you know, shit, man, look, it's raining. I don't feel like going out and voting today. So they don't go. I know it's snowing. It's too cold. I'm not going. Or it's like 45 degrees. Sorry, I don't know what that is in your temperature, but 45 degrees over here is like, oh my God, effing hot. Like, seriously, you melt outside. No, it's too hot. I'm not going out to vote. It's got to change that people have to go and vote.
And see, here's the folly of all these things. We just heard TTV say we are around people who will literally vote their reality in. Right? But if we, all of us who are sane and rational, don't get together and vote back, then what do you think? What reality do you think we're going to be living in?
Well,
it's not going to change, is it?
That I wanted people to also understand is that it's easy to say voting. I probably be just sounding like I just become with all the adversity to everything, but I just look at things from a different lens. Listen, it's probably easy to say just vote, but what we also have to encourage people to do is educate themselves on how to vote and what they should be voting for. Because a lot of people think that the only part of voting that matters is when they go for a presidential vote. No, you should be voting for your counties. You should be voting for your government. You should be voting for your senators within your state. You need to be paying attention to those people, because guess what? In America, it's different in every state. But you know why it's different and why it's corruption and why it's no equality amongst every state? It's because the same type of people are sitting in office because the wrong people put them there. So don't just go vote. Educate yourself on how to vote. Start looking into policy. Start watching the news. I know we don't like to because it's mostly negative and we're seeing things like the stuff we see today, but you got to educate yourself on how to vote and what you should be voting for.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, just agreeing. I said absolutely.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say as well, in agreement with what you were saying, but also another thing that popped in my head is also that we can also argue, and this reason I talk about the corruption as well too, is that we also can argue, and it's also been argued that with the votes and stuff and people voting that they're manipulating the votes. But you can continue. But like, I don't know, it's just a lot, girl. But I do agree on people need to educate themselves on policies and educate on the people that they're voting, especially when it comes down to everybody else but the president.
Because
You're right.
you would be surprised. Like, I remember they were saying, like, they were saying, I think 90% of the same governors were reelected. I was like, this is a joke. Just think about that number, a staggering 90%. That means people didn't do no change. 90% of those people did not change those people out. So if there was corruption, if there were things that were not going right within those states, those people literally didn't change them. So when we talk about
does it mean
yourself, I'm sorry?
Does it mean they didn't change them, or they just didn't get up off their ass and go and vote?
Well, it could be a blend of both, because when you don't vote, that's actually a vote for the same person, because you're not voting to get them out. You see what I'm saying? So it's a contrast of the medium. If you're not voting, you're basically still voting, because you're not voting to get them out.
Yeah.
So when people in the chat was just saying, oh, voting's not the answer, when you don't get up and vote, you're still voting without actually voting, and you don't even know it. You're not voting to remove them, so you're still voting, because you're keeping them there. Your vote did not opt to get them up out of there. So that's why
as you said,
you're not going to vote, don't talk.
As you said, people have got to educate themselves on the correct way to vote. Because if they think they're voting correctly, but they're not, they could be actually voting for the party they don't want to get in. So people, like, just even half an hour, learn how to vote correctly and make your vote count. What's the point of getting up off your butt and going down there to vote if you don't even know how to do it? It's like you got to learn to drive a car, for God's sake. Learn how to vote. And the second thing is, get up off your butts and go do it. Because you over there, it's completely like voluntary if you go and vote or not. You don't have to if you don't want to. Like, God, 90% of the population could sit at home and go, hey, I don't feel like it today. Maybe if it was tomorrow. Where, like, in other countries, it's compulsory. You have to. You're going to get fined. And it's not like no $10 fine. It's like $100. You go vote. You don't want to be paying $100 to the government because you were too lazy to drive 5 minutes down the road. So they've got to educate themselves, and they've got to vote properly. If they, like, how is anything going to change if that people aren't willing to do the basic things to help themselves?
May I say something real quick? I'm sorry.
Sure.
I wanted to address Brooke in the comments, because she asked the question in regards to what I said. I think you misunderstood what I said. You're saying, you just said not voting is a vote. Let me help you understand what I mean by that, okay? If you're not voting, you're still voting, because, okay, let's look at it like this. If Donald Trump is in office, right? If I don't vote, if I don't go vote to change to whomever his opponent is, I still voted for Donald Trump, because I did not vote to get him out. Do you understand that? So
exactly.
If I didn't vote, that means I still voted for Donald Trump, even though I didn't go to a booth and vote, because I did not vote to get him out. So see, that's the problem with a lot of people who say voting doesn't matter. Voting doesn't change anything. What does voting do? Well, if you're not voting, you're still voting, because the same person that's sitting there is still going to be sitting there if you don't vote to change them. That's what that means. That's why I said a lot
voting matters.
A lot of the times people want to find a negative in everything. I'm not saying that you have to vote. My sister, if you don't want to vote, you don't have to. I'm simply saying, y'all are in the chat saying, what is voting going to solve? Well, you're still voting even when you don't. So what does that solve? Y'all not coming with no answers. So what is we talking about? I want to understand. I'm not trying to be combative or argumentative. That's why I said in the beginning, I want us to be realistic with the conversations we're having, because if we're not coming to the table with no answers, we're not getting anywhere. We're just spewing stuff that doesn't matter. The point of the matter is, if you're not voting, you're still voting because you're not making a change or a difference. That's the bottom line.
And she is correct.
I guess the question that I would have is that, like, if especially people saying that you're voting for the lesser of two evils and all this other stuff, then my question is, then what should American people do in terms of these groups of people coming into positions of power that have the authority and the access to make decisions on our behalf? Like, what do you think? Like, what should we do? Like, I guess that's the question that I will have people in the chat saying that with people voting for the lesser of two evils, if you have to pick, I don't want to choose the most evil motherfucker. You know
Right? Hello. Right?
Exactly.
Right? Why would I choose the tyrant? Right? Why would I choose the tyrant?
And then on top of that, if this is me just saying, if that's the case, wouldn't you want to do that? Because if you have two candidates, okay, who's not the worst? I'll pick this person. Then you have next election, who's worse, who's not as bad. It should get better as time progresses, if that's the case.
And let me
you're
ask this
picking the
question
less
real
every single time. But I don't know.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. But to the people in the chat that keep saying that, here's the question. If you talk about voting, right? He made a very good point. He said the lesser of two evils. That's what somebody put in the chat, right?
Yeah.
What about qualifications? Because apparently America doesn't care about that either. Because
he
wasn't qualified. I think a lot of people like to forget that part. Trump was not, is not, and will never be qualified for president. He has no presidential experience prior. He had no senator experience before. He was not a governor of any state. He had no political experience. Kamala was qualified. You may not like her. You may not like the fact she's a woman. People have a disparity on what her race might have been, but let's talk about it. She was qualified. Qualifications matter. If we're not going to focus on, y'all want to say the lesser of two evils and all of these things that are minuscule, let's focus on qualifications, the stuff that do matter. He wasn't qualified. That's why voting matters. It matters for the most qualified candidate. See, a person can go on their political races and runs and tell you whatever they want to tell you, have whatever plans in place. They say, oh, I'm going to make America this. I'm going to do this for America. But ask yourself, are they qualified?
And this hoe gonna bring her ass back.
But wait a minute, right? And see all that stuff you just said to them. See, they ain't paying no attention to it. See, they still think that. So I saw a reference where somebody said Kanye said slavery is a choice. Let's get something straight. Listen, nobody chooses to sit there and get beat on their back. But however, if we didn't get out there and march, we would have never had the Civil Rights Act. Right? You understand what I'm saying? If we didn't band together and pull our votes together to get somebody in there like Lyndon B. Johnson to be able to change this stuff, right? Where do you think we would be at? People don't understand this stuff. Because what you gonna do if they write in the law they can come in your house and take everything out your house? What you gonna do then?
I want to ask for the person
that's what I'm saying.
Voting. For the person that said that about the voting, who was most qualified for you? I really would like to know your answer to that. Who was most qualified? Because you said you preside over your own home, and that's good enough for you. That may be fine. I'm not going to argue with that because that's your right as an American. You can say I don't want to vote or I do want to vote. I'm not here to argue that or debate
You're still voting.
I just want to know who was qualified enough for you. Because if you're content with Trump, then this conversation that we having regarding gun laws and all of these things, I can't engage with you respectfully.
Right.
Because,
you might as well, yeah. You might as well exit stage right. Yeah.
It's nothing I could say.
Yes, because the country.
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just being honest. I can't even have a convo with you because you're not even being realistic and honest with yourself. If voting doesn't matter and you preside over your own home, that's your right. But
so
why
we,
why are we
But
even
even
having
the
this
but
discussion?
so we
wait,
perfectly okay with a businessman who done had 7 bankruptcies running it. Would you let your cousin with 7 bankruptcies hold your damn bank account? And see, and this is
I would
what
say
this is
Brooke is
like.
a troll.
I have no idea why they're even in here. They might as well exit stage right.
But well, for one, I'm gonna say this. I think Brooke is a troll. But I was
I
gonna
do
say this
too.
as well.
Right.
But I was gonna say this too in terms of the conversation. The whole idea of voting doesn't matter and you reside over your own home. You gotta keep in mind is that, and it goes back to what I was saying earlier. And I understand that Brooke to me looks like probably a troll, but if not, I'm gonna talk about the point. It's the fact that yes, to you reside over your own home, but with these politicians and the way they can control the economy and also the way they can influence the environment in terms of finances and also in terms of your own home because of legislation that can alter a person's reality, that can most definitely enter your reality. So voting does help. And like what you kind of said earlier, when you're not voting, you're voting because whether you realize it or not, because if you did not vote, whoever won, you helped put them in that chair. Essentially. So when you're not voting,
I don't understand respectfully to all of you. I do not understand how Trump got reelected. I don't understand how he got elected in the first place, but I don't understand how he got reelected.
So I want you to consider that we don't know either. So it could have been, no, because there is a real conversation, Sue, around whether it was rigged. That's a realistic thing. Like this election could have been actually rigged, and there kind of has been some admissions around that. So
it blows my mind. He's got so many felony charges against him, and he's been bankrupt. And God knows what else. Epstein is a whole other case. And they vote him to be in charge of your country. Like, what in God's green earth is going on?
But you know what's so funny? I want to hold on. I want to say that I want to say this to that. What I learned based upon like studying, like for those who did vote for Trump and them saying, well, I voted for the cost of living and all the promises that he made and blah, 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 blah. So my whole thing that I realized about Americans, right, is that Americans don't really care about the character of the dealer as long as the dealer is dealing them something that they need. Like,
oh my God.
Like if you got them goods, you can be a criminal, you can be a fraudster, you can be an abuser of women, you can be of bad character, but if what's in your hand I'm willing to make a deal with you. I'm willing to be in relationship to you. So because Trump played off of a lot of the things that Americans were uncomfortable with at the time that Biden was in administration, the war in Gaza, this Israel stuff, inflation, the cost of goods, and he was like speaking layman's language and speaking practical solution to these very baseline needs of Americans. And because Americans were sick of not affording this and not affording that, and had a scarcity mindset, and he was playing into the fears and concerns of people, unlike Kamala, who I'm not going to say she didn't do her job at playing into that, but my issue with the way Kamala ran was that she ran off of like niches instead of doing what Trump was doing, which was running off of the general needs of the people. But because she specialized in specifically reproduction, she specialized, and I knew that was going to fail, because why would you run off of women in a country that don't value women? That was the easiest way to not be heard. That was the easiest way for her ass to be disqualified, because you're going to run off of the needs of women in a patriarchy, in a country that devalues women, exploits women, that strip women of rights, that push against legislation to protect women. Almost like
and you're a woman.
Our statistics around women are so terrible that a female by the age of 13 or 16 will already have experienced SA. Like literally, our women are so vulnerable, and there's nothing being done around the abuse of adolescent females, the abuse and exploitation of adult females, human trafficking, femicide. The fact that women in this country are literally dying by the hour is insane. Like, so I already knew that Kamala was not going to generally appeal to most people because, first of all, the patriarchy is already questioning her because of her gender, and then she's running off of gender, and she's running off of the gender that's the most devalued. I was just like, oh my God, this is going to go to hell in a handbasket. Like, she's almost giving it to Trump. But then the Dems turned around after he won and admitted that they did underestimate Trump. They thought that Trump had scarred America so terribly and so bad that it would leave us with post-traumatic stress syndrome. And so they literally thought that America would never do this to themselves, but they underestimated the shallowness of America. They underestimated that, yes, people will vote a sexist and a misogynist if that sexist and misogynist is willing to reduce the cost of bread and bologna. They will vote. They will vote in a homophobe and a transphobe and a racist if it means their rent and mortgage can be affordable, or job opportunity will come by the bundle. Like, America does not care about the character of the dealer, only about benefiting what's in the dealer's hand.
Mind you, they was ready to vote for the $1,200 stimulus that they thought Trump was going to provide. That's how naive Americans were during this whole debacle with Trump getting back in office. People were literally saying, well, if I got a chance to get another stimulus, I'm going to go with Trump. America has become a joke when it has come to voting. And that's the problem. Until people get serious and educated about voting, it's not changing nothing. And to the Brooke, this is the last thing I'm going to say to you. She said in the chat, well, how did Trump not have any experience when he was already president? Sweetheart, I was saying he had no political experience before he was placed in office. He was placed in office based off of him being a reality star.
Exactly.
His
Well, and the irony is, he won the first time because he was once again going up against a woman, because America has a sexist issue.
Exactly. And in that case, that proves my point. Who was more qualified? Hillary Clinton. She was more qualified. Can we get back to qualification that matters?
But then it gets super nuanced even with that, right? Because Hillary had a lot of terrible political publicity happening at the time that she was running for Trump, such as, you know, those
emails
and emails, and when Trump is a genius at pandering. That's what I can give that flabby puss bastard, is that he knows how to read. He knows how to read the room. He understands the hearts of the people, and he is going to pander into all of that stuff, because, to your point in the topic, Trump does come out of the media space, out of the Hollywood space. Trump, the superpower he has over politicians is that Trump he really understands people. He understands people, and he played into everything that disqualified Hillary. For one, she was already a woman. For two, she had all this crazy bad political publicity following behind her. And then for two, it was coming at a time where America was really tired of politicians, because people had felt disappointed in Obama. They had felt disappointed and George W. Bush. They had people, and now the person running up against Trump was also someone who couldn't be trusted. Her and her husband were responsible for pushing a lot of what can be argued racist legislation during Bill Clinton's heyday that led to mass incarceration of Black people and Black men. And so there's like all of this happening. So when Trump came in talking that shit about how I'm here for the people, I'm going to give the power back to the people. I'm going to like, people wanted to hear that because that's what people wanted. People wanted to be seen. American people wanted to truly be important and wanted somebody who truly wanted what was in the best interest of the people and wanted to help the people to get what the people wanted, not what politicians wanted. And so all of those interesting ingredients culminated at the perfect time, really helped to give Donald Trump a lot of leverage in getting into office the first time around. And Joe kind of fell asleep on the job when he got into office a little bit.
You're so petty, CTV, for that.
I mean, he got to fell asleep a little bit, and you know what? I think, and once again, you know, I felt like Kamala could have easily won if she just would have did what Trump was doing. Look, I'm going to reduce rent, mortgage. We're going for affordable health care for everybody. The job market is going to be booming. America's going to be making money. We're going to end this motherfucking war. Like, if she just would have stuck to the general basics and read the room like Trump did and just spoke directly to that shit as if she was going to be Captain America and she was going to come through like the second coming of Jesus and just cure up everything. That's all Trump does. It just come in and basically speak to the fears and the immediate concerns of people and say, I'm going to make it better. 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 That's all he does. And that's all it takes to really get there. But Kamala wanted to run off of fringe issues. She ran off of a difficult topic, which is women in a patriarchy. And she couldn't really throw Joe under the bus when it came to questions of like, why are all these illegal immigrants in the country? Why did Joe open up the border? Why do we have 3 million more illegals in the country? Why did you guys do this? And because she was still trying to be politically correct as the VP to still employ Joe Biden, she kind of had to ride the middle. When I just would have sold that motherfucker, I would have threw Joe under the goddamn bus. No! And baby, I love Joe. I respect him. He appointed me as VP, but I vehemently disagreed with the opening of the border. It was reckless, and under my presidency, in my administration, we're going to properly regulate the border. They waited to the last minute to try to do some bipartisan stuff, but then when the reporter was like, look, y'all didn't pull that bipartisan shit until the year of the campaign.
Yeah.
Y'all had 3 years to be bipartisan and to present this. And Kamala really couldn't combat that. She couldn't really challenge that. And it just made the administration look more flimsy. It made them look more irrational. And, you know,
and she also didn't get a full race either, because remember, he stepped down mid-political race due to his health. So she came in at the very, very end to try to really plead her case to America.
And that's what I want to say too, that she didn't have a chance to autocorrect because she only had, but if you look at the totality of days that she had to run, for the momentum that she had with it was phenomenal, unprecedented. She didn't have a chance to, like, to Consciouztv's point, to have those opportunities to autocorrect from the fringe into the general topics. But if you understand where we were in that mind frame of losing Roe versus Wade and the fringe things that she ran on, it really was a big deal to women. But it was 2 reasons why, and both of them Conscious said that they were not going to put a woman in, because they did it to the one with Hillary. Before her breast and her JJ became an issue, it was her skin that people had a problem with. Then with her chest meat and her JJ.
Well, I'm gonna.
She had two big issues running against her because had she been a black man, she probably would have had more of a chance in that 100 days.
Well,
and that's 100% wrong.
Wait,
Like,
I am going to say this before I go, and I'm going to
Damn.
say the last part that nobody else is saying. Do you realize it is harder to get a job at McDonald's than it is to be the goddamn president, right? And that's the only thing I got to say about that. To be the president, you ain't got to have no goddamn qualifications. All you have to do is have money. That's BS. Hey, thank you, Conscious, very much for allowing me on. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to the Australian.
I'm glad you
Thank
made
you
some
so
time for
much.
us because you've been MIA for a minute.
I
I'm
love
glad
you
you're
guys.
here.
And y'all take care, all right?
All right, Todd. Good night.
Thank you.
Well, the
Oh
moment
my
that
God. Okay, I'm so sorry. You
I say
guys, I
something?
have to go, but I'm so sorry. I have to go, but I come on here from Bolivia. I want to just say that I love the Conscious so much. We are watching you and Bolivia, and you have the best style, the best show on the YouTube. And I just love your new boyfriend. I'm so sorry, you guys. Okay, bye.
Make sure
Love
they're
you too, my love.
subscribing over there in Bolivia, boo boo.
Yes. Spread the word, Tina, over there in Bolivia, is it? I think she
Yeah,
on mute.
that's what she said. Yeah, she said Bolivia.
Is she on mute? Okay. Thank you for that, baby. I think the Black Anarchist podcast is up here.
Yeah, I just want to say something. I have a lot of pushback. I'm sure I'm not going to remember everything I want to say, but the moment that destroyed Kamala Harris was when she went on The View, and they asked her, would you do anything different from Biden? And she could not name a single thing. And so the Trump administration ran that campaign to say that she was going to be exactly the same as Biden. And so elections have consequences, right? We can talk about qualifications, and people say that you should vote, but then when you vote for a candidate that they don't want you to vote for it, then they say, oh, you made the wrong choice, and you get browbeaten. I obviously did not vote for Trump. I voted for Jill Stein. But even that, people will say, oh, well, you should have voted for Kamala. No, I'm not. I was a single issue voter. And my issue for for that last election was the right to medical assistance. And Diane, Kamala Harris was the only candidate, even out of the Greens, the Libertarians, even Donald Trump. Kamala Harris was the only candidate who did not support the right to medical assistance in dying. For that reason, she was disqualified in my view. The constitutional qualifications for being president is that you have to be over the age of 35 and you have to be a natural born citizen. So
That's inaccurate. She went on Shannon Sharp and talked about her actual push. She actually talked about how her family had cancer, and she wanted to fight hard to make sure that people did not lose their medical assistance. So that's inaccurate. I would like for you to go and view.
talking about all I have to after the fact. When she was on The View and they asked her, she could not name a single thing that she would do differently from Biden. And the Trump administration ran that clip over and over again. So I mean, when she tried to backtrack and try to fix it, it was already too late because they already capitalized on it. So I was not going to vote for Kamala, and a lot of people were not going to vote for her because she supported the war in Gaza. She supported genocide. It's not to say that they wanted Trump, but people saw Trump as being the lesser of two evils. They saw that, well, Trump lied. First of all, Trump made a lot of false promises, but Kamala Harris didn't even make the effort to make the false promise. She basically told you, I wasn't going to give you anything. I don't support reparations. I'm going to support the war.
No.
That's inaccurate. That's inaccurate. That's inaccurate.
No, she says she's not going to do anything specifically for Black people. That what benefits America is going to benefit everybody.
That's inaccurate. Again,
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. One second.
That's not true.
Let me interject, Miss Queen of Topics, because I said this.
Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, and Conscious, remember, I may have said this or either earlier this year or late last year. We look too much for a candidate that looks like us, and when we say us, I'm not on camera right now, but I'm a Black woman. To do something specifically for Black people. But let me introduce this thought, Mr. Blank Anarchist. If we ever voted just because we wanted the black person to win and they win and they support black initiatives, whatever they may be, you have to look at the fact that what if each candidate, no matter what their race and their gender was, got in and particularly voted and focused on their people and their people alone. We as black people would never have another candidate to get in. So where would that leave us? Out in the cold, because they would never focus on our agenda. As much as I want them to get in and focus on us, I kind of want them to focus on everybody, although ideally that's not what happens. But I'm just saying, if that was the thing outside of us making politics, like high school stuff, that it's a popularity contest, that disenfranchises us, because they'll make sure we never get another candidate in there.
And let me add to that, a black anarchist, goddamn well that Black people who only make up 13% of the population cannot single-handedly get any one politician into the Oval Office without the help of everybody else. If Kamala Harris, who's a woman of color, would have had the audacity to stand on unapologetic black-ass business in a white man's racist, patriarchal-ass game, she would have absolutely separated herself from her white base, which we needed to get her ass into office. So what would she have looked like?
Right.
They're saying that I'm going to be pro. Hold on. What would she have looked like getting up before the country saying, I'm going to endure reparations, when every conversation that's been happening around reparations over the last 20 years, white people have predominantly been pushing against. So she would have known that if we thought she had no chance against Trump, she would have had no chance at damn all had she been pro reparations, baby. She wouldn't even made it to the ballot to even have been the second runner-up on the issue. So,
and my question is, when is Trump
stay home? They chose to stay home, or some people voted for Jill Stein because Jill Stein did support reparations.
And that's why Jill Stein is not the president of the United States.
Right. And that's the reason why Jill Stein only got like how many votes? But I was going to say, when it comes down to Trump and shit like that, when the hell he going to give us our reparations? When is Trump going to give us our reparations?
Because that was my point. Y'all ended up without the reparations regardless. So what the fuck? What's the point in mastering in the issue with Kamala when you were willing to have a Trump who wasn't going to be giving you reparations either? At all. Like, I didn't understand. It was a mute issue as far as I was concerned.
Some people just didn't like Kamala. It's not because she's a woman, because she's black. They just didn't like her. They didn't like her record when she was an attorney general and she was engaged in incarceration. They didn't like her attitude. They thought that she was condescending. They didn't like her. They didn't relate to her. And then it was this whole thing about she's not black. So a lot of people just felt they didn't connect to her. So I mean, it is what it is. Elections have consequences.
Facts. And this is why I can't take people that say voting doesn't matter. It doesn't matter serious, because if your main concern was not getting reparations, we don't even have liberation. The liberation to be free in our existence, our sexuality, our existence in everyday living, period. So y'all focused on reparations. If that was your only reason for voting for whomever you voted for, that's a joke. And this goes back to my point in the beginning. We have to start being realistic, because asking for reparations solves what? Where you gonna spend that money? Because who owns the majority of everything in America? Hello.
Thank you.
So let's stop playing like reparations really matter and like it was really going to be a reality, because it wasn't. If Kamala got up there
about reparations since.
Actually, I'm writing a pamphlet now that I'm actually pushing for a black state, because I think sovereignty is more important than cash reparations. But most black people don't understand it. They want to check. And so that is the low-hanging fruit. That is what's going to get their vote. I think that if you want to actually liberate black people, you need to control a state, which I'm pushing for. But people don't. When I do content like that, people are not interested in that. That's boring. They're not interested in actual liberation. They want to check. They want something that sounds. They want an Umar Johnson who can finesse them and who's articulate, and they don't actually want to understand the minutia of politics.
But that's not true, and I'm gonna prove it to you. Do you know who Andrew Yang is?
Yes.
Okay, let me make a point. You said the only thing that people want, especially black people, is money. Let me tell you why that's not true.
No, that's the only thing.
He promised his main focus, and he actually was getting steam. He said that he was going to make sure every American in the U.S., whether born or legalized in the U.S., was going to get an extra $1,000 stipend every single month. Please tell me what ballot he sat on in 2025. Not one. So it ain't about money.
Wait a minute,
I care about no reparations.
Can you clarify what you mean? Can you clarify what you mean by that? What ballot did he sit on? What do you mean by that?
What I'm saying is, what U.S. ballot was he on to be president? Because he had an electoral run. He was running for president, was he not?
Right, but the whole thing is that candidates like that can't win. Candidates who actually appeal to the populace, who actually have a platform that appeals to the majority, they're not going to win. Mainly
so that
because you're not going to get money.
Because if he couldn't win by pushing the formulation of getting money to the U.S. citizens, why do you think Kamala should have done it? That's what I'm saying.
Let me just step back for a minute. I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in democracy. I'm just trying to explain the way democracy works. That it's a rigged system. It's not from the bottom up. It's from the top down. It's manufactured consent. That's who to vote for. The education system indoctrinates you. And so you think that these people are rational actors, that they're going in voting based on their rational interests. They're not. They're voting based on propaganda. They're confused. They do a straight party ticket. They don't actually look at individual candidates. These are low information voters for the most part. Even if they were to vote, they probably wouldn't have voted for the candidates that you would want. You're not going to get any serious candidates who's actually going to push for the American people. What you're going to get are some controlled puppets who are backed by their donors.
I tell people this all the time. There are only 2 presidents in history who have ever lowered the U.S. deficit. They're both Democrats. That's Bill Clinton and Barack Obama. They factually lowered the deficit, which puts more money in the American economy. Don't take my word for it. Google it. What I'm saying is, you stated that Kamala was not going to be selected because she was against reparations. I'm simply asking you. I'm asking you if Andrew Yang couldn't get in there with a promise to be president, to give Americans money every single month, why do you think Kamala should have done it? Because you're basically saying Kamala should have done it. That's why you didn't vote for her.
That a lot of black people stayed home or they voted for Jill Stein because she didn't vote for reparations. If she would have supported reparations, she still would have lost. I think she just would have lost by a smaller margin. It's kind of hard to predict how things would have turned out. To get to Andrew Yang, I don't know what your argument is. What I'm trying to tell you is the reason that Andrew Yang would not win is because it's a rigged political system. Even if he has the best platform, they're going to say he shouldn't be taken seriously. They're going to try to delegitimize him. And Donald Trump, whatever you say, he has a lack of experience. It doesn't matter. He appears presidential. He's a white man. He was on, so he looks like he's a boss, and so that's what people appeal. That's what they relate to. And just look like a boss to them.
Okay, so I think somewhere along the lines, I lost you or you lost me. I was basically asking you a question based on what you said. We were talking about Kamala. And you said that you didn't vote for Kamala because she was against reparations.
That's not that either.
Hold on.
That's not what I said. What I said is I didn't vote for her because she did not support the right to medical assistance in dying. That's why I didn't do it. I'm saying why other people didn't vote for her.
Okay. So if you're saying that other people didn't vote for that reason, okay. I just wanted to be clear and make it very clear. Reparations was not the reason why she didn't get in office. Because if they didn't put a man who is not of African descent in any type of way in office, and he promised to give Americans money, it wasn't going to be no difference for Kamala. That's the only point I was making. So, okay.
That's not the reason that she lost, but it's the reason that many people stay home. Many Black people specifically.
Well, we gotta also be clear about the exit poll data showed that the majority of the Black community who did vote voted blue. It's everybody else who didn't do their job. Only 11% of the Black community who is registered to vote and participated in voting voted opposite of blue. So the majority, so Black people didn't do this.
I mean, I regret voting because I feel like I never get to the candidates who I actually want. If you do you look at the grassroots candidates that that don't get the media attention, and you ask, most people don't do any research. They just go with the major candidates. They do a straight party ticket. But the candidates who I want never win. And so I went out of my way because before I moved, I was constantly getting called for jury duty. And when I moved, I said, I'm not going to register to vote because I don't want to get called. They're not going to pick me anyway. I'm just going to take a day off work and then I'm going to have to go home. And so if I register to vote, I'm going to get called for jury duty over and over again. And so I registered to vote for Jill Stein. And Jill, I have some disagreements with her. And now I'm getting called for jury duty. Now I'm going to have to take off work and I'm not going to get picked anyway. I'm going to sit around for hours and then I'm going to go home and they're going to pay me $8. And then I'm going to, my parking is going to be $10. So I'm going to lose a whole day work and I'm going to have to pay $2 for parking. Why should I have to do that? All because I decided to vote to do my civic duty. Now I'm going to be constricted to work for free.
Okay.
I mean,
so your reason for not voting is because you don't understand work for free. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it because they tripping me out with this not voting reason. Like there's really no reason. So because you got selected for jury duty, that's the end all be all.
Interest, and I'm gonna vote. I'm not going to get the candidates that I want. I'm not going to get the policies that I want. And then on top of it, I'm going to be penalized and I'm going to have to take off work for nonsense just to sit around and then get sent home. They're never going to pay me to serve on anybody's jury. So why should I even make the effort when I'm not going to get anything out of it? I mean, you would have been happy if Kamala would have won, but I wouldn't have gotten anything out of that. She wasn't going to support medical assistants dying.
Wait a minute.
By very way of just being a minority, you would have benefited from her policies because as a result of you being a minority, you're living in a post anti-DEI America where minority people have now been. I mean, if you were complaining about reach and access before, certainly you have zero now as a result of being a minority in this country. Exactly. And the overhauling of DEI and affirmative action, etc., all things
and
that
reversal of history.
I mean,
hello.
Like, I think the issue is like, yes, of course, like when it comes to a politician, we want people who are going to like add. But I think what didn't consider when it came to Kamala is the fact that like what we had was at risk versus like what we wanted, but what we already had was at risk by voting opposite of Kamala and voting for somebody who y'all all knew wasn't even a contender. As far as I'm concerned, that was a vote for Trump. I mean, it's like to have the vote was only between Kamala and Donald Trump. And I think through some deductive reasoning, I would never understand still voting third party or voting independent at that point in the race. It's like intelligently, these are the two, and honestly, who's going to best serve me overall? Now, we all know that there is no perfect candidate, and neither was ideal because, to your point, Black anarchists, people were upset about the war in Gaza, etc., homicidal administration, etc., all of that's going on. The border is wide open, inflation is popping up, boom, 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 boom. Get it. But my God, like there is a such thing called the lesser of two evils. And now we have a man who's not only continuing to fund and fuel war in other countries and is bombing and killing people and gaslighting, but he's also ruining his own goddamn country. So you people got double for y'all trouble. Everybody who voted for Trump and everybody who didn't vote at all, and everybody who voted third party and independent,
you voted for
got double for your trouble. Everything that you didn't want, you got, and then you got some more of the shit you didn't want as a result of playing this petty game with this woman simply because y'all couldn't believe that she washed her collard greens in the tub.
But I was gonna say too, and like especially when Trump has a cult like following, like, and that was the thing I was saying, like this man, like he has a cult like following, like a third party at this point is not gonna work. Like third party or someone like I can see a third party candidate was close. Like okay, I get it, but at that point it was like you either vote for third party, you're doing nothing.
Well, but I'm an activist, and so I actually went to a rally in support of Palestine, and I spoke to Jill Stein directly. And so this is not like somebody on TV. This is somebody who I actually engaged with. And so this is the thing. Y'all say that people should vote, but I registered to vote, and I voted in a way that you don't like. If I didn't vote for Jill Stein, I wasn't going to vote at all. The only reason I registered to vote is because she was running. If it would have been somebody else running, I just wouldn't have voted at all. So,
But
what?
wait a minute, baby.
But you
Jill
not voting is
Stein
still a vote.
been in this thing. I don't want to say that she hasn't been serious, but she's been on tickets as the third party, the fourth party for I know. Oh my God, what is this? 2025 for quite some time. She doesn't rev up steam. Number one is what fuels politicians to get to the A and B slots, which are, you know, either Republican or Democrat, however you want to order that, is money. She don't try to I mean, I understand she's a realist. She's really a candidate for what people really want, but she doesn't do the work out there to get herself up in there to get that note. I mean, people are not going to take her seriously. She's not fundraising. She's not raising money.
That's
money
not
is what.
She has been raising money and she has been doing a lot of activism, but it doesn't get covered by the media. This is not me caping for Jill Stein. What I'm talking about
I see what you're saying though, but what I'm saying, because I like a lot of what she says too. I've noticed her. I've watched her. I'm an old head amongst a lot of the people that are sitting on the panel. This woman has been out here doing the work, but you got to get the money to get you, because hell, look at what Kamala did. The first week she had out campaigned, whether she wanted to or not. The lady had made and put the money on. The money was there. The first she did something, broke a record that no other candidate, male or female, had ever done. Jill Stein's issues is that she wants to stay in the grassroots mindset so she doesn't look uncorrupted.
Right.
I get it. I like that about her, but it ain't gonna get her in the seat, baby.
And can I jump in for one second?
I
want to say something really quick. I want to say something real quick. His name is it Anarchist? Is that his name?
The Black Anarchist.
Okay, Black Anarchist. Okay. Hear me when I say this, and I'm saying this from like the realm of my heart. You're scaring me because you're sitting on this panel, like you're sitting on this panel, and you're saying and proclaiming yourself to be an activist, and essentially what you're saying. And hold on, y'all laughing. Hold on, I'm not trying to be funny right now. I'm trying to be serious. Because I don't want to disrespect this person. I don't know him personally. But what I'm saying is you're scaring me. Because if you're an activist and you're sitting on this panel saying that you did not vote, and you're telling people that they should not vote.
That's not true.
Hold on.
Okay.
You're saying because it doesn't solve anything, according to you. That's scary to me.
I said I did, but I'm not going to vote in the future.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm gonna let you get to where you're going, but let me finish. The reason why that's scary to me is because in this country, we cannot afford to not vote. There are people that need to be removed from office right now. Jokes aside, the joke's over. There are people that need to be removed from office. Do you not realize that DEI has been removed That means essentially Black people, minorities, your whomever you consider to be a minority in this country. For me, it's Black people. Okay. They don't have the same opportunities anymore. Y'all talking about reparations. Let's discuss liberation. Right now, we don't have that. We don't have any liberal rights right now, Black people.
Right.
So the fact that you're an activist sitting on this panel saying that you're not going to vote in the future and that people shouldn't vote because it doesn't solve anything, is this a joke?
I can respond to that. I can respond to it.
That's not funny to me. It's not funny at all.
It's not funny. And I don't think that voting is going to change anything because we are a minority. There are different ways to push back. I am an anarchist, which means I believe in direct action and mutual aid. You can delegitimize the system by engaging in direct action, which is something that the Black Panthers did. You can have free lunches, you can help people, you can start businesses, and you can operate outside the system. And then whatever Donald Trump is doing is not going to affect you because you're not even participating in the system anyway. So I guess it's a different philosophical underpinning that you guys are. I mean, you believe in democracy. You believe that voting actually changes. And I was trying to give it one last chance with this last election. And I have actually run for office myself, which is why I'm even more frustrated. It's not that I'm just voting. I have run for office. I have filed lawsuits. I have organized protests myself. I have done everything within the existing political framework to try to change the system. And I have come to the conclusion that it's absolutely pointless, that the only solution is to divest and to not participate in the system. And the people who actually have the most political clout, it's not the voters, it's the people who aren't registered to vote, and it's the independents. That's who they're always trying to cater to, right? They're always trying to appeal to the independent and the non-registered voters because they know that they need us to win. And by just giving in and just giving them your votes willy-nilly without asking for anything in return, they already know you're going to vote Democrat. That's why the Democrats have already dropped the Black community and they're focusing on a different group.
Okay, so this is my thing. It's clicking for me, but it's clicking down. And I'm trying to understand. Because essentially what you're saying is you voted this time, but you're not going to vote in the future. Okay, that's your choice. I'm not going to force you to do that. But here's the scary thing for me is that you're not understanding that by not voting, you're still voting. What about that? Do y'all not understand? If you don't vote to remove somebody, you're saying they're fine where they are. That's exactly what you're saying. So I don't understand. I don't understand why we keep going with this narrative. It's like expecting something different, but keeping the same result. How does that work for anybody? How it works? So essentially, you don't care about change. That's basically what you're saying. You don't care about change. You only care if it's beneficial for you personally.
Right, because I'm not voting against the individual candidate. I'm not voting because I'm against the entire system. So even if there's a candidate who's better than the other one, the system is still corrupt at its root. And I don't think the system can be reformed by putting in an individual candidate. The entire system needs to be dismantled.
And I'm sorry, you said you ran for office. You ran for what office exactly?
I'm not going to disclose that because, I don't want to disclose my personal business.
I told us you was an activist, so I mean, I'm just curious.
No, I'm not going to disclose that.
Oh, okay.
Because I appreciate that you believe in the grassroots. I do too, because there's some grassroots movement that got us with the little bit of stuff that Black folks got. Started out with grassroots. They just weren't gonna ride on the back seat in the buses. Next thing we know, we had a whole movement that started. So I if you're serious in that realm, I applaud you in it. I have to kind of sort of agree with my homegirl, Queen of Topics. It is frightening because as someone that's getting ready, that is the second oldest that's sitting up here, but and I defer to my sister down there and down under. 52 pretty soon. You know, next thing I know, I'm gonna be applying for some trying to get my Medicare and Medicaid and all of that. And the fact that you're not going to vote anymore means that I don't have somebody, whether I'm dumb, crippled, or crazy in my 50s, 60s, or 70s. There's nobody that's going to be out there fighting for me when you don't vote. What if I am incapacitated to the point that I can't?
Right, but
Who helps is my community to speak for me.
I will.
This is coming quick for me. I don't know about nobody else, because
I just have a question.
College girlfriends are getting together this weekend, and hell, we done been out of school over 30 years. I'm like, wait a minute, where the time go? I still feel like I'm in my 25s, although thank God I don't do the stuff I did then. But who's going to speak for me when that time comes for me? Because it's around the corner.
I will.
And you saying that you're not voting doesn't help me when I am believing in the work that you're doing, or that you say that you're doing.
But you're creating a binary where it's do it this way or no. It's like, no, I have another solution, which I'm actually proposing. I'm proposing the creation of a black state, which I haven't published. I think it's going to be published next week. I have been.
You don't even own a whole block.
No. See, you're not hearing me out because you want to stick to what's doing.
No. I want you to explain. I'm really interested in hearing your viewpoint, sweetheart.
All right. The reason why we're not going to get what we want is because we are a minority, and so the majority is never going to agree with us. So actually,
Wait, you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Can you hear?
No, your phone is breaking up real bad.
Yeah, all of a sudden you just started breaking up.
I wasn't trying to disrespect them. I'm just trying to understand them, because the reality
Me too. I'm trying to understand, because he said something. I still haven't gotten the answer.
Yeah, I don't understand, because if you're an activist, what I'm getting from it is that I feel like he's saying he was running for office, and because he didn't win and he never gets the person he wants, then he's not voting anymore. And he's telling people that he doesn't think that they should vote because it doesn't change anything. Somebody in the comments said, I had them in a matrix because I keep saying that. Well, what do y'all suppose? Because if you're not voting, CTV said the same thing. You're still voting. You're voting for the
exactly. You're voting either way that you actually go to a poll or you don't. You make the
but y'all probably can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay. What I'm proposing, in this democracy is majoritarian. So we are minority. The only way we're actually going to have any real political power is to obtain sovereignty. We can actually control the state. I'm proposing that we actually migrate to Mississippi, because Mississippi already has a 38% Black population. If we take control of the state, then we can implement policies that actually benefit us, like DEI, like pushing back against Trump's policies. But if you don't have a majority, you don't actually have sovereignty, then you're basically just begging for crumbs. So this is the problem. You guys are creating a false binary where it's like, oh, you must support the Democratic Party or you just don't have any empathy. No, there are different approaches. I'm saying that what it's been doing right now is not working. We need to step back, look at how this system functions and how we can actually make it serve us. And you guys, it's just the same old, same old. What you're saying is what everybody has been doing since time immemorial. Like, we need to actually have some original ideas instead of just doing the same monkey do.
I think you kind of assumed I was a Democratic, but the reality is, I think you assumed that based on me questioning you when what you said about Kamala. I never said I was a Democrat. However, let me be clear and crystal clear. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. If you're the most qualified, that's who I'm voting for. That's who I'm voting for. So I don't go back like that whole metric of Republican or Democrat. If a Republican has the better views, they're more qualified, they have the answers and the solutions, that's who I'm voting for. But again, like I said in the beginning, it goes back to starting within your local areas first. a lot of people don't even know how to vote there. So we're talking about putting somebody in a seat to run the world. Let's focus on learning how to vote locally first, because y'all can't even get that stuff together. I never said I was a Democrat. You just assume that. And you keep saying that. So I'm assuming you must be either, well, I think you said you were in the middle. It doesn't matter what you are. But I never told you I was a Democrat. You just assumed that.
Because you were caping for Kamala, which means
I
she's
never caped for her. Let's not do that. I never caped for her. I asked you a question about what you said about her, and you kind of still have yet to answer that. But we're gonna let that one go.
No. I want to answer.
I didn't cape for her.
I want to answer your question directly. Can you tell me your question again? And I'll answer it directly.
Well, I think we kind of moved past that. We were talking about the reparations. I asked you something based on what you said, and you said that that's not what you meant. So I let it go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can y'all speak to the people in the chat who like don't believe in, well, Jonathan is up here. I'm just curious, would you still vote in local elections, Black anarchists, when you have a better chance of getting a candidate you want versus a national candidate? So Jonathan is on the panel in local voting.
Yeah, and I asked that question because that's, as we all know, that's really where it starts. If you want to see change in your immediate vicinity, you do have to start with your local elections. So many people don't vote in their local elections and will only vote in the national elections. And it's like, okay, yes, the president and the government and the Congress and the government are affecting you overall, but what's fucking up your immediate vicinity, like the city that you live in, the policies that you live in, your property taxes, all that other stuff, is your local elected people. And I think so many people, and that's going to be like, we have local elections coming up this year. And I feel like a lot of people aren't keeping that in mind.
Can I say something real quick? Just real quick. Somebody
Sure.
in the chat just said, well, what happens when the most quote unquote qualified don't come through or deliver? You vote and remove them. That's what you do.
Exactly.
Exactly. You vote. You change them out. But go ahead.
I don't think there's any politician, I don't think there's anyone out there that runs for office that truly believes that they're going to be able to get through every single thing that they are promising in their campaign trail. I think what we as people should hope for is that a majority, or at least some of the things that they said they are going to fight for us for, that you are believing, and that's why you're giving them their vote, is actually going to happen. Believe me, the town that I live in, I'm so sick of the local government, and I'm so sick and tired of the same people getting voted in year after year because people don't vote in the local elections, and the old people who live in this town keep voting the same way because whatever is happening that's affecting me and the younger generations, and I say younger generations because I'm almost 40, so that doesn't really count as the younger generations anymore, but the generations above me, in their complicity with the way that they voted and the way that they've let this town be run, have really screwed my generation out of being homeowners in this town. The only way that you are a homeowner in this town is if you manage to have a 6-figure income at this point, or if you inherited the house that your parents bought for about 1/8 of what property values are now. And so my duty is to vote in the local elections for more progressive thinking candidates that are actually going to try to keep things like we have such a huge problem in our town of retaining small business because we allow these corporate landlords who own the majority of all of the commercial real estate to charge insane prices that no small owned business can maintain. There's such a vacancy in here because we can't keep small businesses going because they can't afford to run. And it's sad. And that is what I want to vote for. That is what I want to vote for in these local elections. And that is the thing I feel like people need to keep in mind.
And for and for the pushback, there are commenters and conscious crew members in the comment section who are saying, look, voting only seems to be like 1/3 of the battle, because from there it's the money of lobbying and people being funded in, and it kind of gets into other administrative hands. Like the people are not like the people, like for the people on the other side of the voting argument is saying that at some point it seems that the vote gets away from them. Even if you get somebody in, getting them out seems to be harder.
And I agree with all of that, and that's true. But see, this is why I said it's important for people to educate themselves, because somebody asked, well, it's going to take years, right? Years and years and years later, right? Did y'all know that you can vote how long a person sits in a seat of position? Did y'all know that? Just like right now, they're trying to make it to where Trump can still sit for a 3rd term. So that when I say educate yourselves on how to vote, not just only for the actual sitting seat for the biggest job in the world as president, but locally, educate yourselves on how to vote, period. Because there is a way to change it. But people don't know that because they don't vote to change it. They don't even know that you can change the number of years. So just because it says that every 4 years, that's when you vote, you can also change that too. Those
I
are
fully
3
agree
of the
with you,
things
Queen of
people don't even
Topics.
vote for. I encourage y'all highly to look it up. You can change how long a president is sitting, how long your government is sitting, how long anybody in a seat of political office sits. You can change that. But y'all don't know that because y'all not looking to change that. Y'all looking for quick fixes. Let me say this. Nothing is a quick fix in America. It's not real. It's not realistic. Sorry. If you're looking for something overnight, it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen overnight because y'all don't do the due diligence to educate yourselves on how to change it overnight. Y'all just want quick fixes. It's easy to get in the comments and say it's going to take years, right? But you didn't even know that. Just go look it up. I encourage you to look up how long a person can sit and what you can do to change how long they can sit.
I fully agree with Queen of Topics. If there's one thing the majority of us should have learned with this last election and these last appointees to our Supreme Court, we as the people of this country should be voting for any legislation that is setting better, more realistic term limits for these type of offices. Because unfortunately,
I agree.
Because people are allowed to sit in these offices until they are damn near on death's door and on life support.
Yep.
We have found ourselves also that has contributed to the situation that we are in now.
But here's the issue. Look, everyday people are focused on everyday life and the immediate burdens and responsibilities in their lives. Understanding the inside of policy, the inside of voting, I feel like that's the responsibility. I mean, I'm not going to take the responsibility off the people. I mean, we should self-educate, but also feel like that's the purpose of the politicians. And if people like Queen of Topics know that, my whole thing is, why the fuck is Kamala then writing the book about how she basically feel let down by the Democrats, instead of actually producing manuscripts and informing the people about how we can get ourselves out of the shit that we're finding ourselves in? I just don't understand why a lot of these politicians have podcasts. Obama and Michelle have fucking podcasts. I'm just like, y'all talking about a whole bunch of shit. Like, y'all should be like, since all eyes are on y'all, not teach us something effective? Can we not give direct, intimate information about the inner workings and mechanics of the system so that people know what they can do and how they can be effective in creating change? Because a lot of people are voter illiterate. A lot of people don't know, you know, the mechanics of this world. And most people did not come from parents, and we definitely don't get taught this in the school system. So most Americans are lacking a nuanced understanding of the voting system on all fronts. And I don't see our politicians also like going out of their way to kind of pick up that torch and to emphasize that work and to fill in the gap as it relates to the lack of education.
I agree with that, but my answer to that would be, I don't know why Kamala's writing a book, but the reality is, I don't even know why she's writing a book, because literature is a dying art in America. People don't read. We see headlines on social media and we run with that. We hear somebody put a soundbite on social media, we run with that. People don't do their own due diligence. That's why I said, I know it sounds cliche, but the reason why I'm advocating for people doing their own education on learning the voting system is because once they learn it, they can pass it off to somebody else. Once you know, it's like an each one teach one thing. Once you know something, you can give it to somebody else. When I found out about people being able to change how long they could sit in office, I found that out when Bill Clinton was in office. I was a kid then, because I knew about like that part of it's in the Constitution. And then if you look up seating positions for any politician in the world, they tell you the steps you can take to vote them out or change them in. That part goes into voting. People don't do that though. There's people in the comments saying, why should we even vote? So they're not even looking to change how long people can sit in office. Like I said, people just want quick fixes. And if that's the reality, you're not going to get that. It ain't going to happen. I think
that that's a nuanced thing too, Aquina topics, because the people at the bottom, their very life is dependent on the immediate fixing of issues. When we think about, when we think about Flint and the water crisis that's still going on, when we think about some of the areas of our country where minority people are galvanized and communities and cities are ravaged by gun violence to the point that people don't even put furniture in their homes because it's safer to sleep on the floor to avoid a stray bullet. Like, the people at the bottom don't have the luxury of time. And so I think that when we speak that way, it doesn't really speak to that. And I can definitely understand the people who are like, look, I don't have time for this complicated shit. Like, some of us need immediate attention right now. Our neighborhoods, our communities, our economy, our health needs it right now. There is no next week. There is no, waiting to mid-elections. My grandmother may not be here by then. I may not be here by then if I keep drinking this fucked up ass water, eating this fucked up ass food, living in this ravaged ass fucking system with this corrupted ass fucking local government, etc. Like, so it just feels even more overwhelming for people who are already overwhelmed. And the promises of a better day later on doesn't do anything for people who are suffering right now.
That's a fact.
Right. And I'm not of incrementalism. I'm for revolution. I don't want slow change that's going to benefit the next generation. I want change during my generation. And educating people is not going to fix anything, because people who are knowledgeable still may not agree with you. There may be people who full well know how the system works and still take a different conclusion from you. There are people who knew about Project 2025 and they knew that Trump was going to do it. And that is exactly why they supported them. It's not because they were ignorant. They knew what was going to happen. And they are elated that he's actually carrying it out. So it's not about just educating people. People have different...
I didn't say that was the only solution. I want to be clear. I'm simply saying that's a big part of it, though. And it needs to start locally. Because when you live in a state, prime example, CTV just brought up Flint, Michigan. The people in Flint, Michigan, they should be on the front line advocating for change within their own local jurisdiction, within their own local politicians, their own local government, their local senators. They should be talking to them about change. And if not, they should have been changed. How long has Flint, Michigan been a crisis? Okay.
But they have been. It's whole documentaries about how hard Flint has gone, and everybody placated into the issue because of money, including Barack Obama, who faked drunk clean water from Flint to encourage people to drink what was in fact lead poisoning. Like, everybody played into the propaganda, including the president, the local officials. Like, it's I think that what I'm getting at is that, yes, like, they're like, the conversation around people needing to be proactive is a real one, and people do need to be proactive, but there's also the issue of like a literal corrupted system that's holding on to itself and warring against the people. Like, the machine is warring against the people. actively. And when you have that type of dynamic, I mean, I don't know what else really happens other than like a serious discouragement and people throwing in the motherfucking towel and people just, to anarchist point, because I do think we should always work toward practical solutions and be communal as well. And where government fails us, we should get creatively about how we can support each other and how we can support and be effective in curing our immediate needs as well. I don't think we do that enough, as well as galvanize as communities to create infrastructure, to create resources, buying together, etc. I mean, we talk all the time about the goodness of yesteryear and how like we had a lot of oases of hope. Black Panther was birthed out of community efforts, etc. Like, there's all of that that's still there. So it just, what I'm kind of getting at with listening to everybody on both sides is like major work need to be done in those areas. Like, the people need to get up off their ass and educate themselves and become literate and stand on business and be forward moving and self-assertive as it relates to manipulating the system to better serve us, and that the system itself also needs deep reform. Like it's muddy water. It's almost like talking about the criminal justice system from the perspective of like just focusing on the people that commit the crimes, when we know that the criminal justice system is also deeply fucked up and corrupted. And it's not just a matter of like voting or protesting, because if that was the case, the things that are happening systemically would not continue to be happening, and we wouldn't continue to lose people to the system every single day, because there is a single-handed issue with like the system itself as well. And I wanted to ask you guys on the panel, especially those of you who are like pro-voting, whether that's on a national level or a local level, to the people in the chat who do not believe at all that voting matters, what do y'all say to that? Like, what do y'all say to the people who feel like voting itself is a propaganda, and maybe certain types of voting actually matter, but not voting as a whole, or voting nationally matters, that these are already government appointed officials, that the people have nothing to do with that, and all of that is fugazi? And there is some evidence to support that, such as the fact that apparently all of our presidents are cousins.
I think I'll go first.
Related.
This is my thing. I'll say this and I'll be done.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if you are content, and I won't even say content because maybe that's the wrong word, but if you don't see a cause to vote, essentially what I would assume you're saying is you're okay with your circumstances. If that is how you feel about where you live and how you feel, I got nothing to say.
So let me challenge that a little bit, Quinn Topics. So, you know how there are people like who don't believe in mainstream pharmaceutical, or don't believe in like mainstream, like in a mainstream medical community, but they do believe in the ability to heal, and they believe in medicine. So they're more so holistic than they are dependent upon. So I think voting is kind of in the same way. It's like, it's not that people don't want anything done. It's just that, no, people just don't believe in this methodology.
No. I get exactly what you're saying. What I'm saying is, maybe I said it wrong. What I'm saying is, I don't, if a person, okay, the people in the chat, for the people that say voting doesn't matter, if they say it does not matter, I don't fault them for that. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm not invalidating their experience, because obviously everybody's going through stuff. We're all experiencing it at the same time. Whether a situation be worse than somebody else's, okay, that could be a reality. What I'm saying is this: if you say you don't want to vote, I can't make you vote. But that means you're okay with it in the literal sense of not voting, because to not vote is to still vote. So if you're okay with that, I don't have nothing to say. I don't know if that answered the question. Yes, no.
No, because the question is, what do y'all say to people? What do y'all say to people who don't believe in the concept of voting to believe that it is propaganda and fake news, and it's just something that's been created as a concept to distract people and to create the opportunity for division, but that there's no actual substance and reality to voting in and of itself. It's just a utility for a authoritarian group.
But CTV, to answer that, I don't know how I can answer that even with a straight like sentence, because if a person already doesn't believe in it, how can I as an individual make them believe that a vote changes it for them? I don't know. CTV, you got me with this one. I don't know how to make people believe voting matters, because you're saying these people feel like it's propaganda.
Yeah, like
that's a whole nother situation.
There are people who believe, like, there are people who believe that our ancestors died for nothing, that they died over something that does not actually exist, that they died for an idea, they died for a lie.
But I hate when people say that, though, because people will say, oh, our ancestors, they died for the right to vote. That is so not true. Our ancestors died for liberation. They wanted freedom. They wanted to be free. They wanted the freedom to live their lives, to exist, to go vote, to just be people. So that's totally different. But when you equate that to voting, I can't really even say that's the same, because these people say it's propaganda. Okay, I need an example. Somebody in the chat that believes it's propaganda, I need you to tell me why you believe it's propaganda, and then maybe I can go back on that. But
the simple truth is, the simple consensus is going to be, because no matter how much we fucking vote, and no matter how much we die to fucking vote, nobody is ever fucking happy with the outcome of motherfucking voting.
Okay, I you know what, I can agree with that, because again, that's a good point. I can agree with that. If that's their main reason, it's never gonna be fair on either side. I can agree with that, because for one to win, there has to be a loser. So if a person was for this person that lost, or they was for the person who won, somebody is not gonna get what they want. That's why I said it's never gonna be an equal medium, but it needs to be who's more qualified. I don't think until that's the conversation we have, I don't think it's ever going to be fair, because somebody has to lose for somebody to win. So that means that somebody that voted for the loser is still going to feel like they lost. It's no happy medium there. Am I wrong? Am I tripping, y'all? Let me pull up the chat, because
I don't think you tripping.
Okay, I don't know.
I mean, personally, I feel like what you're saying is that there is never going to be a situation where everyone is going to be satisfied. Someone is always going to find a problem with either the outcome, the delivery, or the way it goes down.
Let's not do that. There are literally underserved communities of people in this country who have been largely left behind historically. It's not just a matter of like, a few fringe people here and there are not getting what they want. Like,
I'm not arguing that.
We ourselves as Black people in this country are largely still complaining, right? The whole conversation of reparations came up because we are a community that have largely been left behind despite the concept of voting.
So CTV, let me ask you this.
Of the government, etc.
Let me ask you this. So I think this is a better question for the chat, and maybe they can chime in and answer this. Because
a lot of y'all who don't believe in voting, like, y'all can hit the link and come up here and speak, to the things.
Please. I mean, I can answer it for you. I'm here.
Okay, so we got Black anarchists. Okay, so maybe I can ask you this, because this is where I think I'm not getting the answer I'm looking for. If not voting, because that seems to be the discrepancy, some are for voting, some are not. How would y'all like for Americans to put people in office? I'm curious. I just would like to hear this. How should they be selected?
I don't want to put people in office. I think you're misunderstanding their issue. They don't want people in office. They don't want people over them controlling them. And they don't think that even if those people are put in office, they're ever going to represent their interests. And also about the qualifications, they are voting for the people who they think are most qualified. You may disagree with them, but those people voted for Donald Trump because they believed he was most qualified. So a lot of people don't think that they don't believe in democracy. They don't believe that democracy is fair. They don't believe that it protects minorities, and they don't believe that the system is legitimate. So they're not going to participate in it. Even if I mean, I'm not sure what are you supposed to say to these people that they don't believe it, they're not going to get what they want, but they should just do it anyway and sacrifice what they want just to make everybody else happy. Like I voted for Donald Trump. I mean, not Donald. I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I voted for Obama during his first election. I didn't agree with him, but a lot of people were saying he's black. It's going to whatever. It's going to change the perception of black. And I did it. And I was like, I should not have voted for him. Like he did everything I didn't want him to do. There was a black woman named Cynthia McKinney who was running on the Green Party. I wanted to vote for her, but they were just saying, oh, he's a black man. He has a better chance of winning. And I got sucked into that whole Obama, frenzy that there's going to be the first black male president. And I didn't get what I wanted. So you guys say that you want us to vote, but then when we don't vote the way you want, we get browbeaten. So why should we vote? What you're essentially saying is that we should not just vote, but we should vote the way that you want, who you think is most qualified, who's going to serve your interests and disenfranchise us.
Well, okay, let me answer that. I think the issue is that y'all feel as if I'm saying you have to vote for who I want you to vote for. I never said that. What I simply said was, if you are going to vote, if you believe in voting, I was strictly talking to the voters. If you believe in voting, you should be voting for who's most qualified. That goes for Republican or Democrat. I've said that 10 times and maybe 11. I've said that over and over. I've not wavered from that. I stand on that. Because if you are voting, you're putting somebody in a position of power to basically rule over your everyday living, over your life. Now, you're saying the people that are against voting, they don't want anybody over them. Well, that's not a realistic thing in America because we're never going to be a sovereign country. We're not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I just live here. We're not. So my question still stands. What other way are we appointing somebody? We gotta step past that point of sovereignty because that ain't happening. Y'all can get that ain't never happening. We ain't never gonna have a king or a queen, and we're never going to have no president. It's not gonna happen. It ain't happened in 100 years. It's not happening now. I'm sorry. So what do y'all want?
Qualified though, because that is not an objective criteria. People disagree on who's the most qualified.
Well, that's always been a thing, though. The whole reality of somebody voting is picking out who is most qualified, or that should be the reality. But most people are looking at single things. Prime example, you pointed out exactly why you didn't vote for Kamala, right? You pointed out that you voted for the Jill lady, and you said that you were looking for certain things from her that were going to be beneficial for you. So again, that was who you felt was most qualified to you. So nothing I'm saying is not normal. Nothing I'm saying is different than what you're saying. You just don't like the way that I said it.
But I just question though. Don't you think everybody is voting for who they think is the most qualified?
These people in the chat are not voting at all. So no, they're not.
No, for the ones who are voting, they're going to be voting for who they think is most qualified.
That would be my hope, but that's not the reality. Most people, did you not just hear the nice young lady that came on here and said that most people go to the ballots and vote the same way they have because it's the way that they've always voted. So that's not the case. It's not the case. So that's not what I said. That's just the reality of what actually happens. I'm telling you that happens. People that have been Democratic for 60 years are still Democratic because they believe that's who they should be with. People who have been Republican for 60 years are still Republican because that's who they believe they should be. I'm simply saying this. Until we get to the bottom root of qualifications, y'all can hate that I'm saying that. It's a fact. Until we get to who's better qualified to run the country, it's not going to solve anything. But guess what? We're never going to get there because we can't even get people to agree on something simple like this.
Right, but most people, they're not voting based on qualifications. They're not considering the individual candidates at all. Most people are doing a straight party ticket, and they already know how they're going to vote before the candidates even run. So at best, they may have some deliberation when it comes to the primary, but after the primary, it's going to be a straight party ticket. It's not based on qualifications. It's based on the party.
I didn't say it was based on it. I said it should be based on qualifications. It should be, but it's not. Because Trump
What
is
that
definitely not
entails,
qualified. He's
but
not.
what that entails is that they would have to look at each individual candidate and choose from each, go down the whole list and choose individual candidates, and they don't do that. So I'm just trying to break it down, because when you talk about qualifications, if they're just doing a straight party ticket, the qualifications are not even relevant, because they're not even looking at the candidates. So that takes a lot of work. A lot of people are not savvy enough to do that kind of research. They're not going to put that effort in.
Can I jump in real quick? Hello, everybody.
Hi.
I've really been enjoying the conversation. Between the topics, you're on it. You're definitely on it. And I mean, I honestly, I'm actually enjoying everybody's talking points. I may not agree with everybody's talking points, but I am enjoying the conversation, the dialogue. I came up here because I wanted to know. I'm one of the people that believe that it takes more than voting. Voting is important. I'm big on voting locally more than anything, because I know that's where the power truly lies.
Yes.
And it really is disheartening to me that most people do not vote in a local election. But I also have an understanding that, it takes more than just voting as well. So for the people that are in the chat that are saying, voting means nothing, et cetera, et cetera. So can we have a conversation about what are you doing to contribute? Because it does take more than voting. What do you propose that your contribution should be to help make change? Because that is the reality. We definitely have an issue when it comes to change. We're not prepared. Seems like for anything, we're not prepared for an apocalypse. We're not prepared for a war. I mean, if another pandemic broke out, we're not prepared for that. Like, we, as a community, we really have no preparation for anything.
Rumors, you better
rather than just beat a dead horse per se, because I'm okay with everyone not agreeing with the voting thing or whatever. But what are your contributions going to be? Like, we need to have that conversation. What, like, are we teaching our generation and the generation after that, et cetera, how to get into holistic therapy, how to live off the land, things like that? Is anybody planting gardens? Like, are we teaching our children? Listen, these kids today can't even write. They don't even know how to pick up a pencil. Everything is electronic. Are we teaching the basic necessities that we need to survive? Like, what's the solution?
And before anybody answers that question, I think that question actually applies to both voters and non-voters, because everybody should be on their ass, even if you vote, because they don't stop there. Once you cast your vote, you still have to take care of your immediate needs. You still have to be a law-abiding citizen in your community. You still have to deal with the crime in your community. Like, casting a ballot isn't where it ends, period. So what is everybody doing, voters and non-voters alike, to bring practical solution to the issues in the system and in one's life?
Again, and I want to apologize, because I don't want anybody on here to feel like I'm invalidating their experience simply because they didn't vote. I do not have all the answers. I've never proclaimed to. I simply stated that not voting is still just as problematic, because you're still voting without voting. Whether people want to believe that or not, it's a fact. And I think the bigger point is, I love that Rumors asked that question. What are you doing? Because oftentimes we'll get people that say, oh, voting doesn't change anything. It doesn't do anything. It's not going to change anything overnight. Well, what do you suggest? I never hear any solutions from people that say that. Like I said, I'm here. I would love somebody to come on here and say, well, this is what I did. This is what I think we should do. It can't just be people telling people to vote and then the people saying, well, I ain't gonna vote. And that's the end of it. Because again, like Black Anarchist said, where do we get? We don't get anywhere. I don't enjoy the fact that, you know, we're even having to have this conversation, but this is the reality of our country and where we are. So I hope nobody took offense to anything I've said up here. I only came up here for the benefit of us as a people. I care about children. I care about us. I care about everybody. I don't have to know you to care about your experience. I think a lot of people think that when you're for voting, that, and they're not, they just look at it like, oh, you're just judging me. You want to change the way I think because I don't think like you. No, that's not it. I'm just
in a topic. I think that we have somebody here who's gonna be able to answer some of that question. Camille,
thank you.
Camille, hey Camille.
Hey.
Thank you for hitting the link. I know you've been sounding off and responding to the panelists. So to the question of what to do for non-voters, etc., this whole thing, like, what do you want to say to all of that?
What I want to say is what things we can do. We have to get creative. The anarchist, the Black anarchist, a lot of things, the key pointers that he was saying, 1000%. We actually have to, because we've seen like in the past in history, how when the Black dollar was actually blowing up, we had the Black Wall Streets in these communities, and there were many Black Wall Streets. So what happened to those? They get bombed, you know, they get infiltrated, they get burnt down. And that's because we were taking so much power back into the hands of Black communities, and the economy was just dropping in white America because we were becoming so powerful. So they have to step on us. So we take the power back into our own selves. We have to get back into building our own communities because, like anarchists pointed out, we need that leverage. We need our own sovereign state. We have to put the power there because we're not getting the opportunities. I don't care how much we sit here and say vote, vote, vote. We're always going to get overlooked. They're not going to go and sign anti-Asian hate bills or anti-Black hate bills like they'll sign an anti-Asian hate bill coming off of an election that was ramped up by the murder of a Black man. But you get in office and sign an anti-Asian hate bill. And why they're able to have that type of leverage is because you got the immigration policy, 1965. So you have stuff like that where they get to come over here on visas, they get these lines of credit, they get skilled worker opportunities, so they can come into our communities, build these stores. They can do this stuff and build their own communities where they can go and lobby and contribute funds and money and funds to these campaigns, so they get a say so in what's going to happen for them when it comes to political matters. We don't have that. So it's like when people say, like, I'm tired, boss. When it comes to the vote, it's not just we don't want to help our people. We're being irresponsible. No, there has literally been nothing done. It's like every time we turn around, oh, this person's going to do this for us. This person's going to do this for us. And they just give us their asses to kiss. Right? We have to put the power back in our hands. This is why they dismantled the Black Panthers, Black Wall Streets. They want to see people like Malcolm X, thinkers, that are trying to fight this corrupt system. Like, it runs deep. And when anybody thinks that just because you're the president, that you're running this country, that's why I said, no, AIPAC is a real thing. AIPAC is a real thing. This is a country ran by somebody totally different. We do have B613s. I saw somebody put that in the comments. We do have B613s. That's why you got people looking, oh yeah, I voted for Trump. Oh, soon as things go left, I hate him. Oh. These people are not really for you like that. We're being ran by somebody else. So that's why I would say we do have to get creative. We do have to start growing our own foods. Start your own stores. Get skilled. Go to these little trade schools in your community and use that system to build something for your community. Because this system ain't it. No.
Okay, so can I ask a question?
I agree with everything you said. You are so intelligent. And y'all know the reason that they actually destroyed Black Wall Street Black Wall Street was a part of a greater project to create a black state. Edward McCabe went to Oklahoma to found the first black state, and they were trying to start black businesses. And those black businesses were thriving, and they were actually employing white workers. And so the white workers, they created this story about a black man who stepped on a white woman's foot or something, and then whatever, they burned the town down. But no, that was a ploy because they didn't want blacks to have a sovereign state. They knew that was going to be a threat to the entire system. So I'm glad that it resonated because people keep saying I don't hear any solutions. Like I gave a very specific, concrete solution, but everyone's acting like I never even said it. And clearly, it resonated with you because everyone else, it just went in one ear and out the other.
I don't think people didn't hear what you said. We didn't understand what you meant. But to answer her question, political frustration across the board is a real thing. I'm not mad at anybody for it. If you're mad about the way things have gone politically, I understand. I can be empathetic to that. But what I want to ask you is this. You said that people have just decided they've given up because it's gotten so bad and nothing has changed. People, they've been given their asses to kiss. People have just given up. Okay, got it. So can I ask you this? What happened if Martin would have gave up? Martin Luther King, what if he would have gave up? What if Rosa Parks would have just gave up? What if all of our people who have been civil leaders in our country had just gave up? Hold on. I let y'all finish. I'm gonna give y'all back the floor. I just want to get my question out. If that is the only solution we have for saying we're not gonna vote, I can't agree with that. I'm just gonna say that. I can't agree with that because that still doesn't get us anywhere. If our only solution is to give up because we've received no solution in our favor, let me emphasize on that. We've received no type of benefit to us personally, then I can't agree with that. Because actually what you're saying is that it didn't work for me. I don't give a F. I'm giving up. Am I wrong?
So here's the thing. I think that a lot of times, because when we have these political conversations, it's usually centered mostly around voting and never largely, like, maybe a vague, broad statement is made, but never like detail orientated statements as far as solutions are concerned. That's never a part of the real dialogue. And a lot of times most people only rely solely on voting as the solution, when in reality it's not. We really need to go back and study our opponents and really come to understand that when before election, during election, and after election, they always have more than one tactic that is used in order to keep us oppressed. And the reality is that we just constantly just keep talking about, which I'm not saying that is not something that is important, that we do not need to continue doing. What I'm saying is it's not the end all of be all, because the reality is, yet again, we're not prepared for anything. And yes, individually we need to be prepared, but collectively we need to be prepared. So I get the frustration. Like, battle fatigue, yes, is a real live thing. But if we really look at all of our ancestors that were revolutionists, like that really got out here and put foot to the ground, and by all means, they were willing to sacrifice their own life to make sure that, because maybe they never thought they were going to see it in their time. And maybe they did, but they understood the bigger picture is that I may not see it, but there's another generation, my offspring, that are going to have to possibly, reap the reward of me getting out here and fighting for basic human rights, right?
Talk to them, rumors. Talk to them.
And what I want us to really, really think about is, yes, voting, but come on, like, there was more than one Black Wall Street. Every Black community rich black community during Jim Crow era and even before Jim Crow era. All of them were destroyed. But do you not know that the reason why they were able to accomplish those things because they had a mindset of us and not me? Let us get together, and even though they may not have agreed to every tactic and opinion and suggestion, they thought about the bigger picture ultimately, and that's the reason why they were successful. Did it last long? No, because the enemy always knows how to plant seeds, and I think that is one of the major issues, in my opinion, that happened to us, and is still holding us hostage, is individualism when it comes to the community as a whole versus us, community. Am I making sense?
No, yeah, the community
I
a whole lot of things.
I want to add something to that. I think that also what has happened is, and maybe like the system kind of like learned from us by fucking with us. And when the whole Black Wall Street era set off, it showed the system that a system could be created within the system. And
boom,
the larger system didn't like that reality. And so not only did they stump out the efforts of Black Americans to liberate ourselves and to compete economically, etc., but in order to keep Black Wall Street from happening again, the system realized, let's give these niggas some crumbs within the system we want them to be in so that they have a false sense of autonomy, a false sense of security. But that means we'll have to be willing to open up the gates to a degree to allow them to sit at our table to keep them from building their own. And then once Black folks started funneling in to eat the crumbs from Master's table, there became a perpetual habit of becoming complicit with that and complacent with that. And Black people, generationally, and we ain't too many generations from the Black Wall Street era, became comfortable. And so to the conversation around individualism, etc., like that individualism has come by way of Black people finally having a chance, a perceivable chance in the white man's system, which has allowed us to distance ourselves from like actual, genuine, grassroots liberation. And what it would probably take to get there, to get that back, is droves of minority people, particularly Black people, would have to be willing to let go of the system entirely. Because as long as it's accessible, you're always going to be tempted to pour into it, because it's going to feed off of you as long as you're in it. Even if your politics are different, even if your morality is different, even if your ethics are different, if you are plugged into that system and allowing it to cut your wage, you're allowing it to employ you, you are allowing it to house you, you are allowing it to medically treat you, you are allowing it to access you, it's going to be profiting and benefiting from you. And that's going to create a lot of opportunity to remain complacent and lazy and dependent, etc. I think that in terms of getting back to a more communal thing, Black people have to run their shit the way that these motherfucking racists run their small towns. Literally, you got to make your motherfucking town Black, bitch, and unapologetically motherfucking Black. Your grocery stores need to be Black. Your school system need to be motherfucking Black. Your hospitals, your dentists, Black. Like, you literally got to build Black ass. You got to build that Black ass shit. Just like those sundown towns are on lockdown. Those white people run their little ecosystem. They've created their ecosystem. They've brought land into their ecosystem. They've galvanized with other like-minded motherfucking people, and they've created a tribalism that allows them to sustain within the bubble they fucking created. So I think that it starts there with Black folk getting on the same page and creating outside of the system and having a directive and a agenda that is us based, that is us informed, and us pouring our resources in together. And then in terms of Black Wall Street, it's always about, of course, learning from our forefathers. We have to kind of strengthen the areas that were weakened. So what we need to learn when it comes to Black empowerment in this system is that, yes, just like our ancestors, they're going to come for us too. Mm-hmm. So what we need to have that they didn't have in place is we're going to have some sense of military in place to physically protect our values, yes, and culture and our property and our land and our people and our, we're going to have the physical means to literally defend it if it comes down to that. And we know that it's going to come down to that because historically it always does down to that. To Ruma's point, yes, like it was interesting to me when Donald Trump became president the first time and the second time, because all this information started coming out about the way that white people secretly galvanized to strategically position Trump for presidency. And because it was supposed to be a race war a long time ago, they've been grooming their children to survive, initiate, and conquer a race war. They've been raising their children, to Ruma's point, to live off the land. Them white kids know how to hunt, use rifles, swim, grow food. Them motherfuckers know how to survive a zombie apocalypse if necessary. Those white kids know how to, these niggas can build, they know how to build fucking bombs and weapons in their mama's fucking basements, for God's sake. Like, white children are so fucking self-sufficient.
Child, they just made a whites only
state on all fronts until somebody's comment in the comment section. Our kids can barely write in fucking cursive. So there's going to have to be like a literal intentionality that goes into changing the current trajectory that our community is on. There's going to have to be a massive burden and responsibility and conviction put on parents and community leaders in order to help properly inform our children intellectually, also to make them effective and efficient in physical and biological survival in this system. And once again, also being intentional about directing our wealth, because despite the fact that we make up only 13% of the fucking population, we make up like what, $7 trillion fucking dollars come out of the Black community alone. Like, we have the money, we have the coin, we're just not intentional or organized in our economics. And every other community knows that, which is why we can see a beauty supply store on the corner of every urban community. We can see an ABC store. We can see a Arab gas station in every Black community, because every other community knows this is where the money at, and that Black people always legislate from the bottom to fuck up. We just don't be direct about our money. And if we were direct about it and intelligent about it and intentional about it, and also got serious about painting a utopian Black future that starts right now in the way that we're grooming and socializing and controlling the culture and controlling our assets, we could get in this thing and we could get out of this thing. But it is definitely going to take some real bona fide organization and intentionality.
Yes.
It's going to take that. It can be done, though.
Somebody in the comments said you was moving the goalposts.
But right now, the biggest issue is going to be on breaking Black people free from the spell of being welcomed into the breadcrumbing matrix that white capitalistic patriarchy has been clever enough to extend to Black people so that we could be complacent and dependent and never create our own table because we're finally comfortable at Master's table. But the problem with that is that that table is in Master's house. not our own. So while we may be having a more comfortable experience in this version of the Matrix, it's still not our home, and we're still ultimately in danger as a result of where we're sitting. So breaking these tap dancing ass Negroes from masses titty is really going to be like the psychological warfare that's going to have to be done to break up some of this monotony and some of this comfortability and some of this dependency. And I mean, that can be done too, but these are just all the like areas that we need to address. Is we need to organize our economy. We need to take one out of these racist sundown town books, and because they're literally showing us the blueprint of how you create your own fucking USA within the USA, how you create your own fucking state within a state, how you create your own fucking system within a fucking system. And we're going to have to overcome the psychological conditions that have made us comfortable in masses' bosom so that we can focus on our own resources and future. Okay, I'm done.
No, that was facts. You need a round of applause, to be honest. You need a round of applause, to be honest. That was on point. That was so on point. It takes us, y'all. It just takes us, whatever purpose, whatever calling you feel that you have, like embark on that and use whatever skill you have and, you know, take it from there because it's going to be useful. You do have a purpose and a role, but it's time for, like, and that war is going to happen because for some reason they scared of us. I don't, they're scared of us. They're very afraid. So, that's all it's going to take. So,
all I'm gonna say is this: since the DEI was ended, Target lost $3 billion. If y'all think black people ain't got no money, y'all crazy. We got it. Like CTV said, we definitely just need to put our money somewhere else. Period.
Target is still running though.
They running, but they lost a good chunk when people decided to not. They lost $3 billion.
Yep, and all of their stakeholders have fell away. Their CEO has stepped down. Like, they're suffering. Target is plummeting. It has been objectively injured.
We got it. It's just a matter of where is it going. Let's put our money somewhere else.
Make our own Target.
Exactly. Bingo. Now you talking my language. Why we don't want to do that? We focused on everything else. Let's that's why I said with reparations, that was another problem with that too, because in reparations, if we get it, if we ever got cleared for it, you're gonna have to go spend it in white people's stores. And it's no shade. I love white people, but black people don't own enough. We don't own land. We don't own anything. So all of this complaining about reparations to go spend it in somebody else's business. We black people need to build our own infrastructures. Facts. We need to work on us. We got problems we need to work on. And a lot of that starts with your local people sitting. Let's get them people up out of there. Let's put the black people that are actually out in your communities going door to door. Let's get them in the offices. Let's get them in the chairs. You know why? Because identity matters. They can identify with you. They can relate to you. They understand. Let's not keep voting the same for 60 years because that's the way your grandparents voted and that's the way your mama and daddy voted. No, we got to start educating ourselves and doing what's right for us.
But you know what? It's also, we definitely have to be reprogrammed like that. We need a severe, extreme psychological detox. Really, really. Because we hold ourselves, which we should, we hold ourselves to a standard that we do not hold other groups of people. We say we do, but we don't hold other groups of people to the same standard. And i.e., like we'll complain and we really will not support our own because we'll say the prices are too high, right? We know that's something that ain't a myth. That is something that is extremely uncommon. But we say that about other groups. We're not going to support them And I am proud of us for, for those that did stand fast and did boycott and still boycott Target. However, there are people that will still want to give their dollar to the other groups of people, knowing that we are being used, knowing they don't care about us, they don't stand for us, or whatever, but we won't even do that within our own community. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's such a severe trauma and indoctrination to like hold each other's, you know what I mean, to the wall, like, and we don't put that same energy when it comes to other groups, and I think that has to stop. Yes, obviously we don't want our own to take advantage of us, right? That's the real thing as well. But we say that about other groups. We know that they are. We know they don't have the same self-interest as we do. But what will we do? We don't really pull back. This is like a rarity that hasn't happened in a long time, but it's still not enough. It's still not enough.
You're right.
But that's why I said we need to have a black state, because if we do have a black state, those resources would go back into our community. Before we get
you want one black state? What about the rest of us?
I was trying to figure out how to make it work, but you can't.
I'm joking with
black
you. I'm
cities,
just playing.
maybe.
I know what you said. I'm just playing. I'm joking. Calm down, black anarchists.
I really appreciate, because it takes more, like I said, it's more than one tactic. It always is going to be more than one tactic. It's a lot, it's not, it's not a simple solution, because all of their tactics have been so extreme. It's almost like we're suffering not only from like fatigue, but also whiplash. You know what I mean? Like we don't get hit with one thing, multiple things, back to back to back to back every day. So it's like, why aren't we putting that same effort and energy into taking control of our own community? And I also feel like a lot of people just are not willing to lose it all for the bigger cause. I feel like that is like a real thing where people feel like, I'm tired, I tried this, I tried that, this is, that's it, and I'm just going to accept, as Conscious was speaking about the crumbs, we're just going to accept the crumbs at this point. Something is better than nothing. And so because something is better than nothing, and voting doesn't help, people just are not doing anything.
You want to know why? To answer your question there?
That ain't a question. I'm saying that's the reality.
Well, just to piggyback and add on, it's because they told our people that in order for us to receive heaven, we gotta die. That's a part of the spell. Like, in order for us to receive heaven, we gotta die. That's it. We can't have heaven on
before
earth.
you continue, somebody has back noise and it's hard to hear what you're saying. So I just want to make sure everybody can hear you. It's gone. There you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying we were told, a part of that reason is because we were told that in order for us to have heaven or see heaven, we have to die. And we're not told about us being able to be prosperous. They didn't want to tell us that in the beginning, that we can actually have heaven here on earth. We have to die. So we just got to be complacent. We got to deal with what we can deal with and take what we can. When they throw us scraps from the pig, we got to take that and turn it into a 5-star course. Eating pig feet and stuff now, or pig intestines and chitterlings. But that's why it's a part of the spell. It really is, and it really is going to be like a spiritual warfare and a real psychological thing that we have to do to reprogram our people, so we can actually come together. Because it's always been like that. Like you're going to have the MLK versus Malcolm X, and within our own group, just dividing us on different like thought processes, when it really is, it's going to base down to like, how are we putting the power back in our hands?
But you know what, even with the MLK and the Malcolm X, right, even with them having different approaches, different things, the bottom line was they both saw the common goal, and they were able to come together, set aside their differences on how to accomplish certain things, and just see the bigger goal. And that's what I mean. Like, a lot of times if a person is not like-minded, if a person is not, if they don't agree with how we think and what we feel, we automatically dismiss them. We have to stop doing that. We have to stop doing that, because your ideas or ideals may not be appealing to me, but they are appealing to someone.
Yeah.
Right? And so it is easy, because I think this is also things that play a part in keeping us divided. Not being able to hear each other out, not being able, like, sometimes you have to throw a bunch of things in a bag. And today, like the Black Antioch was saying, he spoke on some of, one of his ideas, right? That may not be accomplished today, but that doesn't mean that it's taken off the table. And when we make people feel like their ideas, for the ideals that they have, their visions, and how we can improve, when we make people feel like, because it's like making a person feel like their voice doesn't matter, like what their experiences in their perceptions are non-existent. With that also, which I know this is something that we've been taught to do, that also is a hindrance in us moving forward. Everybody's idea is important. Everybody's idea should be heard. And everybody's idea at some point, if it's going to be for the benefit of all of us, should be implemented, because it takes more than one way to do something. It's like, I don't get why we don't understand that. And I really don't understand why we harping. Now, I do understand the importance, but I don't know why we harping so much and not enough on other solutions outside of voting.
Right, but that's the reason why people don't vote in the first place, because there's this whole shushing culture that you go sit in a corner, what you think doesn't matter. You should just go along with what we say and how we think things should run. And you're going to have to suffer the consequences. We're not going to listen to you. We don't want your input. And a lot of us are not going for that. So if we're going to be shushed, we're just not going to participate in it at all.
So I'm going to ask you this then, Black Antioch, because there's a double-edged sword for me, depending on swing both ways. If you know ultimately that your ideals and ideas are something that is important, that is going to help us, why not still implement it? The people, it may be a small group of people, but that is the reality. We have 5 fingers, right? And in order to make a fist, what we have to do, we have to ball all of them. All of these fingers have to be included, right? If you got 4, all 4 of them, no matter how many you have, it takes all of them to make a fist, correct?
Right.
So no, even if someone may disagree, and you know that this is something that is going to benefit all of us, why allow them to hinder you to the point that you would throw your hands up? Because I was driving and listening to you guys for a long time, and I understand the frustration, but it hurt my feelings. I'm going to tell you the truth. It hurt my feelings that you're no longer in politics, because you're needed.
No, I think there's a different approach. And I don't think that I'm necessarily the one to present it, right? I'm a good writer. Am I one to get on stage and speak and have people just buy into it? No. But I can convince other people. There are other leaders in the Black community who I think I can convince, and maybe they can convey the message that I'm trying to get across. And I'm trying to convince people. I mean, this economy is going to hell in a handbasket, and we don't really have a safety net. We really can't appeal to the conscience of the majority. They're not going to support reparations. They're not going to support DEI. Where everybody's in survival mode at this point. This is not the time for being charitable. It's not charity. Obviously, we're entitled to reparations, but they're not thinking about that. They're in survival mode. They're thinking about how they're going to protect their own family. So we need to be thinking about how to protect our own too. One of the problems with democracy is because it leads to racial factions. This is something that the founding fathers recognized. This is why they formed a Republican form of government instead of a direct democracy. But unfortunately, our government has turned into a direct democracy. It's majoritarian, it's faction-based, it's all about identity politics. You're a woman, you're a Black, you're Indian, you're Chinese, it's just like Okay, then if you're going to do that, if you're going to do everything based on factions, then you need to have some political power. You need to form a sovereign, well, not form. You need to capture a sovereign state, a migratory capture. You can move to a state like Mississippi, which already has 38%. You can form a democratic majority, and then you can actually have policies that represent the will of the people. But I'm not going to vote for something. I'm not going to participate in a system where I already know I'm a minority. I'm never going to get what I want. It's not going to represent my interests. Why would I do that? I mean,
but that goes back to what I was saying. See, I don't think that a lot of times, because I want to be very clear. Although I have my own personal beliefs, right? I'm never going to speak against someone else's ideas in regards to helping us improve and achieving our own for our community. And I think that you may not realize it. Like, I'm not saying do not have your opinion. I'm not saying don't necessarily speak your piece. It's just a way that we have to articulate, because there is no one way. Like, I understand. I see this whole system as demonic, but I understand that even the devil has a purpose and a place. Like, that is just the reality. So unfortunately, we are living under a government that does not have our best interests. How do we move from there? Because guess what? We're not the only group of people that this government does not have its best interests. And guess what, though? The difference between us, and I'm not saying other groups don't go through their struggles, but guess what the difference is? The majority of them have their own communities. And guess what? They leave out of their communities and come and occupy our communities and poison our communities and take our money and put it back into their community. So I'm not interested. I mean, I want the truth to be spoken, but I'm not interested in bashing someone else's ideas that may be beneficial. Okay, you feel this way, and that doesn't work for me. But I have for those,
I definitely don't feel like the Black anarchists got a bash. The Conscious crew is always passionate. Everybody always sound off, and everybody already know what the platform gives. And everybody has always come up here and known that people are going to be colorful. Everybody heard each other out, but people just simply disagreed, and people have a right to disagree. And he didn't agree, and they didn't agree, and that's what a full conversation is. We've also talked about solutions. We just talked about how we need to be intentional about our coin, etc. I know how people feel on all sides about the whole voting thing. That's why I ain't really, I understand on both sides. I understand the people who are like vote, other people who are like, well, I'm only going to vote as it pertains to me. But I think the only thing that's missing for me and Black anarchist logic about this is it seems like you were only going to vote based upon what you gained, but people are trying to also get you to understand you should have voted based upon what you also were going to lose as a result of voting the way you voted, because now we're losing, and we're losing a lot of shit that affects us right now, shit that's going to affect us tomorrow, shit that's going to be affecting us a year from now. So if voting is only approached from the perspective of what can someone do for me, I mean, we always have to consider too, what's going to happen to what I currently have access to.
And can I ask a question? I'm back, y'all. Sorry, I had to take a call, but my question to Black anarchists and people who agree with Black anarchists, I just have this single question for you, and I would honestly like a response on this. If, to CTV's point, basically, you're only looking for somebody who's going to do something for you, right? So my question is, what person has ever been in office and done 100% for you? That's the question I have.
I don't think
Yeah,
I don't think they're ever going to do anything for me. What I feel is that it's an outright dismissal. It's like, I don't exist. I don't matter. I'm just supposed to go along with what everybody else wants, and I'm supposed to participate. It's not even like, oh, I'm going to consider it and let's try to weigh out. No, it's just like, I just don't matter. So I'm not going to, why would I don't want any parts of that. So I don't think that anybody necessarily bashed me. I think it was a dismissal. And we're not going to engage in it because but we want to take a different approach, and you're talking about something completely different. So go sit in a corner. You don't matter. I just want you to vote because you're a useful tool for my agenda, and your agenda doesn't actually matter.
And that's what I would. That's why I said what I said. Black art in articles, because it's not directed just like to you. It's for all of us. Keyword us. Because a lot of times when you're dismissive, and I've heard people say this. People feel like their vote don't count, ultimately meaning that their voice don't count, meaning that they don't count. And that's why a lot of people are disgruntled about it. And I'm saying in these type of conversations, we have to be very, very self-conscious and yes, I don't agree with this and I don't agree with that. However, I'm not going to dismiss your contribution as far as a solution because it is still needed.
Who had dismissed him exactly? Like what is the dismissal? Like you got to put an address.
No, when, and I'm not saying him per se. I'm saying in general. But in him, what triggered me, not triggered, what made the light bulb go off is when he actually did give a solution. He didn't go into details. He gave a solution, and people were saying like, what? Because when I came up here, I was asking I'm talking about the chat, but people were like, yeah, because he didn't answer the question. It wasn't just it wasn't you. It was somebody else, another panelist that said he didn't answer the question. They wanted to know. So if you don't vote, then like what you do next or whatever. And I'm saying that voting is just not the end all of be all. So when we shut down the people that say I don't agree with voting, I understand to keep, yes, you want to have that conversation. Yes, you want them to vote. Yes, you want them to understand that not voting is actually still voting. But let's have other conversations as well, because I don't want just using as an example. I don't want your idea to be dismissed because we do need our own. I don't know if it's just the state. I don't know if it's 3 states, 4 states, how many states, but we do need our own.
Right, and the dismissal was I presented a solution, and then the conversation carried on. It was stated there are no solutions being presented, and then if you don't vote, then you just don't care about people. And it's like, no, I gave you a concrete solution how to actually help you. That I want a black state where you can move to, and you can have resources to care for the elderly and those who are trying to have a better life for themselves. And there was a complete disengagement in everything that I said.
Well,
it was
hold
just
on, Black anarchist. That's I want to push back.
I mean, but that's going
not
across.
entirely the truth.
That's going across the board. The Black anarchist has yet to agree with anything that the opposite is saying. So if
that's what I was saying, Conscious. It wasn't just one person.
If it's about a disengagement, I mean, it ain't like the.
I think
it's not like the Black anarchist is up here affirming anybody saying, "Oh yeah," from the opposite side. I mean, so that's been happening on both sides. Like,
it was seen to me though. And anarchist is like a little bit like upset with me because I asked him a question. First of all, I never dismissed you. If it came off that way, I want to apologize. That wasn't my goal. I asked you to elaborate. When you said what you said you didn't mean it that way. I let it go, but it seemed to bother you in a way.
Oh my
God, y'all! Hold on, y'all.
It's not about me as a person. It's about my ideas. What I'm talking about the dismissal is that the conversation kept going back to people that need to be educated, and I'm saying they are educated, and it's just like, I mean. So no, I don't think that I was dismissive because I don't agree with that, and I actually responded to their arguments. I don't think there was a response. Nobody ever said I disagree with creating a black state. It was just it was almost as if I didn't even say it, and then they just continued to say, "Oh, no solutions were presented."
Who said
Okay,
that
listen.
though?
I came up here. Let's take, because I think you guys were having a fabulous conversation, and everybody was contributing to me. Everyone was contributing in a real way, like the ideas that were put out there. I honestly like. I was loving it personally. I listened to what you. I don't know if that was a troll or whoever it was, but like I was saying, I was addressing the comments and just piggybacking off of some of the dialogue that was already happening. I personally feel like there's just more than one way to skin a cat, and I'm looking forward to having those conversations in detail. I don't even know if a public platform, we said this a whole lot of times, if it's necessarily a good thing to have the solutions put out there like that. But just in general, I'm appreciating everyone's talking points. Everyone's talking points because it's valid.
I just want us to be able to have a a positive chat, like being able to go back and forth positively. If me asking you a question and to elaborate is offensive to you, I will not do that no more. All I did was I
don't think
asked
it's
you.
offensive.
I mean, do y'all feel like I said anything offensive in
I
my
feel like
chat?
we're kind of just. Honestly, I feel like kind of moving around, like away from the
there was
mark
nothing wrong.
by even focusing on feelings to begin with. It's like we're just having a conversation. Everybody can take the meat from the meat and leave the bone where the bone at. I don't feel like we need to be trying to over affirm each other. Nobody is that fragile here. We're all adults. We're all grown. And this is about something beyond our feelings. At this point, we're in a critical situation, and we just need to continue to move the conversation. And hopefully everybody got their notebook out, because we've been up here for 5 hours and a lot of shit has been said. A lot of shit has been communicated. And obviously, even with all that's been communicated, we still have people who don't believe in voting. We have people who are undecided on it. We have people who would rather focus on more practical solutions, people who would rather focus on legislation, etc. To Ruma's point, all of that stuff is a part of the solution. Like, and that's kind of what I've been trying to reiterate as well. It's like all of that is a part of the solutions. For those who don't want to vote, that's cool. That's not the only way to move the needle. It's not the only way to move society forward. It's by participating in voting. For those who are voting, hopefully people understand all that there is to voting so that you can vote effectively if that's what you believe adds to the betterment of your plight and your agenda, etc. But I don't necessarily think that it necessarily takes a conversion from either side, because the Black community has never been a monolith, and we've never had to really stand united in that way in order to improve conditions. I think when we have more similarities in terms of our ethics and morality, we can eliminate having to exhaust ourselves over the methods in which we use to go about changing the world, because ultimately we're all still believing in what needs to be changed, and we're all still on the same page about what needs to change about our predicament. So the pro vote side threw their best shot at it. The fuck the vote side threw their best shot of it. And there are people who either are inspired to vote now, or people who don't give a fuck about voting now. But ultimately, what has been maintained in this conversation and amongst the panelists and even the commenters is everybody wants what's in the best interests of Black and brown people. And all of us want to see better conditions for ourselves and our children and for our future and our placement in this world and in this land. And with that being the case, baby, we can build like a motherfucker on that alone. Yes. Regardless of whether some believe in community efforts versus national ones and vice versa. So there's still a great consensus in heart here that we're all invested in improving our lives, improving each other's lives. We just have different attitudes and ways in which we believe that should be done. But we all believe it should be done, that the quality of life should be improving for minority folk across the board, especially Black and brown folk.
When I got up here, my sole goal was to advocate for these babies. These mass ootings, these kidnappings, kids going missing, that's what I came up here for. Because the reality is, it don't matter if you white, black, brown, orange, tan, or burgundy. These babies are going to be who's running the forefront of this country. If we're not saving them and advocating for them and trying to protect them and getting laws in place for them, we've lost everything. So I want people to be mindful. When you say you've given up on voting, and this was what I was saying from the beginning, you've given up.
But that's not true.
I'm just saying for the future,
because to be honest, I didn't like last year was my first time voting in my whole life. I'm not a politically centered person. I've never put any stake into American politics for some of the same reasons that have been mentioned here by the streamers and by the panelists. I didn't really feel encouraged to do so, considering that I've always watched my people be completely dissatisfied, like every day, all day, and with every fucking version of an administration in this country. So my focus was more communal as well, and what we can do to practically just make the world better, whether that be improving our own neighborhoods, creating our own non-profit, starting and creating our own food distribution, making sure that education is essential at home. Like there's other ways to just improve life without the federal government. So that was my kind of alley-oop from not focusing on the government and more so just focusing on like what we could do practically to improve the conditions, because I obviously care about the world I live in. I have to live here, and my own safety is.
But in your situation, CTV, you said, what did you say? You said you didn't vote last year.
No, I voted for the first time last year. I've never voted in my life until last year.
Okay, but the difference between that and what the people that are against voting here are saying is that they're not going to vote at all, and that they don't see any point in it at all.
But look, I'm not saying that I may vote. Again, okay. I'm just saying this was, because for somebody who was very much so disgusted with politics and thought it was a clown show and just continually watch our people be shot in the streets and watch the laws that are on the books not even be applied, yet alone convincing me that I actually matter and my vote matters when what's on the books is not even being made a reality for us, like all of that shit. Like, so for me, I was disgusted, I'm kind of disgusted. I'm just like, I don't even believe in what y'all believe in, but I took a chance and let y'all buy me into voting and pay me to vote. And I went and voted, and look at what we got. And that's to people's point about voting. It's like, what is the point? Especially in the conversation where we also have to entertain the fact that shit could possibly be rigged. So that's even more fucking discouraging, the fact that you can take the time to vote and it still doesn't necessarily mean that it objectively means anything when that conversation and concept is happening alongside corruption.
But the thing that I wanted to ask though, somebody mentioned it earlier. They said that people that like our ancestors, when they were voting, even though they didn't see it beneficial for them, they still may have voted because they wanted to see it for the fruition of their legacy and their lineage, their families to come, their line of people to come. That's my whole point. That's them.
But
that I identify with.
And that's why
kids.
But this
Even
is why
after everything about how there are different approaches, you're still saying that if you don't vote, you have given up. We just had a whole conversation that there are other ways to fight back. So
I
what
did
you're
not
saying
say
is
that. I said, have they given up? See, you're stuck on the fact
You
that you
kind of
feel.
said it a couple times.
But
right.
this is what I said. Hold on, let me explain what I said because that seems okay. So I got it. That's the discrepancy. When I was talking to CTV a few minutes ago, I said, have they given up? Because when I came up here to advocate for the kids. I didn't come up here for any other reason. We was talking about the man Kirk that got unalived, and I said respectfully, I can empathize with his family. My whole position is the kids. It ain't even about me because guess what? I'm of age. I carry my own block in my purse. So whatever happens, I gotta stand there and take that. You understand what I'm saying? I can advocate for me. These babies can't. So when I was saying, if we are saying we're done with voting and we're done and we're not worried about that ain't the main focus, are we giving up on the kids? That was just
No.
my
but
question.
No,
you
see,
know,
that's what
okay,
I'm saying.
can I
No.
address that? Can I address that please real quick? Because it goes back again. I don't want to like sound, keep repeating myself being redundant. But what else is there? Like you said yourself, you're an adult and you have your means of protection,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
Why aren't we building our own? Because again, voting is not the all end all be all. Why aren't we creating our own schools where in teaching our children how to protect themselves and even unifying and organizing our own? Someone spoke about the Black Panther Party or whatever. Like as an example, just protecting ourselves. Why are we not doing it? It's like we rely so much. I think this is one of my issues. And we rely so much on the government to do everything. We want them to change these laws, which is needed, but we want them to do things. But what are we doing? What are we doing to protect ourselves?
And I just want to answer your question too. When you stated about are we giving up on the children? No, we're not giving up on our people. When we don't want to vote, we're not giving up on anything. The children, especially the children. It's like I know I've seen some task force outside of politics and stuff like that. But there are task force. There are people out here that are actually looking out for missing children. All right. You know how you get an Amber Alert?
Mm-hmm.
And then you just look at your phone and be like, oh dang man, that's all the way 2 miles, another city away. What am I gonna do? But there are actually people that get together and they still do that. They don't need the government to help them do this or fund this or anything. They do it on their own. And I'm a part. My own sister, her neighborhood she stays in, and they're in a nice neighborhood. I'm a part of the surveillance crew because now there's like these ice cream trucks riding around in the evening, like what children are going to be out when it's the moon's coming up, the sun's going down. Why is there an ice cream truck out here? That's weird, and it's coming through the neighborhood playing music. That's very scary. So when we look at stuff like that, things to protect children, everybody's surveillance cameras are on, we're reviewing it. They have apps for that where you can talk amongst your neighbors and things. There's stuff that people are doing outside of the help of the government. We don't need to put in a vote to protect the kids at the house. There's nothing we need to do that to step in front and be the people to protect these children to be the future that they need to be. Protect them, guide them. We don't. It takes a village and we don't need a government or a vote for that. They seem like they hate our kids more than a perpetrator would. You're poisoning their foods. You're putting stuff in their face on the TVs, and you know what I'm saying? Like it was something I saw the other day, but it was like a murder or something like that, and it was like it would look like a child cartoon. You're doing that on purpose to desensitize these children. It's crazy the war that they have on our children. So there's many ways and things that we can do to protect. Just because we don't want to vote does not mean that we're giving up on everything. No, like we can innovate and step up for ours.
Well, let me
Like
say this. I don't proclaim to have all the answers. That's why when I got up here, I've been asking questions. I asked Black anarchist questions. I asked anybody that came with something, I asked them a question because I don't mind getting a solution from somebody else. But when you tell me that I'm just not going to vote and you don't have an explanation, that's problematic for me. Now, if it's your right, but I'm just asking why. I saw very few people have a response. They only said because we don't want to, we don't have to. And you're right, you don't. But then you can't go and have a conversation about what's happening around you, because what that says is that you're okay with it. You didn't want to change it. You didn't want to make anybody get in or out because it was not important to you at the time. You didn't feel like you needed to vote to make a change. So all I'm saying is, if you feel like voting doesn't matter, don't say nothing.
But
Well, I'm going to say that. Hold on. Let me.
Hold on. I think we can say something when we say voting doesn't matter. I think we have every right to say something, especially being, I'm on this earth. As long as I got air in my body, and I got a family that I can protect and things like that, and who are looking out for me, like, I have a right. So if I say that no, voting does not matter, there's a reason behind it. And it's many people like me. We're not giving up on people, even when it comes to looking out for our people. There are many ways that we can.
You're the only person on the panel. You're the only person up here that said something.
Hold on. Let me
when
just
we
answer your
asked,
question.
nobody said nothing.
Okay, hold on. No, well, because you're on the panel right now with two people who are telling you why we're not voting, and we're giving you solutions of things of what we would want to do or things we think needs to happen so that we can actually progress our people away from that vote, because I'm not going to keep trying to crank a car that's not going because it has no gas in it. I got to find another way, maybe by foot. So if I'm over here understanding that this is not working for me, this measly vote, then I have to go find another way. So you have people like the anarchists or me or anybody else that are like, hey, we need to find other ways to make this work. Then that's fine. That doesn't mean that we just gave up. If you saw some people say they said nothing, maybe they're just confused right now. But it's up to people like us that may have a vision, some ideas that we can all collaborate together so we can inspire those too.
And that's fine.
Well, I just want
That's
to
totally
respond.
fine. That's totally fine. They can feel that way.
So let me ask you this question. Because I think that this will help to like equalize the situation. The queen of topics, outside of voting, would you say that outside of voting that you also practically bring value to your family, to your neighborhood, to any environment that you're in?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I think that that's the case for non-voters as well. Like, just because people are not voting doesn't mean that they're not playing their position and that they're not being valuable assets.
Well, can I respond to that? Because I think the misconception is that people are looking at it as if I'm saying that their experience is invalidated, they don't matter, and that
and the reason why they're saying that is because you keep adding a character assessment to non-voters. Like when you say, well, since y'all not voting, y'all don't care. And
I'm asking a question. I'm not telling them that they don't care. I just asked. I said, so does that mean you don't care? When I say that, I'm asking a question because I'm trying to get an understanding.
But Black Anarchist already answered that. He even has went into
No, I was talking to I think her name is Camille.
I answered it multiple times too. I've answered it multiple. Yes, I have.
Hold on. I'm talking about what we were just talking about. When you made your response, I asked you a question. I said, so does that mean you don't care? You said, no, it doesn't mean we don't care. We just have found other measures. I said, okay, I don't have an issue with that. But then I also followed up by saying I wasn't stuck on y'all because y'all are up here talking. I was talking to the people in the chat who kept saying that it doesn't matter. It doesn't this. And then when you ask them, they have no response. If you feel like it doesn't matter, I can't make it matter to you. If you feel like it doesn't help, I can't make it help you. I don't have all the answers. I'm simply up here asking questions like everybody else.
But if you don't have all the answers, people who not voting don't have all the answers either, per se.
And that's fine. But I'd rather you say that I don't have the answers instead of just saying, well, it doesn't matter. That's what I would rather. I would rather you tell me you don't have the answers. And that's 100% okay.
Well, give them grace. Most people ain't gonna sit here and say,
I think
just give them grace. Yeah.
No, I think that also verbiage is very important because voting may not matter to them, but that doesn't mean that another solution doesn't matter. And even for those that don't know, respectfully, because there are a lot of people that feel like, you know, nothing that they have tried has worked. You know what I mean? They've put in the effort, you know, they've done, you know, historically what they've been told. Because again, most of the time, the majority of my life, I've been taught that it's just about voting, right? Outside of like my family, me actually seeing them do community service activism work or whatever. But in general, it was just voting, 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 voting. And it was not emphasized enough that even what they were doing as far as helping each other outside of the home and things of that nature, you know what I mean? Like, that was not articulated in a way to make me understand that that is actually active services and it actually helps regardless of the voting system or not. So verbiage is important and getting understanding is important. And I think that that's what we're doing now. But I too myself, because I have not always voted, and I pick and choose when I want to vote. But myself personally, when I do not vote, I go extra hard in doing whatever I can to help within my community and within my family to help us progress as a people. I think that is just as important as going to a voting pool in booth and voting. It is just as important.
Yes, it is.
I think that we have to go back to the basics of voting. For one, voting is a right; it's not a mandate. So our ancestors voted. I mean, they marched and fought for the right to vote, not the necessity to vote or the mandate to vote, but the right to be able to participate in voting. Secondly, I think we have to, like, it's obviously clear, right? Because like the pool of people who don't vote, even if at some point they registered but don't actively vote, or who never even registered to vote, right, are still people who end up as police officers, educators, teachers, people who occupy all types of significant roles in life, are authors, are artists who contribute to the and are at the very basic level just law-abiding and tax-paying citizens, and that's enough to contribute positively to the system. Is not committing crime, paying your goddamn taxes, and minding your goddamn business and staying out of other people's way is a great contribution to the cycle of life. But politics also do exist. But, you know, like, I mean, even as somebody who does not, like, I would never choose to vote. I would have to ask to be vote, like to vote like I was last year. I would have to be like pressured into doing it. It doesn't kill me to do it. And just because I would do it don't even mean I believe that it matters. I would just be acquiescing and making somebody else happy in doing so, which I'm kind enough to do because it don't take nothing away from me to vote. If that seems to be important to some members of my community, fine. But I think my thing for pro voters sometimes is like, I don't understand why it seems like some of them don't understand why people think the system is full of shit when, like, we do have enough historical suffering to justify why people have voting fatigue and why people just think it's a waste of time. Because, I mean, who's going to look at what is historically and has historically happened and just continue to be, like, really inspired to vote, especially as voter suppression becomes a real thing and as they make it hard. Look at how they're redistricting right now in order to control midterm elections. And, you know, the fact that, once again, it's just like generations and droves of Black folk just are not completely satisfied. Now, I also don't think that politics is completely ineffective. To Queen's of Topic's point, like, a lot of what we're allowed to do right now is based upon the books and that shit being enforced, and people had to be voted into office. Legislation had to be fought for. Your right to not be sitting in the back of the bus and accommodating white people in their seating arrangements, your ability to not have to live in segregated communities or segregated school systems, like drinking out of shared water fountain, being able to marry who the fuck you want, interracial marriage, all of this shit, gay marriage, all of this shit is political. All of this shit was legislation that was pushed. So I would never say that politics is not significant and that it hasn't created tangible, measurable change in the world, because that would just be, you have to be dumb to say something like that. But I also understand the people who are just like, cool, that is one way to bring color to the world. But there are other ways, such as, like I just said, I mean, even if you don't vote, that doesn't mean that you're not a contributing citizen to the system. Just not hurting people is a contribution to the system. Being kind to everyone, treating people and raising your kids to be kind to motherfucking people is a great contribution to this system. Being kind to the poor, doing what you can for the less fortunate, being an educator, writing books. There's, starting your nonprofit organization. You don't have to vote in order to do something impactful. You don't have to vote in order to bring joy and to bring togetherness and unity into the system. Voting is not something that creates character. Character is independent of voting, is independent of complexion, is independent of classism. It's in who you are. So you can bring good into this world simply because you got good to bring to this world. And voting is one of the things and one of the utilities that can be used to bring change into the world, but it's certainly not the only way. And I think that that's what the non-voters are saying. It's like, not voting is not the only way. I mean, voting is just simply not the only way to be of value and to improve the system. I mean, can't we all agree to that? That
I can definitely agree to that. But I also said three things that I gave three examples, and people in the chat was still saying, but that it still doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We don't care. We don't want to vote. What has that ever changed? In my opinion, this is my honest guesstimation. I'm guessing people want to see things quickly. That's not a wrong reality. They're not wrong for feeling like that, because I'm human like everybody else. I want things to be corrected too, but that's never been the case, and it ain't gonna ever be the case. So when we talk about stuff like voting, I understand people get passionate. There's two sides of the coin. It's either you for it or you're not. Whether you for it or not, that's cool with me. But my question then becomes the solutions. Black anarchist gave his solution. I asked him to clarify it. He did. I backed off of that because I'm not here to tell you you're wrong or right for whatever your solution is, because I don't have to exist by you. We don't even live in the same state. So whatever his idea was, I'm cool with that. I'm here to listen. I never judged anybody for, how they come up with their solution. I simply ask questions. I feel like nobody should be wronged or made, feel like they're not right for asking questions. That's the whole premise. That's how we get somewhere. So I just like to get to the root of how we get to the nitty gritty. That's my thing. I don't care if you don't vote. If you do vote, it ain't gonna affect me none, because I live in Indiana. I said it from the beginning. I live in a red state. We're one of the most racist, most Republican states ever. But locally, our legislation, we've done our T's. We've done our job. We've done that part. That's all I encourage people, since I've been up here, to do, is worry about your local. If you're not going, I don't care if you care about the sitting president. Focus on your local. You want to talk about, you want to afflict change? That's how you do it. The other lady came up here. I think she does something in her community like activism. She said the exact same thing. So nothing I'm saying is any different than anybody else. I think that it just got crossed when I asked people, what's the solution? And I'm never gonna not ask that, because if we stop asking what the solution is, we're not gonna get anywhere. Period.
Okay. Let me just say this. So I'm not going to vote, but I'm very politically engaged. I sit up at the county commissioners meetings. I write policy proposals to my local officials. I just wrote a policy proposal to Jasmine Crockett. I live in Jasmine Crockett's district, but she's been gerrymandered out of my district. I didn't vote for her, but I want some. I want some tangibles, right? Are you going to deliver on any of these proposals that I submitted? And then maybe you can give me a reason to actually vote for you. But I'm not inspired to. Now, I don't think that these were questions, though. I mean, because the problem is that we have already explained ad nauseum why we're not voting, and it still keeps going back to, oh, what you gave up, or you're okay with the way things are. And it's just like, no, we just told you we're not okay. We're not okay with any of it. So I'm not, these are declarative statements. They're not questions. It's declaratively stated that we don't care and we have given up. And I have not given up. I'm still fighting. I don't have any faith in democracy per se, but even if these leaders are put in power, I didn't vote for them. I'm still going to work with the leaders who are there because I don't have a choice. But no, I'm not going to participate in it because I'm not going to get the candidates that I want. But if I'm stuck with that candidate, yes, I'm going to still write you. I'm going to engage with you as if I did vote for you. I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I still wrote him and still gave him my policy proposals on things. I didn't get a response from Donald Trump. But it is what it is. So yeah, there are other ways to engage that don't entail voting. Like voting is not the end all be all.
And I wanted to be clear. I never said there are no other ways other than voting. I never said that. I simply asked, what are the solutions? That's what I said.
You said we're okay with it, though.
I asked if you were okay with it. I said, are you okay with it? Because what you told me was the reason why you didn't vote for Kamala. And I said, well, are you okay with who's in office? I asked you that. That was a direct question. See, the underlining is you didn't like me asking you the question. I think we can all clearly understand that. And that's fine. But the reality is I never said that was the only way. I asked you if you were okay with it. And you elaborated it after I asked you to elaborate. And I said, okay, I left it alone. So I don't know why you keep going back to that, but I asked you to clarify. Once you did, I didn't have any rebuttal for you because I'm not here to debate your opinion. I'm not here to debate that.
Well, just to be fair, you did bring it back up. You did. Just to be fair, you did bring it back up.
No,
yes,
he brought up about me basically asking him a question. If you had an issue with me asking you a question, then we shouldn't even be on a panel then.
Oh, it wasn't a declarative statement. And even after we clarified it, you still went back and said you're okay with the system and you have given up. So
I said I was talking to CTV at that point, though, and I asked, I said, well, does that mean you're okay with it? That was a question. It's not a statement. If I'm asking if somebody's okay with it, that's a question.
Declarative statement, because we all heard a declarative statement.
Yeah, we heard it. We heard that, and still, even if you're asking a question, it's just like, at what point are you going to understand the answer? Because you have asked that question over and over again.
But I had not asked it to CTV. So that
it doesn't matter who you ask it to. We've answered it on a panel behind
when
multiple
I asked
times.
CTV, I wanted to hear the perspective of CTV. Once CTV gave the perspective, that was it.
No, but you actually went down and asked the panel. Did you not say that I got a question for the non-voters, right?
The people in the chat.
No.
Wait. For the non-voters, ask the people in the chat.
No. But I'm gonna be honest here. You asked us because we responded on the panel. You said I just have a question for y'all here. Who are the non-voters? And when we are answering the question for you again and again, not just anarchists, me as well. CTV can give their point of view too. Like when we're telling you the same answer, nobody's giving up. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to find other creative measures. And anybody else who've answered, you keep coming around with the same thing, and it's coming off as almost as if you're
just because you have a perspective does not mean everybody's going to agree or have the same perspective. So whereas you might feel that way, CTV might feel another way. If I asked the same question, I wanted to hear CTV's perspective. I don't think I'm wrong for that.
No,
Sorry,
you're not. No,
I
it's
don't.
not. But you asked us all a question. So when we all answer you, that's what I'm saying in context. When you ask us all a question and we give you an answer, and the answer is a collective in summary, we have not given up. We're looking for more measures and ways beyond voting. But when you come back again and keep asking the same questions, it's almost as if you have just set your answer on, yeah, they must just be complacent and giving up.
Well,
And that's
I've
where it
agreed
comes off
multiple
that way.
times. I've agreed multiple times that there are different ways to skin a cat. I've admitted that there are different ways to get to a solution. I've agreed to that. I've actually said, yes, voting may not solve everything overnight. It never has. I've said that a plethora of times, and that's fine. But my thing is this: if you feel away, that's fine. If black anarchist feels away, that's fine. If rumors feels away, that's fine. If CTV feels away, that's fine. We can all agree to disagree. But obviously, I'm going to want to get perspective. I'm sorry. That's the purpose of a panel.
No, that's fine. No, I'm just saying, like, getting perspectives. I feel like that is important, especially when you're having an open discussion. I'm just saying, like, when you ask everybody on the panel or in the chat, and everybody's kind of saying, like, no, we haven't given up, or some people say whatever, you're getting the answers, but your main concept you keep going back to is that we must be complacent. And then you went to the verbiage of the people who didn't answer in the chat. They were just like, no, I just didn't vote because I don't care. I don't care. And that's why I was trying to tell you, like, at the same time, give them grace, because a burnout is real, and burnout can happen, especially from young voters, old voters, whoever. I would think like more young, millennial and younger. When you're doing something and you're not getting, the results that you thought you wanted, everything that glitter was is not gold. You know what I'm saying? When you're
And
getting burnt,
that's very
hold on, let me
real.
finish.
That's real.
Hold on. And when you get burnout and you see the people that you may have put your trust in or whatever, it doesn't turn out that way. Burnout can happen. And that's why I said give them grace, even if they're not being wordy and giving all these explanations of why they're not voting or why they don't want to. You don't need to grill them about that. Like, give them grace, because they're in a limbo right now. The world could end tomorrow. We
That's
don't
true.
know. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's kind of up
My
on their
heart
heels.
really, my heart really breaks for America's version of politics, because when we talk about other nations and we talk about Australia, etc., and all these other countries, like, I am just like the issue with American politics is literally the fact that we don't have a shared ethics, and what our priority is not first and foremost in American politics is simply human rights. If that could be our focus, even these separate divisive political parties could have like a shared ethics. But because for us as Americans, human rights is informed by, rather, I agree with your religious and spiritual choices, or your gender, or your orientation, or the color of your skin, etc., then it corrodes the human rights portion. Our government simply should be in place to serve the American people as a body of people, simply on the basis of them being people, and proper and logical, sane resources should be afforded to all people simply because they're fucking people. And we just cannot get there in this system because our politics are too informed by too much fucking nuance. Too much fucking nuance. And it needs to be stripped and melted down to just agreeing upon the fact that all Americans are fucking people, and all people deserve general safety and general wellness. Anything beyond the general and the basics is for you to go out there and fetch and create and add on to your life. But that just being a fucking person and being a goddamn American, you should be afforded some basic human rights and amenities. And that's just not happening. And I don't know where we're going to go and how we're going to correct, because to the point of this whole voting conversation, it's not just about voting. It's the fact that, like, when you're voting, but there's no like real premise for the system you're voting into. It's just like everybody is just throwing a name into a fucking hat and nobody really knows what the hat is really about. And anything can come out of that motherfucker. An elephant, a zebra, a goddamn giraffe, etc. Like it to me, it just seems that American politics has no formality. Like it has no real structure, and that's why it's so flimsy. And that's why everybody got to go out of their way to rig it and to control it and to suppress it and to suppress that, because it's such a vague system. It's so vague. And unless you are intentionally controlling and steering the wheel, nobody really knows what the fuck the outcome is going to be. And I think that that's an issue in and of itself, because I just think that the premise of our American politics needs to be simpler, and there needs to be just like a foundation. And it just seems that even the Constitution isn't contributing to that at this fucking point, because it's being argued that the colonizers who created the Constitution were not even talking about Black people when they were talking about all men are endowed with certain inalienable rights, etc. Because obviously Black folk were fucking cattle. Like I don't know. Like it seems like maybe what's incongruent for me is before we even like dog pile on pushing voting, it seems like the system in and of itself is like deranged. Like voting is something that happens within the system, but like American politics itself is like deformed. So it creates everything that happens within it, or everything that happens within it is just like kind of bizarre and just unpredictable and just always, I don't know how to really to explain what I'm saying. Like, but American politics just seems too individually driven, and we don't seem to have an agreeable format that we're all forced to start at. And where we should be forced to start at in the game of politics is first and foremost, every motherfucking American is an actual person, and what we are able to vote toward should just be informed by that first and foremost, and should be about just the general well-being of all people. I don't know how it's possible to have "In God We Trust" on every dollar bill, and for there to be a church on every block of this continent, and yet we have set up the system itself to accommodate bigotry and prejudice and discrimination. That we politicized the separation of church and state, which gave room for bigotry. We have institutionalized and politicized patriarchy and misogyny and sexism, which is why, despite women, particularly Black women, being more educated than their counterparts, Black men are still making more on the white man's dime than Black women who are proportionally more educated. Like, and all the shit is able to exist within a political space, and there's just too many loopholes. It's just too many deviations. Like, politics reminds me of the law. It's like, yeah, there is a law, but then once you become a lawyer and you get into the law, you realize that the law is like some thin idea that can really just be manipulated for your own purposes, which is why there's a trillion motherfucking loopholes in this motherfucker. And if you're clever enough to understand the law, then, you know, this is what makes you an effective high-profile attorney that can get anybody out of motherfucking anything, because almost anything can be gotten out of if you understand and know what to do with the generality of the fucking law, which is not as black and white and concrete. And American politics just reminds me of that. Like, it's not this concrete thing. It's like this vague fucking idea. And this is why people have to ascend to power, etc., in order to move the motherfucking needle, because the more of that you have, the more of a worksman and a craftsman you're able to be with American fucking politics, which puts people at the base of the pyramid at a gross disadvantage. So I'm not surprised that minority people are still struggling today, that communities are still disenfranchised, that communities are still underserved, because just like the law, American politics only work for the people at the top. And we're living in the reality of that right now, which is why the billionaires are getting richer, and the rich is getting richer, and literally the poor is getting poorer. It's always been a game for people who had a head start to win. It's always been for those who were ahead. The game, politics, the law, all that shit was always for the rich. We're getting a brutal reality and a brutal wake up in this system that this shit has never really been about serving us, which is why we've had to die and fight and bleed just to have the right to participate, yet alone have the luxury of it actually being effective for us.
Yep.
And it just seems like, and I think that there is a lot of black fatigue. There is a lot of battle fatigue that has set in. And I think that a lot of minority people are just at a place where they don't want to put their all into getting fucking scraps. And I'm not, and I can't say that I'm mad at that. I can't say that that's an irrational, logical response is for you to fight your ass off for scraps. It's like, yeah, look at all these little changes we have as a result of voting and politicking, etc. And then look at the consistent cost, and then look at how much we're still losing despite. But the Queens of Topics point too, I do think there is a gross mismanagement of political education, especially in minority communities. I think that we need to be intentional about creating space, fighting for, in our American curriculums, you know, a proper education around politics. We have to create these spaces in our communities. If we can't count on local or federal government to ensure that young Americans and all Americans have somewhat of a basic formal education in the way that politics fucking work, you would think that as essential as politics are to our everyday life, that this would be a part of the American curricular system next to English, math, science, etc. It's not. I mean, you know, it's just like, for those who believe it, push it and educate it and offer, and educate and offer the outlets and resources for people to be able to learn and understand the system and how to work the system, etc. Because there is a lot that minority people do not fucking know. Queen the Topics just, gave a lot of good information up here, that you can control how long, everything. You can vote on everything. You can vote how long these motherfuckers should be in office. That's good shit. And I just wish that, the conversation around politics was made more of a priority within the culture, next to rap music, next to fucking hip hop, next to reality TV, that, the serious aspect of our living also was sensationalized, because education is truly significant, but also because we're not a monolith. Yeah, like there are other ways to contribute to the system aside from fucking voting as well. And we need to be working in our communities and in our lives, whether we vote or not, to make the space safer and better for all of us. But I think the American political space is just really tore the fuck up. I think the way that it's set up, I think that, you know, I just don't see Americans getting over the privilege of being able to vote and participate in other people's oppression. It seems that America really loves this idea of stopping women by the power of voting, stopping queer people by the power of voting, stopping Black and brown people with the power of their vote. It's almost like it's America's best chess game, but the sad part about it is that, like, this ain't no fucking game. People's communities and lives are really being like shaped. Communities and groups historically are being shaped by the way people are voting. And then the fact that lobbyists exist, the fact that politicians can get in bed and money actually moves the needle. I mean, it's just like, what type of game is this? Because it's not just about my vote.
Right.
It's not just about my vote when you allow all this other shit to inform what becomes ultimately the reality of things. So I understand the frustration. I understand people who giving a big ass middle finger. I understand people who are just like, girl, what? Like, this is bullshit, and it's convoluted, and it's diluted, and it's upside down as hell. It's too much upside down, incongruent parts for some people to want to bother trying to stitch together just so that they have the possibility of getting their need met. Not even that is going to be a guarantee. But right. It will make a difference. So I don't, you know, American politics is a very fascinating thing. And once again, I want to encourage folk to watch Where the Fuck to Invade Next, because there are other nations who have this shit down packed way better than we do. And it's really because they simplified the process, which has provided a general blanket of comfort for their citizens. They don't allow voting to be as nuanced and individualized as America does, which is why America is a diverse melting pot of shit.
Well, do y'all want to hear my solution?
Yes.
Since I asked everybody else's.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. So my solution is this. I say we first start with our jurisdiction. We start there. We crack down on criminality. We know that's one of the biggest problems in our country as we speak. Look at everything that's going on. We got Colorado mass shooting. We got the guy, Mr. Kirk, who was unalived. He's not the first person that was unalived in the Republican, you know, situation. It's happening more common than not. So we get steeper jurisdiction. We crack down on criminality. We stop these people from doing stuff because, like I said, in other countries, which is what I was explaining to Sue earlier, their countries, they crack down on it. You do something in their country, it's almost imminent death for you. They're not playing any games. We allow people in America to sit on death row for 30-something years and beyond. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Why am I paying tax dollars for somebody to sit on death row for 30 years? So that's my number one thing. We crack down on that. That's the first thing. My second thing is we need to get more educated, whether people want to or not. I don't think we're even at liberty to even not want to get educated on that. We don't have a choice because not knowing is hurting us more than obviously the little bit we do know. Literature is a dying art in America. People are not reading. Like I said in the beginning, people are going online. They're taking sound bites. They're taking somebody who just decided to go live, hasn't done any research. They're taking their information and running with it. We need to educate ourselves. And then we need to start changing things locally. We change that. Now we got a conversation because we get the right people that are locally selected. We can then focus on who is sitting in the presidential seats. The stuff that we do experience, because people all say, well, that doesn't affect me or this affects me. This is what I'm going through. That stuff is locally. Prime example, CTV brought up Flint, Michigan. they like the local legislators in that state, in that city, should be working and advocating to change that. I know I think somebody on here was from Flint, and they said that they were. We haven't seen nothing change from there. I'm not from Flint, so I'm not going to speak on that. But if they are, that's great. But we definitely need people locally to start changing stuff. Then we need to get our food together. Food is killing us. Is taking us up out of here, all through here. But those are just some of the solutions I have. I'll let somebody else talk.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Oh, go first.
No, I want to ask respectfully. Are you yourself teaching anyone political education? You know, are you empowering anyone with this information and knowledge? Because I'm asking, I do want to answer, and the reason I want to clarify why I'm asking, because I find that a lot of people do judge like the celebrities and things of that nature, and they're like, "Oh, they're not educated, this, that, and the third." But I'm also like, okay, people are discouraged to use their social media platforms because they may not have a big following, or they may feel like people don't care, are not going to listen. They don't share this information socially. So I'm asking you, do you do that?
Okay. So as far as a platform base, no. But when it comes to locally within my city, absolutely. My Aunt Tony, she actually does a lot of legislative work at the polls. So like I that's why I said I know a lot about it. I get a lot of that information from her. I passed out pamphlets. I've gone door to door. I've knocked on doors. I've actually done walks within my city. So yes, I've done a lot. But am I like on platforms? No. Probably. Should I do more of that? Sure.
No, so as a suggestion, not just for you, but for anyone, because I just think about like some of the things that were implemented, and getting people more educated, trying to get them more involved, although they may still not do it, but they will know and have the information. Is, you remember how they used to have meetings in churches, and like we used to have community centers where like the people in charge of the neighborhood watch association and things like that, they will actually educate you on, and you know, not just give out the literature, because like you said, most people aren't going to read or whatever, but they would literally like hold spaces where they would have these type of conversations and educate people and just continue to plant the seed, you know. It sounds like you would be so good for that. Because you have, you know, for those that don't know about, especially like the local government and things of that nature, that don't know and understand the real power and significance in voting locally, you have that information and knowledge. And I think it would be wonderful for you to hold a space, whether it's on social media or in person, to just hold a space where you can teach and educate people.
And to your point, that's a good point, because I've actually been asked to do more. And I said one day I would buckle down and commit myself to that. But the only reason why I haven't and I don't do it as much, that's why I said I don't have a platform for it. But the reason why is because my job is very demanding. I'm a neurosonographer, for the people that want to know. So if you come in to see me, it's not a good day for you. But long story short, my job is demanding. I work in healthcare. I see a lot of patients. So that's why I'm also passionate, because I know what it looks like on the healthcare side. I know what it looks like for Black people, because number one, I'm Black. I'm always gonna go for Black, period. No offense to anybody on here who is not Black, but I'm a Black woman before I'm anything. So it would make my day. It would make my whole entire life to be able to do more. I also want to get into, you know, law. So it's a lot of other things that I've wanted to do, but my job is so demanding, and I'm trying to balance it and figure out what I want to do and how I want to do it. But to your point, that is a good thing. And I think that I would be good in that platform. I'm open to suggestions. If anybody want to get together and work on something, I'm with that. But, you know, it's just got to make sense for me. That's it.
I have a question. You said that the people who are on death row shouldn't be there for 30 years. How do you address that?
So so that's an excellent question. And I just had this conversation with somebody not too long ago, right? So if we have people who are sitting on death row for 30 years, these are people who have already gone through the system. Because I want people to understand, when you're sitting on death row, the only reason why you're sitting there is because they've already decided your fate, right? They've already decided you're going to die. They've already made that change. Now, they say the reason why they allow people to sit there is because in our legalities and our law, we have laws that implement that say these people have a right to something called an appeal. Now, here's the problem with that. 96% of appeals get denied. That's not me making it up. That's facts. They get denied. So with knowing that, why do we have people sitting on death row for 30 years? Now, to answer how do we fix that, we stop letting people sit on death row for 30 years.
All right.
I think after they've lapsed on 3 appeals, which is what they give them, why are they still sitting there? It makes no sense.
Right. So that's where I was getting at. So your solution is that they should be executed.
Okay. Listen, I want to be very honest when I say this. I'm not God, and I don't think anybody has a right to kill anybody. But being realistic, our country has the death penalty. This is what they believe in. So if this is something that we're going to uphold in our country, and they're going to decide on whether people live or die, once you decide a person's fate and they've exhausted their opportunities at 3 appeals and you've denied all 3, why are they still sitting there? Why are my tax dollars still paying for this person to eat 3 meals a day when there are kids at school that are denied lunches? This is what I'm trying to get to. It makes no sense. I don't care about a criminal. A criminal that has already, done what they did, and you didn't already determine they're gonna die. What's the point?
I mean, I agree with part of it, but it's not like we're actually paying to take care of them. They're actually providing slave labor. So they're actually producing income to the state and to private corporations.
Well, that's kind of true, and it's kind of false, because let's keep it real. They get paid less than a dime to work in this country. So that's not doing much. Now, most of those
people are making money off of labor, though.
Listen to what I'm saying. The people that are sitting there are prominently Black people. They're paying them less than 10%. They were just talking about this on the Breakfast Club. They just had somebody who, I forget what the lady's name is. She does like work within the prisons or whatever. It was one of their recent episodes, so you might find it, but she just was up there talking about this. They pay these people less than 10 cents. So they're not contributing anything. They're using them.
That's not
They're
true.
using them for their agenda.
No, they're providing public services. A lot of them are doing stuff for free slave labor. Some of them are actually firefighters. Like, they do a lot of public services that people don't know about.
That's true.
And to your point, that is true. Just like Kim Kardashian was saying, a lot. They had, when those fires in California came out, those were inmates that were fighting those fires. But to me, in my opinion, those are things that I would consider anomalies. I'm not depending on a criminal to do those jobs when we can hire people in the real world who are qualified to do those jobs. And those are people that are just regular inmates. I'm talking about our death row, like the people that are sitting on death row for 30 years. I don't care what nobody say. To me, that's insanity. You're denying 96% of these people's appeals. Why are they still sitting there? It's no reason for that.
Well, the only issue that I find with, like, it's like because there's a gray area there, and the gray area is for those, like, we know the majority of them. I'm not going to say majority of them, because I've seen the latest statistics showing that most of those that are incarcerated are more of the other people, the male people. But like, when I think about the death row inmates, there are a vast majority that are our people that are not guilty. And
cases, yes.
And we have, I mean, because a lot of them, like you said, like 30 years, et cetera, like, you think about like the 80s or whatever the case may be, where they would just, how they would just throwing our people, you know what I mean, like for bullshit crimes that did not even exist, or adding more charge. Like a lot of them are that, you know, are still sitting. A lot of them have been put like on death row, and some of them are gone, and they were innocent. So because I know how our judicial system, how it targets our people, not to say that everyone is innocent, we know that's not the case,
Right.
but we know how they have targeted them and still target them. It's like that those 30 years that, I'll say it this way, the ones that deserve it, those 30 years are not, like, it is unjust. But for those that are not deserving of that sentence, I'm grateful for the 30 years.
And to your point, that is a good point. There are some people who are innocent. My point is saying was, that's why I said in the beginning, I don't agree with nobody killing nobody. I don't agree with that. Surprise, I don't believe in that. Sorry.
Right.
But the reason why I was saying that is because the statistics show that 96%, I mean, that's a staggering number of appeals. Just think about that. Let's not even talk about they've already decided their fate. And 96%, and these people are sitting there 34. It's a man right now who's been on death row since he was 14. He's 78. He's still on death row. So when we think about stuff like that, not only is it heartbreaking, think about the mental torment that does to these people. They're never getting out of there. You've already decided their fate. Hell, if you're not going to kill them physically, you're killing them mentally. It's no different.
So do you support medical assistance for dying for people who aren't criminals?
I work in healthcare, sir. I don't think that was a question for me.
But that's what I'm saying. There's a double standard, because people who commit crime, they have a right to die, but law-abiding citizens, even those who are terminally ill, they don't have that right. So I don't think that there's anything compassionate about executing someone who's on death row, because law-abiding citizens don't even have that right.
Well, this is a thing. When we get into medical situations and scenarios, what we have to consider is there's a lot of things that go on, and not even on the patient side, on the family side. There's a lot of reasons why people want their relatives to die, and we all know what that is: money. Let's keep it honest. So there's a lot of different scenarios. So when it comes to that to me, that's not the same as death row, because again, these people are terminally ill. We're talking about people who have been convicted of a crime and have already been decided on. Their fate is nothing they can do to change that. Now, there is for the people on death row, the thing that I am for is for the benefit of execution of stay, because to Rumor's scenario, if they're innocent, then they should be able to get off. But it shouldn't take 30 years to do that.
Well, there have been people who have been on death row for 30 years, and then suddenly DNA evidence emerges and exonerates them. And so people feel like even if you let 100 people sit on death row, the chance that there's one person who's innocent is worth it, because you don't ever want to execute someone who's innocent. So people would rather play it on the safe side, just in case they get the wrong person.
Well, let me just explain to y'all what go on in other countries. Because in Japan, when they're on death row, they don't tell them the date. They just come get them. They're in prison, and one day they be like, "You come on," and them people never are seen again. That's how they do in Japan. They don't even tell them the death date. So we're lucky that we even get that in America. But I understand what y'all saying. There are some people that are innocent, and I'm all for that. That's why I said I really wanted to transfer over into law so we can have more representation for Black people, because predominantly most Black people are the ones in prison. But my thing is, if you're not killing them physically, you definitely are mentally. You're wearing them down, because they're thinking like, damn, I'm gonna die. That's not a good thing for anybody to think. If these people you're already deciding their fate, why are we keeping them on death row for this long? Now, let me ask y'all a question.
Can I just piggyback off of that real quick? Because the reality is, though, we're speaking about a system that is not set up to reform. We know that our penal system is basically another form of slave trading, like trading. Like it's not built to reform anyone, let alone our people. So I mean, to expect anything different than what is I mean, I understand as far as our humanity, we want things to be better and it should be better, but it's a little crazy because like Conscious was saying earlier about just our political system. I think he even mentioned like it's the same as, you know, the legal system. It's like it is not designed to reform and it's definitely not designed to protect. It is literally designed to cause chaos, and chaos will have us all run around here discombobulated, and that is why it is successful at what it does. There's no real like human aspect to it. Our humanity has definitely been taken away and put, like, not even pushed to the back burner. We don't have any rights. Like we're just numbers, we're dollar signs. So the reality is like smacking us dead in the face. And a lot of times we're looking at a system that we know is fucking corrupt. Excuse my language, but we know it's corrupt. And I mean, I understand wanting better. I want better too. But I'm also realistic about what is. Like, I don't have to question, like, why is this going on? I know why it's going on. No, what are we going to do to just correct it? If there's anything to do to correct it. Because I don't see us correcting something that was never designed to benefit us.
I think that's with anything regarding Black people. Nothing was benefited for us. So to your point, this is my thing. When it comes to the crime that's happening in America, I would like to see a change, period. I think that with our jurisdiction, there's a lot of issues there that need to be corrected. These laws for our jurisdiction were written many years before a lot of us were born. And those people that made those laws are no longer even existing. So when we talk about the need and the want for change and all of the mass, ootings that are happening and all of the guns that are on the street, it's a lot that needs to change. I am going to stand on my moral ground when I say this. I'm never getting rid of my gun. Sorry, people in the chat, I'm not. But I will say this. I do think that we need more education for babies who are accessing these guns. I think somebody had mentioned that, I think it was CTV that mentioned that, there's little white kids that they know how to operate guns. They know how to take them apart. They know how to load them up. They know how to do a lot of things. Why don't we have that in our communities? Why are there not local gun ranges that are teaching these babies, hey, these are guns. This is how you use a gun. This is why you don't play with guns. I mean, we used to have programs like that at school. Why do y'all think that we don't have those things anymore?
Because we are relying on others to do it for us. And that goes back to what I was, because CTV said something, and it is very true. I do not believe my ancestors fought for us to vote in a mindset of wanting to have a seat at the table. I believe they had a mindset of, we just want our basic rights as human beings. Give us our rights, and we're going to do the rest. Somewhere along the lines of time, we decided, I don't know if it's because when we had our own, we had to fight, like the fatigue of it all, losing everything and just getting tired and feeling like, everything we do, they come and take, or whatever the case may be. But somewhere down the line, we decided that we wanted to sit at the table and we wanted to allow them to dictate our basic human rights. And we just stopped doing the work. We are relying too much on others versus us doing the work ourselves. Even down to the whole voting thing. Once people vote, they don't they don't keep their foot. They don't continue to do the work to make sure that those that they put in position to be have authority and speak up for their rights are actually doing the job and hold. You know what I mean? Like we have to continue to do our work, and I mean real work, because conversations is great, but actually the basic needs of human rights within our own community. We should be teaching our children how to survive, whether it's to protect themselves, whether it's to provide for themselves, whether it's to have the education so they can know how to survive. We should be doing that. We shouldn't just be relying on teachers and let's say organizations and things of that nature. Why are we doing that? Why are we putting the bearer of responsibility into others' hands when it comes to our own?
Good question. Can I ask a question for the panel? Is anybody on here anti-Second Amendment?
And that's the right to
bear arms.
Bear arms.
Mm-hmm.
Am I against it? I'm not against it, but I do believe that there should be some severe, like, I know that we have laws, but like Conscious stated, and I agree wholeheartedly, there's so many loopholes and there's so much BS with that within the laws of the laws or whatever. But I do think there's a bearer of responsibility that should be held. Like I do believe everyone has the right to bear arms. I believe that everybody has the right to protect themselves. That's common sense. But because of this country and all of the laws and politics with it, I think people should be freaking be examined to make sure that they have all of the wherewithal and understand and are capable of having access to these things.
Now, here's what I wanted to get to, right? When we talk about people being examined and having, evaluations of the sort, what type of things would y'all like to see as far as an examination or a mental evaluation? Because again, I told y'all I live in Indiana, right? When I went to go and get my lifetime unpermit, they literally asked on there, have you ever had any mental issues? Nobody who is mental is ever going to admit to that. They're not going to say yes. So that shouldn't even be a realistic question on the thing. But these are the type of things that just I've seen in my state. I don't know how it is everywhere else. Have y'all seen any? I don't know if anybody has a gun license up here, but have y'all seen anything like that on y'all's? Or like, what are y'all, when you go to fill out for your permits or your gun laws, or what does it look like for y'all? I guess that's my question.
I live in Texas. We don't have to have a permit.
Oh, child, we already know how Texas get out. You ain't even got to tell me.
And I was going to say, it's the same thing here in Georgia. You don't have to have a permit. Okay. And I do believe that they would still get away. Like, there's ways, we know that's why it's called crime, right? There's ways to get around things or whatever the case may be. But who's going to honestly say, like, yeah, I have a mental issue? Like, Let's be for real. But I feel like that is where a state certified physician, like there should be something where the doctor signs off on it or whatever, but then again, people can forge documents. So, you know what I mean? Like,
let me tell you.
Now let's ask a realistic question. Where does
I'm gonna say in South Carolina, I will say in South Carolina, no permit is required, no registration is required, no private cell background check is required, no waiting period required. You can get it popping.
And I wanted to clarify too, in Indiana, it's no longer required. Mind you, I got my lifetime gun permit in 2013, but it's no longer a requirement now. So just to clarify that.
Let me tell you, I worked at a pow company. Mm-hmm. And I was very ignorant until I started working for that company. How people would just buy the parts. They never sold because that was in New Jersey. You had to have a license. So they did not sell the full firearm in itself to anyone that didn't have a license. But you know how people got around that? They ordered the parts and they built them themselves. People were coming with their children. If they didn't want to order the stuff online, they would come in with their children. And they would have these conversations with experts, and the children would literally learn how to assemble a firearm. All kind of firearms.
Well, I know at the one, like the gun ranges here in Indiana, you can actually take your kids in and you can teach them, but I don't think there's classes that they have here for them to be able to learn how to do it. But I think something like that should be implemented. But when we talk about like stuff like this, like getting people in to teach stuff and, you know, stuff like that, the question then becomes, where's the salary? Because I think rumors mention they should have like physicians or something like that that would oversee these people and say, mentally, you're okay, you're not okay, you're okay. The salary for that, where do we get the money for that?
Here's I think I touched on this earlier as it relates to like the gun issue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even look. The guns are the problem in terms of the amount of damage that one can do within 60 seconds. But in reality, as I said earlier, even when it came to Charlie Kirk talking points, like I have to agree that the solution is two-part, but the solution... Here's my issue. I don't know how I feel about the right to bear arms or not, because I'm a minority person. I don't even feel like I'm in a position to feel like I should not bear arms because I'm hunted in the system. I'm prey in the system. So what do I look like not bearing fucking arms?
Hello.
Considering the circumstance. If you're a woman, you should feel the same way in the system. You are prey. You are the hunted. you would be a fool to not, bear arms. It's like it's too many things wrong with our society that don't make sense for people to not have the means to protect themselves. On the other hand, when I think about America not bearing arms, for me, if that were going to be the case, that would have to be the case across the fucking board. Like police could not have guns either. Maybe the military at best, but local police, like they have their boutons. Like it's other police task force in other countries where their police officers don't have guns. They have bats, they have batons, they have mace. So like everybody ass would not be bearing fucking arms. But I also just feel like the conversation in this country at this point is kind of redundant. The reality is people already have guns and they're already gun accessibility. There are already more guns on the streets than there are American people. So at this point, America will forever have a gun problem. It doesn't, they could stop and put it on the books right now. Nobody's turning in their guns. Nobody's giving up their guns. Everybody's going to have their guns, and guns will be available on the black market to Americans. So at this point now, it seems like the only conversation that does make sense to really happen is maybe restricting certain guns, such as AK-47s and like shit that people don't feel like the general population needs. But then again, those guns are also already purchased too and already owned and already available on the black market as well. So like I said earlier, doesn't it really come down to a mental health issue? The reality is, because I don't know what's so hard about the gun problem. Like in America, the gun problem does seem to be largely connected to mental health. And we know that once again, because a lot of these mass shooters are leaving behind manifestos that are detailing what is happening to their mental health, what's influencing them to make the irrational decisions that they make. They're either on the dark web being peddled all of this weird political jargon and all this race bait and shit. you know, or they are deeply wounded and victims of community bullying, social bullying. So it's just like, you know, we have the Easter eggs here. We have these people telling us what's wrong. So are we going to do anything about the variables and circumstances that encourage people to, you know, make these to take these extraordinary actions against human beings? Like, I mean, it's like the gun. Yeah, but another reason why I'm just like, girl, when it comes to white people, I don't even care about the guns because these motherfuckers know how to make bombs in their bedrooms. So it's just like white people, if white people want to create harm, they're going to fucking create harm. And if they got to build a gun from scratch to do it with, they will do that because that's what they literally fucking do. So what are we going to do about, because we have a profile as well. Why do most serial killers, etc., historically are of a particular demographic and are of a particular gender? Like, there's something uniquely going on, and we have enough information to start kind of directing our focuses and our investigations into what creates this phenomenon. But it just seems like we aren't really doing anything substantive with any of that information and with any of that fucking data, even though it's like all out here in fucking plain sight.
Yeah, you know,
One of our last mass shootings, not the most recent one, but I don't know whether it was one from earlier this year or last year, was that particular mass shooter that shot up that fucking school did that with arsenal and handmade grenades, and were like throwing fucking grenades into classrooms and shit and blowing shit up. Like, it was a combination of the arsenal and like these homemade smoke grenades, and it's just like, bitch, what? Like, so yeah, like, you don't, like, when you got people who committed to harm, they're going to access the ability to do that by any means necessary, and or they're going to like create what they need to accomplish that with.
And I want people to also remember, if you say that you want only police to have them, police have other measures of weapons that they can use, but they still resort to those guns, i.e., they have tasers, they have batons, they also have knives. But guess what they still like to use and pull out first? That Glock. So
yeah,
I'm just saying, we can't just have only police having them.
But even with what like Lily said, there should be an annual registration for weapons, mandatory training for all gun owners to continue to have it, just like cars. You must register, pay taxes. But see, none of that speaks to the circumstances that drive people to do something terrible with the gun they own and the gun that they're paying taxes with and the gun that they are paying a fee for. Like, none of that is going to stop a person from using the gun in the way that people's minds and emotions are encouraging to use these guns. Like, there literally has to be an intentional focus on what is creating the consciousness that leads to homicide, what is creating the consciousness that leads to mass shooting, what is creating the consciousness that leads to rape, what is creating, because the creation of this mutation in emotion and in mind is not happening within a vacuum. It's being informed by emotional distress caused by what? Caused by loneliness, caused by capitalism, caused by abuse, caused by bullying, caused by unresolved trauma, comes by, you know, is aroused by people's inability to emotionally regulate. Like, we gotta like study, because the reason why even Sue Taylor, who came up here from Australia, was like, we don't have a gun issue because, you know, like, that's pretty much outlawed, but we have a knife epidemic. they were saying the same thing about Canada, I believe. There's a knife epidemic. And that goes to my point that, yes, you can mitigate the gun situation. That might mitigate the amount of damage a person can do to a group, to a body of people if they don't have access to a gun. But because the consciousness to commit harm is still there, people will use a knife. People will use whatever they have available to them to execute harm if that's what they want to do. So the question becomes, what is informing and inspiring this insidiousness of the mind and of the heart? And once again, these deranged and demented people are leaving behind entire manifestos.
Well, okay. Well, some of these people are just miserable, and that's the reason why I think the right to medical assistance in dying is important. You have miserable people who are in this world, they're sociopathic, they need to be put out their misery. They don't want to be here. So you're going to force them to live against their will and then think what they're going to be for contributing members of society. No, they're going to be serial killers. They're going to act out because they don't have anything to lose.
Can I say something to that? Because the catalyst would then become, well, what if it's
But here's the thing, though, but here's the thing about like assisted suicide is these people already are willing to break the law and take a life. The issue is they don't even want to take their own lives until they've taken someone else's life.
Yeah.
So even if you legislated assisted suicide into place, that doesn't mean that the people who want to cause harm are going to still not cause harm just because they have the option to kill themselves, which they don't need the law to green light, because they oftentimes will take their own lives after they have already taken other people's lives, and then it ends up as a suicide homicide situation.
And also, you have to ask who would be allowed to have that situation be a scenario for them. Because what age limit are we talking? Are we saying that a person who's 18 years of age or older? Or because I mean, there are kids who they get bullied at school and they decided they don't like their life anymore and they want to end it. Are we saying that it's okay for them too? That's why I said when you asked that earlier, it's so many reasons why that's not going to be a possibility. It just isn't.
Well, I think that, and I've said this in so many conversations, that is why I think it is extremely important that we have mental health checkups, that not just annually, but you know what I'm saying, like depending on, you know, the severity of each person, but definitely at least every quarter of the year, there should be, you know, a mandatory mental health evaluation done, you know, or checkup rather, because clearly there is a huge, I'm just going to be quite frank, I believe all of us struggle, have mental health episodes. Like we all struggle in that area. There's no way possible that you can live on this earth, let alone this country, and not have, you know, these mental health emergencies, like, you know, breakdowns and things of that nature.
Moving the wall. Somehow we have never.
I think that Sutella has her TV on. That's what the background was.
Oh, and I think that a lot of people, because we're not taught, we don't have real safe spaces to a large degree, because most people cannot, even their insurance is not going to cover it and things of that nature, you know, unless it is something on the extreme, like something that will require you to have a prescription, right? But I really feel like the majority of people, human beings, don't know how to cope in the Western part of the world with mental health issues.
And these should be the things that American people are coming out in the droves and passionately and aggressively fighting for as it relates to local and federal government. Because, I mean, to that point, we have the data to support that people don't even know how to emotionally regulate, which is why so much youth is falling prey to the psychological injuries of bullying and taking their own lives as a result of not knowing how to regulate after being rejected, or regulate after being humiliated, or regulate after being put through whatever they're being put through in their communities and in their school systems, and why the American people are not out there in the droves, you know, to shut down the highways and the byways to aggressively fight for the incorporation of mental health services for all Americans or young Americans, etc. I don't know. But these are the things that have to become like a true motherfucking priority. Why is bullying not a fucking federal crime? Like, it should literally be a crime to bully. Like, that would also be something that can help mitigate a lot of the suffering that's turning into people wanting to express that frustration and anger as homicidal rage upon innocent people, because oftentimes these very people are not even intentionally going out and assassinating the people who are directly contributing to their health. They're just going out and killing people in a general sense. Like, the violence isn't even super targeted. Like, it'd be one thing if you were actually going to go and unalive your bully, you know, but you're running up on the campus and just going motherfucking ham on the entire campus. Teachers and people who don't even know you, you know, are caught in the crossfires of what a particular person or particular group has done. So we as a people are failing our young people because by not viciously fighting for mental health services to be made available to young people, to school systems, etc., to families. It is indirectly creating the variables that lead to this type of homicidal fucking rage. Like, we got to do better, and bullying should be outlawed.
Well, bullying is they're not going to outlaw bullying, Conscious, because they bully us, which like our government is a big old bully. Like, they're never like they're not going to do that. And I agree with you. I feel personally like, you know, the children, like, even if you're a minor, there should be consequences for the minors, just like there should be consequences for the parents. You know what I mean? And not just, you know, because there are adults that bully as well. You know, like, so there should be a legal, like, criminal aspect, and as well as a civil, a financial asset where you know what I mean, you're penalized.
Well, can
But
I
we know
ask
they're
you a
not going to do
question real
that.
quick, Rumor?
Mm-hmm.
Most people say that, you know, when kids, when they bully, it's often because of an experience that's at home. So, to Conscious's point, it should be criminal, right? So, when we say criminal, are we criminalizing the children or the parents?
Everybody, also, let me say this. Yes, it is a learned behavior, right? But aren't there consequences even for learned behaviors?
I would say this: rehabilitate the child bully, but criminally penalize the parents.
Okay.
Okay. I think a lot of these people, I mean, first of all, they're leaving a manifesto behind for a reason, because these people were already crying out and nobody was listening to them. And a lot of times when you say that you have a suicidal ideation, a lot of people just think you're just seeking attention, or they think there's some easy fix that you can just go talk to somebody and you're just going to be okay. No, there are a lot of people who just don't want to be here, and talking to someone is not going to help them, because they don't I'm just going to speak for myself. I don't have an actual mental health problem. I just don't want to be here. And so, yeah, of course, I'm not going to act on it because I don't want to cause suffering onto other people. But talking to somebody is not going to do anything for me. So I feel trapped. I don't necessarily want to be here. I do want the right to a humane death. I don't want to have to blow my brains out or jump off a cliff. So, and I feel like nobody really cares. They're just going to say, "Oh, go talk to
Black
somebody."
Anarchist, a podcast, so is it that you don't want to inflict suffering? It's just that you want the legal right to take your life, but doesn't that still like result in whomever you are concerned about being injured as a result of you not being here anymore?
The only person who I care about at this point would be my brother. And my brother is okay with it. My brother understands. So everybody else, I don't really care about because I feel like, it's every man for himself. So they'll act like, oh, when somebody deletes themselves, they'll say, oh, well, we wish we knew, we would have done something. But it's like, no, the writing was on the wall. People are always telling you, but everybody's so dismissive. They don't really, they act like they care, but they don't care. And it's really nothing that anybody can do about it. It's not just about people caring. Some people just don't want to, they don't like this system. They don't like being controlled by the government. They don't like having to go to work every day. They don't like having to obey the police. They don't like anything about this. So there are people who just don't enjoy life. And so
Can I respond to him real quick? You and I, we've disagreed a few
Maybe
times.
y'all gonna get into some deep shit. I'm telling you that right now.
No, I'm gonna let you go real quick. I just want
No. It ain't gotta be real quick, but I'm just saying that this is a deep part of the discussion.
Okay.
In terms of like the philosophy of suicide, the philosophy of nihilism, the philosophy of like life and death. This is getting into a very unique philosophical discussion around this particular subject. But go ahead.
Oh, I'm just gonna say, he and I, we've disagreed quite a bit up here, and that's okay. Disagreements are normal. My heart breaks that, that's how you feel about life. I understand it, not judging it. I hope you would know that there is value to your life, even if you don't believe that. I don't know you, I've never met you, but you have some wittiness about you. I can tell there are some things you know. I would hope you would know that your existence matters. And maybe a lot of people can assume that, when people get to that point where they want to say, I'm done, it's an easy thing. It's not. Something in your mind made you come to that conclusion, because I don't know your life. I've never experienced your life. I can only go based on what you've told me. In understanding that, I think that your existence does matter. And you said you only care about your brother. Got it. But let me just ask you this. If you were given the opportunity to do what you want to do with your life, I don't think we could say the word on here, but if you were to go through with it, you feel like that would give you true peace?
yes, absolutely.
Okay. That's fair. CTV.
I mean, I have spoken to other Black anarchists on another channel. Shout out to Tick for Tack. I mean, I'm a very open-minded, progressive person. I mean, I don't like the thought of people taking their own lives, and I do think it sucks when people feel disinterested in the lived experience. But I am also sincere enough to be honest about the fact that living is high maintenance. I mean, to care for a body every day, to be forced to work in order to have a roof over your head and food in your mouth, and the things that people have to put up with just for basic survival, not to mention any trauma that you're born into, any traumatic family system you're born into. Like, life is a lot, and I understand that. I understand why people can just be like, why should I have to exist in a way that's dissatisfying? Like, if this is dissatisfying for me, why should I have to have a guilt about not wanting to be here. And I do think we don't make enough space in the society to really talk about the high maintenance of life, about how much life requires from people every day. I think that we, as a society that believes in immortality, and we're so conditioned to keep moving, keep going, keep doing, keep hoping, that it almost eliminates safe spaces where people can talk about the polarity of existence, which is the death part, the suffering part, the unhappy part, the depressing part. And I don't think that a person is inherently sick because life is not interesting to them. I think I also don't think that death is the only go-to and solution. But I do know that there have been other cultures that have accommodated kind of like that level of personal agency, where people have had the right to decide that they're complete, they've seen enough, they've experienced enough, and they're ready to move on to the next stage of consciousness. And that's been seen kind of as a sacred thing, not as something taboo, and definitely not something that was criminalized like it is here in the West. But I don't know what the answers are in that aspect, but I do think that creating at least space to be honest about life and not always feel pressured to have to dress life up and to have to ignore, the fact that life sucks. I don't think that that's healthy either. I think that it's healthy to be able to talk in this capacity and to express in this capacity without judgment, without shame, to be able to authentically emote as a living being in this way. And I do think that we do have to continue to improve the conditions for all people, because life is very heavy. And if it's not heavy for you, then it's probably, then you just have to consider your own personal privilege, and that you are speaking from a place of privilege, because some people are surviving a lot of things that are difficult for them to repair in their mind and in their heart, and everybody is not on the same place on this chessboard, and that's not right, and I haven't always had a attraction to life either, especially like in my teen years and in my early 20s. I was like very much so didn't give a fuck about like life in that way. I wasn't going to take my own life, but I also like didn't care if I died. I was like, if I don't wake up, I'm fine with that. And even like in my early 30s, I was living in I was experiencing myself in a way where it was like, even when things were going very great, I would still be like, I don't mind if I still don't wake up, I'm cool. Like, I never really found anything in life that was just like, oh my God, like life. Like, I was always okay with not being alive. I didn't necessarily want to hurt myself either, but I wasn't really attached to life either. And I remember when my appendix had ruptured a few years ago, and I was in like a critical health situation. And I remember like at one point in my hospitalization, I was like, God, you can fucking take me. And at that point, I was engaged to the love of my life. I had like a rather good life for the most part. And I was still like, if you're ready, I'm ready too. So I get it. I get the other side of this whole like life thing, at this point, I'm much more interested because I have just found more things to do with life. And so I have things that kind of excite me and things that I look forward to doing because I have just assigned productivity to myself. But it did take me kind of filling in the grid in order for me to like have a better interest in life, because before then I was just kind of indifferent. I was just kind of like, it is what it is. So I get it, but I do think that if you are feeling sad and feeling checked out, I think that it's worth it to talk to a professional, and it's worth it to see if there are underlying issues. Sometimes, to Queen of Topic's point, is not that you don't want to live. It's just that you're tired of suffering, and you're tired of being unhappy, and you're tired of having to exist in a way that's exhausting. And if those conditions could be improved, then how one feels about existing in this biological way could also improve. And so I think seeking mental health services and kind of unpacking that is always something that can be worth a shot, especially if there are people that you don't mind living for, and there are things that you do care about, and there are people that you are concerned about the way they would be impacted and the way they would exist if you were not to be here. I think that all of that can deepen motivation, unravel and untangle some of this shit to just see what's really existing underneath all of the debris of life. But ultimately, I do believe in people's ability to like consent to their own deaths on a philosophical level. I feel like if somebody doesn't require your consent to bring you into the world, then you shouldn't require, as somebody who's in the world now, you should have that type of agency to decide if you want to remain or to go.
And I think mental health will help someone who's actually in a crisis, someone who just broke up with their girlfriend and they have some temporary state of depression. But this is an existential question. There are people who just don't enjoy their life, and it's not something like that talking to someone is going to fix. Like, I don't think talking to anybody is going to fix anything. And like what they were talking about earlier with the death penalty, it's like you already have a death sentence. So why are you delaying an inevitable? I'm going to have to die at some point. We all have to die at some point. The only thing that denying me the right to die would do is cause me to suffer more. And the only reason why people are against it is because they want to exploit you. They want you to be here so they can have a tax base, so that you can support their churches, so they can get emotional labor out of you, so they can have a workforce. It's completely nefarious. Like it's really an enslavement that you don't own your life, that this collective owns you, and they're going to keep you here against your will. And so if you don't have the right to die, you don't actually own your life. Society owns you. And it's not a question of, do I value myself? Of course, I value myself. And I think that most people, what she was saying earlier about how, I can't remember her name, that people value me. No, I understand that. And I think people do they do see value in me, right? And that is the problem, that I do feel that I'm exploited. I do feel that I give more than I get back. I do feel that I'm there for people in ways that they are not there for me. So I'm going to be here to make other people happy. I never get to be happy. I'm just here to serve everybody else's happiness, and I don't get anything out of it. So I don't, my father died. I feel like my parent, after a lifetime of abusing me, he disinherited me. Had no remorse for anything that he did. My mom, I'm estranged from her. She was physically and verbally abusive. The system has destroyed my life. I have a law degree, but I do blue collar work because I can't practice law without a law degree. So I don't enjoy anything about my life. I live in the hood. I have some drug dealer who harasses me and rings my doorbell because he wants me to let him live in my house. Who the hell are you? I have a job that I don't enjoy. I have to put on a fake smile and pretend that I'm happy because people want that they feed off your energy, so you can't actually express your true authentic emotions. You have to put on a fake smile in order to make everybody else happy. And so I just feel like this is just something that I didn't sign up for. Am I actually going to act on it? No, but I mean, because people always say, well, it's temporary, you'll regret it. No, in reality, I wish I would have done it a long time ago. I just didn't have the courage to do it. If it was legal, I would have done it a long time ago. I actually had a near death accident. I had a car accident where my car rolled over like 3 times. It caused like 4 different lanes. And afterwards, I got a ticket, not because I was negligent, but because the cops said that I should have been happy that I survived. They said you're lucky to be alive, and because they didn't like my attitude, because I was pissed that I survived. I didn't want to survive.
Well, I'm a little confused, Black Anarchist, because like as an anarchist, I mean, you don't really believe that you have to adhere to any particular like ideology and that you should have full autonomy. So what is it about the legalization of suicide that would make your conscious? I don't understand like what the
Well, the problem is that if I could find somebody who actually wanted to assist me, they would they would be there would be a chilling effect on their desire to help me, because they would be afraid of being prosecuted. So it's not about me; it's about the person who would provide medical assistance to me.
So ultimately, what you're saying is that you want somebody to legally do it for you.
Yes, or at the very least, I at least want the medication that I can administer to myself.
Okay, can I ask you a question? If I'm being too intrusive, by all means, you can tell me none of my business, or you don't have to answer it. I'm just curious.
Fine, just go ahead. It's fine.
Okay, I was gonna ask, how old are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the one question I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't answer.
absolutely no problem. But I'll tell you the reason why I was asking that. The reason why I was asking that is because if this is something you're advocating for, I would be interested in knowing at what age of accountability are we saying a person is able to go through with this? Because from what I'm gathering, I don't know this to be true. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just guessing. You've been feeling this way for a while, right? Am I wrong?
Right, since probably at least the age of 8.
Okay, so you've been feeling this way for a while. So if this were something that could be a possibility, what age do you think is appropriate for this to be allowed?
18.
Okay. Now, my pushback with that would be, well, at 18, what if they come back and say, well, your mental cortex is not completely formulated yet, because they say for men, they say age 25 and beyond is when the cortex closes. That's when all of your rationalities, all of your decision making, all of your, the ulterior of your thinking is at its most prominent. So to me, that would be the pushback to that. They're going to say, well, you're not of age. So then it would be, well, okay, 21, okay, 25. I think we would just keep going. And that would then become the argument of that whole situation. Well, I don't think that you'll have this side saying, I don't think that that's right. I don't think that this is right. I mean, it opens too
I can
many
answer
ways.
that. I can answer that. The solution being that everybody should have to get a mental health evaluation. So it doesn't matter what your actual age is. You have to get a mental health assessment, that you are actually aware of what you're saying, that you're not under some paranoid delusion, that you are making a rational decision. And so the age is, the only reason why I say age of 18 is because you're not under your parents' authority anymore. But it's not even about the age. It's more about your mental health, your mental state. And so, yeah, the problem is that nobody does a mental health assessment when they impose life on someone, right? You don't have to be competent to have children. And so I think this is a complete double standard, that when you impose life on someone, there are no standards whatsoever. But when you want to terminate a life, which is supposed to be yours, now there's all this extra criteria which did not apply to the people who put you here.
You said there's no laws when there's a requirement to have children. I'm sorry, what did you say?
There's no standards whatsoever for having children. You don't even have to be 18. You don't have to be mentally competent. You don't have to, I mean, you can be abusive, you can be on drugs, anybody can have children. So if there's not any standards for having children and imposing life onto someone, there shouldn't be any standards for terminating your life.
Well,
But I feel like there should be a law. I feel like there should be a law when it comes to reprocreating all across the board. Like honestly, I do. I mean, the way people are having children and not making sure that their mental health and they have all the skills to raise productive little human beings. Yeah, I
well,
definitely
I
feel
think
like.
that could be the same thing for women. Look at women. We're told what we can't do with our bodies 365. So I mean,
But that's the same issue. It's the same issue, though. It's about the principle of self ownership. If you own your body, you should be able to get an abortion. You should be able to terminate your life. And one of the things I have a problem with Kamala is that she was pro abortion rights, but she was expressly against the right to medical assistance in dying. I mean, this wasn't a part of her campaign, but this was a questionnaire that they asked. They asked all the presidential candidates. Trump said he would support it after a mental health evaluation. Jill Stein said she would support it after a mental health evaluation. And Kamala Harris's answer was that she would not support it under any circumstance. And I was just like, this is a contradiction. How do you support abortion, but you don't support MAID? Like that, I can't wrap my head around it.
I think the difference to that, if we're talking about supporting and not supporting, is when we talk about abortions, that is a different circumstance because we're talking about how the development of the child, how far developed is the child. Listen, I'm not for abortions. Now, I'm not against it either because I understand there are circumstances as to why, as a woman, women do have them. There are women who are actually altered. I can't say the word on here, but there are women who are taken advantage of. Those women should not have to go through the right of carrying a child that was placed in them without their permission, without their consent, and without their wanting. So when we talk about abortion, I think that's a totally different situation.
It's not different. I can explain you why. Because for the people who are pro-life, they see that life as a separate, autonomous being, and they believe that the woman, even if she was assaulted, that she's making a decision on behalf of someone who's not here to consent. And so what I'm saying is, if you can advocate for abortion, that the mother gets to make a decision on behalf of the unborn, then a fully developed, conscientious adult who is actually here, you're not making a decision on the behalf of someone else. You're saying, I want to make a decision about my own life. So there's actually a more compelling argument for someone who's actually here. I'm not making a decision on behalf of someone else, an unborn or anybody else. It's my life, and I should have a say. I have more agency than an infant or a zygote. Like I'm a fully conscientious grown man, and so I don't see why it's any different.
Well, again, you've had a lot of time to consider the way that you feel about the course of your life, right? With a fetus who has no conceptualization of what they are or their being, it is completely different. That's different. They don't even know that they exist yet.
That's not how they see it, though. They think life starts at conception.
But those are men saying that, and medically, it proves there is no conceptualization for children at that age. Your cortex does not begin until you are at least age 1. That includes memory. If you take, I'm telling you, if you take any type of a psychology class, they will drill this in your head. From age 1, that is where you begin the conceptualization and memory. There is none of that for infants. They've done the research. There is tons of it. There's a plethora of it. That's why I said that's the difference. They're saying that infants who don't understand that they're even alive, they can't, even understand what's happening to them. And there are other medical reasons why women abort. It's not just because they don't want a child. Sometimes there's medically things wrong with the baby that would not benefit the child even coming into conceptualization. So what that means is that there are things that would do worse harm to the child becoming age 1 than it would if they were just aborted. There's a lot. It's a lot. There's a lot of different reasons why they abort. A lot of people think it's just because, oh, this woman just decided she didn't want a baby or she just changed her mind. That's not always the case. There's a lot of reasons.
No, those people, they don't care. They don't care what her justification is. They don't care if she was raped. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that word. They don't care about sentience. And it has nothing to do with science. They believe that life starts at conception, and it's mostly due to their religious convictions. And so they're going to use their religious convictions to basically impose their will. They're going to use the state to force everybody to conform to whatever they personally believe. And so it's essentially the same thing, that either you have autonomy. I mean, I guess I get to the pro-choice position, do a different route, because I believe it's the woman's body. And so even if the fetus or whatever does have a right to live, the fetus does not have a right to live in the mother's body without her consent. And so if the state is going to commandeer the woman's body to use her as an incubator, then that is a regulatory taking of her body, and she's entitled to just compensation. So if you're going to force women to have children against their will, then I believe that the state has a moral and ethical duty to provide social services for that woman who was forced to bear a child. And the reason why they're able to get away with a lot of these policies is because they don't have to pay for it. There's no financial cost. You're going to leave that on a woman to figure out how she's going to take care of a child that she doesn't even want. And then you get to go home and feel better and say that you saved the life. Yeah, I think the pro-life movement is complete nonsense. I don't think they're actually pro-life. I think they're pro-birth. They're going to, they want to have as many people here for whatever their selfish purpose is, but they don't actually care about people. None of them do. And if you are,
we get to the root of why they're actually trying to stop women from being able to have control over their bodies, is because, let's be honest, the white people in this country feel that they are becoming the minority. They feel like they are being replaced. They are being removed because you have a lot of interracial relationships that are taking place. There's, guesstimations that by year 2050, half of the world will already be a mixed world. So they feel like they're being replaced. Now, when it comes to not having any residency or control over your body, you're talking to a woman right now who doesn't have any children and who does not want any children. But you know what the law says? The law says that I cannot have my uterus removed. I cannot have my tubes tied until I have given birth to 2 children. You know why? Because a woman can then come back and say, well, I changed my mind. Now, getting your tubes tied years ago used to be a permanent situation. Now there's ways that they can tie them and then you can get them untied and you can still have life. But I'm a woman who does not want children. I love kids. But again, because of my career, it's not good for me to have them right now. But it's not to say I might not change my mind in the future. Those are the reasons why they don't allow that, because it's too many possibilities where a woman might say, well, oh, I changed my mind. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, I changed my mind. That is the same thing that could be a possibility with a person who has decided, well, I don't want to be here no more. And then 3 months later, they changed their mind. Their appointment might be in 6 months, but 3 months later, oh, I've changed my mind. And if that is not the case, you've already made a permanent decision based on it. But I understand in your case, you've been feeling that way for a while, so I get it. I'm just saying in general, this is why there are so many stipulations and rules when it comes to residency of your body in America. Because there's too many complexities where people can come back and say, I've changed my mind. We just had the same conversation a few months ago when we were talking about, LGBTQIA plus community changing their organs. Though it's their choice, though it's their right, there's a lot of stipulations and pushback on it, even though it's their bodies. So like I said, you're not alone in what you're going through. There's just a lot of medical reasons why those things can't be possibilities.
Well, actually, I did get sterilized, and when I did it, they gave me a lot of pushback. They said I was going to change my mind. I had to convince them that I was never going to change my mind. I mean, but the part that they never consider is that there are many people who have children, and then they do regret it. There are many people who have children, and then they are neglectful. They still want to go to the club, and then they act like they're the victim. Oh, why did, like their children are such a burden, these children who they voluntarily chose to create. And so that's the other side. You can't reverse the fact that you had a child. Your child is here, and now you have to take care of it. Getting yourself sterilized. I mean, I guess mine is permanent because I got them. They burned them with a laser or something. There's really nothing left to try to repair. But no, I'm never going to change my mind. Like I don't. The problem is they think you're stupid. They don't think that you're smart enough to make decisions for yourself. They think that the government knows better than you. You don't know whether you want to live or die. You don't know whether you actually want to have children. The government is just going to superimpose this will on you, and you don't have any say in it whatsoever.
Well, I just say this. I say, we have to do what's best for us. But again, I get it. None of us have, full control of anything. There's always somebody else telling you what you can and can't do. That's just the laws of America. But I agree with you. I don't think what you're saying is unfamiliar. I hope you never decide to go there. I know you felt that way for a while. I know you don't know me, but I think you do. I think you do matter. I think everybody has a purpose. I say that about everybody. I think everybody has a purpose, whether they believe it or not. That's just me saying that. You might think different, and that's okay.
But why should I continue to be miserable? What am I getting out of it?
I mean, that's why I said I can't even debate that with you because that's you have a right to feel like that. I'm not saying you're not miserable. I don't want to invalidate your experience of being here on Earth. If you feel like, you are just not happy here, I can't change that.
Let me ask you a question, though. If there was a proposition on the ballot in your state to legalize medical assistance in dying, would you support it?
I wouldn't. Okay, to answer your question, even though I work in healthcare, I would have to look at every ounce of that policy before I said yes. And I think I just explained it in great detail why, because there are so many variables and reasons why a conversation and a time lapse would need to happen. It's case by case. In your case, if a person doesn't want to be here, for me, I think that person should experience at least, at maximum, and you might disagree, but I think at least 30 years.
Let me rephrase the question. Would you support it if they had to get a mental health assessment first?
If they had to get a mental health assessment first, I want to answer your question in its entirety, but again, I don't think that I can give you a straight answer. I would have to say with stipulations, I'd be for it because but not even just for your situation by itself. You know who it would be for? Cancer patients. If a cancer patient, is deemed to be terminally ill, meaning they've exhausted everything. There is nothing else that they can do for this person. There is no more life of care. There is no cure. Absolutely. Because at that point, that person is suffering. But there are things that you can change about the course of your life that may not cause you suffering.
No, there's not. There's not.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. That's completely different.
There's nothing that can be done.
But hold on. For people that say they don't want to be here anymore, you're one person who feels like that. What if there are other people who feel like, well, if I just had $500,000, I wouldn't want to end myself anymore? What about those people?
I'm saying though, like that's why the mental health assessment is necessary because
ask yourself this: what if they pass a mental health evaluation? What if they pass it and they still feel like that?
No, I mean, I would think that. I mean, there's conditions for the mental health assessment. They want to know that it's a permanent feeling, that they're not going to change their mind when they're situated. Like for me, giving me $1 billion is not going to change anything. I just don't want to be here. Even if he gave me the billion, I would probably try to use it in a way that would benefit other people, and then I would still do it. It's not going to change my mind. It's not going to do anything for me.
And again, respectfully, you felt that way for a long time. So nothing I say is going to change that. Now, again, you're one person who feels like that. There are other people who have said, you know what, I'm just tired of life. I don't want to be here no more. That's it. But they wrote letters. They said things. My bills were too high. My this were too that. It's always, you know, things that people want when they get to that point. Now, in your case, you're saying it ain't nothing. You don't like life. You don't want to be here. Again, you're entitled to feel that way. I just want to stress that's not everybody's case that wants to end it.
Right, but I guess the question is, do they have the freedom to do it? It's not everybody's case. The problem is that the government is restricting people's ability to do it. So even though there may be some exceptions, the problem is that the barrier has to be removed so that those of us who want to do it have that option.
Okay, so to answer your question, whether I would agree to it, I don't know if I answered it in its entirety. I would agree to it under the right stipulations. I mean, I would have to read that policy in full and be okay with everything on it, because you're talking to someone who also doesn't believe in a death penalty. I don't think anybody has the right to kill anybody. I don't know. I don't want to get into religion, but I am a believer.
You don't believe people have a right to kill themselves?
Listen, when it gets to that's a touchy topic, and I don't want to offend anybody on here, because I know that the word S is a reality for a lot of people. A lot of people have come to that, even if they never speak on it. So I don't want to offend anybody by saying that. I don't want to offend anybody by saying that. Here's my answer. I would agree if a person wants to not be here anymore, they should be able to say, you know what, I'm done. But there needs to be stipulations, and there needs to be an age limit. Now, whether we can come to a conclusion on that age number, I ain't going with 18. I'm just going to tell you that now. I think 18, no. Now,
Hey, that's the thing that makes me very upset, because if I own my life or I don't. If I own my life, I mean, this is not the way a Republican form of government is supposed to work. A Republican form of government is supposed to be limited based on things that are matters of public concern, but individual rights are not supposed to be put to a public vote. So if the public gets to vote on my right to die, then I don't actually own my life. I should not need anybody's consent to go form a private contract with somebody who's willing to perform the services that I want without having to get the public's approval for it. Because the public does not have to live my life. The public is not paying my bills. The public does not care about me. It's every man for himself. So that it's the same thing with the woman who wants an abortion. They're going to tell you not to get an abortion, but then when you're stuck with a baby that you have to raise, they're not going to do anything to help you. So that's the reason why I'm an anarchist, because I think it's completely illegitimate to control people's lives without doing anything to support. So it should be proportional. If you're going to control people's lives, then you have a greater duty to provide social services.
okay.
Because I have I have student loan payments which are going to be due under the Trump administration, because they're not giving any more deferment. So I don't have this money, and if I live, I'm going to have to pay. So I'm going to be in perpetual debt. My wages are going to be garnished, and I don't want to live like that. I don't want to live in poverty. I don't want to live in squalor. There is no alternative. I'm and I think it's almost like people don't. I'm not saying you specifically, but people don't think about the consequences of forcing people to live against their will, that they actually have to wake up every day and go to work and be miserable. They just think it's some fleeting thing where you're just going to get over. No, I'm not going to ever get over. I just don't want to be here.
I understand. Again, that's your right. I'm not going to even, like I said, that's a very touchy topic. I know a lot of people have felt like that. Some people have come to that conclusion. Things have become brighter for them. I hope that will be the case for you. If it's not that way, Listen, I empathize with you. I can't make you change that way of thinking, but I just don't see that as a reality happening in America. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I don't see that happening in America. I don't see them ever agreeing to that until if they ever agree to that, it'll be many moons from now.
And you asked earlier why I don't vote and why I don't support democracy. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Because it's majoritarian. So unless I can get the majority to agree with me, then I don't actually have any rights. And I'm just going to be subjugated in perpetuity. I can't support that.
That's fair. That you're not wrong with how you feel. That's fair. I just was curious as to why you felt that way. Now I got it. That's cool. See, we've come to a common ground. You actually don't like me, Black Artemis. We actually agree more than you know. I agree with what you're saying. I think that's fair. I think that the problem is that we see things differently from a different lens because we've had different experiences. And again, that's okay. It's okay. It's totally fine. None of us are ever going to have all of the same experiences. That's what sets us apart and makes us unique. But I think in understanding who we are individually and trying to get understanding of how everyone thinks, it's a never-ending battle. I hope that one day it's a reality for you, if that's what you really want. I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm dead serious. I hope that it happens for you, that they allow this to be a possibility, and whatever way of suffering you believe you are experiencing, that can be ended for you. But I would hope, all I can do is hope your experiences have changed. I just have one more final question for you, because maybe I misunderstood this part. And again, because it's so touchy, if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to. I wanted to stress that. You mentioned earlier that your brother is the reason why you chose not to unalive yourself, right?
I think he got kicked off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He'll probably hit the link again. I know that we have Sue. I'm gonna dump the link for him in case he got booted off. Hey, Sue Taylor, I know you wanted to come in clear or speak some things about Australia.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. We had a really bad storm come through here and everything went, the power went and everything. So I'm really, I didn't leave without saying goodbye. I don't do that.
No
I did notice in the comments before that happened, though, there was quite a few questions. One of them was they asked if we segregated our people of colour here, and the answer to that is no, we don't. They live in communities with everybody else. We do have Aboriginals that would prefer to go walkabout. That's what it's called, where they just travel through bush. They live out there. They don't want to be in, like, how do you say it, general population, so to speak. They want to be free to do their own thing. That's fine. There's no law against that. But no, we don't segregate anybody. And the other thing was, somebody commented and said that our religion here is mostly Muslim. That's not true either. There's Catholic, there's Anglican, there's Muslims, there's Buddhas, there's, you name it, it's here. It's just one big, huge melting pot. Each to their own. We just don't do that. Yeah. Same as there was another comment about transgender people. They're not segregated either. Like, heaven forbid. Honest to God, I don't know what people in America have been taught or think about Australia. I really don't. It makes me laugh, because anytime I ever get a chance to speak to any Americans, they think that we have kangaroos running down our main street. You know, we don't. Not unless you live in a small country town, where I did actually live once. Well, then you get roos everywhere. But like in suburbia, like normal cities, we don't have roos bounding down the road. We don't have koalas walking up and going into our shopping centres. It's really hard to know what people do know and don't know.
Yeah.
We're just, in a way, we're a lot like you,
Yeah.
just on a smaller scale. I think we're just a smaller scale. And in regards to the last topic that was being spoken about, and I just sat here and was quiet and I just listened. Here in Australia, we actually do have assisted dying, but you have to have a terminal disease. Like, there is no hope that you're going to get better. You have to have a psychologist and 2 doctors sign off on it before you can have it. So we actually do have that here. I'm kind of amazed that the states don't have that kind of thing.
Suicide is a criminal here, so unless it's for a terminal illness, I mean, like it's actually illegal to kill yourself. I mean, I don't know how you can charge a dead person, but
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it's not, how do I say, so to speak, it's not illegal here if you do that. It's not like something anybody wants, but it's not something that's illegal. It's the same with your abortion laws over there. My mind just boggles as to what's going on. Like, it's not illegal here.
Yeah.
We don't have that problem. It's like, as females.
Someone who's not suffering from like a terminal illness could have their doctor and psychiatrist sign off on assisted suicide. Like, you could just
no. It's got you have to have a terminal illness. You can't just because you're sick of living and for whatever reason, and there's a multitude of reasons why people feel that way. You can't just go and go, oh, well, this happened, this, my childhood was this. They're just going to look at you and go, well, no, we'll get you the help that you need. But no, we're not signing off on that. You've got to have a terminal illness that like there is no possibility of a cure for it.
Yeah.
Then you can have it. Then there's laws that were passed here that make that possible. But yeah, I just wanted to clear up the because I think some people were under the misconception that we segregated people of color, which I was like, I wasn't offended, but I think I was more shocked, thinking
Americans are very ignorant about other nations and country. Like, when people say that Americans live in a bubble, it is true. I mean, like, truly live
serious
American bubble. Yeah. So,
but do you still have segregation there?
Not legal segregation, but I mean, communities segregate, like white, like you can go into cities and there's like a quote unquote white side of town. There's a Latino side of town. There's an Asian side of town. There's a black side of town, but legal segregation is over, but people still socially segregate largely in America.
Wow.
Yeah.
So me being white, can't help that, was born that way. Me being white, if I went to a black neighborhood, if I came to the States and I went to a black neighborhood and I wanted to go into a store there, is that frowned upon, or like you just don't do it?
So that's what's interesting, right? Is that white people here are the only people who do the bulk of the frowning. So
wow.
Black people are really good here at accepting a lot of diversity. Like, we are very accepting of other communities. We live adjacent to Latino people, white people, Asian people. But white people can be very territorial. We've had black people like killed just from jogging in white neighborhoods, like had black people hunted down from even like working delivery in white neighborhoods and have been gunned down by
Oh my God.
Community, by the white community members. Like, so racism is like really, really, really rampant, but it's something that's mostly perpetuated by like white people in America.
And that is so sad, and I'm really sorry that that's how it is. Being a white person, that like that horrifies me. That like it shouldn't matter the color of your skin. Like it horrifies me to think that that sort of thing still goes on in America to this day. It's 2025, for God's sake. What's going on?
It's the fact that white people won't let it. They won't let that type of ideology go. So even though like society is trying to progress, white people are still passing down divisive ideology. Like, it's literally just being transferred from generation to generation to generation. So white people self-isolate, they raise their children a certain way, and they live in their bubble to protect the culture that they want to teach, and to keep the world out of it. And it just makes things very interesting in America. But white people also largely benefit from racism. So I mean, it's a weird thing. It's why America is just so upside down. Our individuality kind of is costing us. But I think if America didn't start off this way, maybe a lot of things wouldn't be as prominent. But the founding of America, was founded upon racism and colonialism and slavery. So that's kind of been America's beginning, and
Australia was too.
Yeah.
It started off as like convicts were shipped here from England. So you had a lot of criminals, and then they like enslaved the Aboriginal people. So we basically sort of started the same way in Australia. But I think as far as progression is, we've come a long way, because like the majority don't think like that. I mean, you're always going to get a minority that will, but the majority are not like that anymore. We just don't, I can't imagine living in a place, honestly, that was like that. I wouldn't fit in. I'd probably be down in the black part or the Hispanic part of town, hanging out with them people, because I'm like, I'm not racist. I don't want your stinky white ass next to me. I'm going down there. I wouldn't.
And then that would create backlash from your white peers, who would call you an N-word lover. They would call you a monkey lover. They would call you
really
like white people terrorize and punish other white people who love people of other races and ethnicities.
Wow.
So you would be outcasted in your own, amongst your own people. So we would culturally adopt you.
Hell, love, I didn't want to be part of your bloody race anyway, because you were racist and you peed me off enough that I went down there to hang out with the cool people. Like, why would I want to be part? Like, really, that just thinking that way is so foreign to me.
Yeah.
I obviously wasn't raised that way. I don't know anybody that was raised that way. I've got friends like every color that you could think of, and then some, every nationality, every religion, and we all get on. So I don't understand why white people there would keep themselves separate from all those other cultures that they.
It's because of a lot of bad propaganda. White people, like, whiteness is like a system and an ideology in and of itself. And because whiteness is largely in control of the media, they've also been able to control the image of other communities. And so Black people in America are always painted as dangerous and as a wild people, and white people use this media propaganda to justify desegregation and to justify keeping their kids away from Blackness. Now, they love our culture, they love our music, they love even our sex, they love our bodies, but they don't love the people. They fetishize Black people, but they don't genuinely care about Black people. And so there's a lot of like cultural appropriation that also goes on, because white people want the culture, they want the gifts, they want all of those things from the other party, but they don't want the people that created that stuff and that originated that stuff. So yeah, it's just largely because, you know, whiteness is synonymous in America with racism, and it's integral to sustaining the white system, and it's a caste system and a philosophy that, you know, white people just continue to secretly pass down to their children, and their children become adults who pass it down to their kids. And so this hierarchy and superiority, it's just reinforced generationally. And yeah, I mean, we are living in the system, and like we're all shocked too that we're still fighting like the same demons that you know were around 400 years ago, that were around 500 years ago, that we're still fighting the same principalities, we're still fighting the same strongholds. You know, it's just taking different shapes, coming in different sizes, manifesting in different and unique ways, but ultimately it's the same energies and consciousnesses. So America is just very weird. It is a very weird ball of confusion. It's progressive and non-progressive. It's open and yet closed-minded. It's diverse and yet segregated. It's just like such a duality. It's just a shit show.
That's one way to put it. I'm just sitting here taking this all in, thinking, oh my God, what the actual is going on over there? I mean, I want to come to America for a holiday. I won't while the orange one is there.
Yeah, don't do that.
No, I'm trying to be nice and politically correct, but the orange one I can't stand at all. So he's got to go before I come. And like, I mean, I'm 62 now. I'm old. Trust me, I'm old. Yeah. I'd like to come while I'm still able to walk. That'd be great.
That would be wonderful, yes. You know, but don't take no chances right now. But
no, it's a little bit unrest over there right now from what I've seen. But if you see one day this weird little blonde old lady hobbling down the street, chances are it's me. You know, have an Aussie accent, you'll be like, oh my God, she actually came.
And when you come, you ask them, you said, show me the way to Consciouztv. I'm here to see Consciouztv, who is who I am on the Consciouztv platform. Yes.
And what we say states here. What state are you in?
Well, I live in two different states. One is Alabama and one is South Carolina. And both of those are in the South.
Yeah, in the South. No, that's just so I know. I can. I'm fairly good on the whole geography thing, just so I know where everything is. Yes. Now I'll be sure if and I plan on getting there, but as I said, the orange one's got to go.
Yes.
So if you see this little white old lady hobbling down the road in one of your towns, you'll be going, "Oh my God, I think that's her." Jesus,
Taylor.
Pull over. She's here. Pull over. Oh my God.
The Queen of Australia has landed.
Queen of Australia. You're a crack up, seriously.
I
You're
love it.
funny.
Oh, I'm so glad that you joined this panel because, I know that. First of all, is this your first time on the platform over here?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay. So the algorithm did its thing today. It
Yep.
brought us to Australia. Yeah, I'm really glad that you popped up because we got to learn a lot about Australia and we got to do some comparative analysis between, how things move where you are versus where we are. And
Yep.
that was really, really, really informative. And it was also, I appreciate your empathy as well, because I know you were terrified and just like, oh my God, what the hell is going on? And you had some visible emotions about some of the things that were transpiring today. So I really appreciate your light and love and your input. And, we are hoping that we can straighten this stuff out. Right now, we're fighting really hard to kind of reclaim our country and to reclaim our democracy, which is being stripped from us. And we've watched a lot of other nations over the decades have to go through this with their government. So I guess it's just time again for America to be the one that the world is looking at, go through its Saturn return and go through its transmutation. And hopefully, the good guys can come out on top in this war for equality and for wellness. But yeah, we are definitely America is going through a bit of a breakup.
Yeah, you're struggling right now, and I pray that your country and all the people that were in your country managed to rise back up to where you were before all this crap kind of all jumped into the pot together and exploded into this big shit show.
Yeah,
that's happening. I pray that you do, because the way you guys are now, it's not good. It really isn't. And my heart goes out to all of you. Things definitely have to change there, because everybody there deserves a better life than what you've got currently.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the majority of people over there are suffering in one way or another, and government over there really needs to sit back and go, well, oh shit, we really did cause this. We better fix it. I pray that kind of thing happens for you guys. I really do.
Yeah.
And I truly, I will get to America one day.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to come. I'll get there. So if you do see me walking down the road, you'll be going, oh shit, there she is. She actually came.
You just let me know.
I will let you know.
I'll be your bodyguard while you're out here strutting the streets.
I'm not sure I need a bodyguard. I get along with everybody, and I used to be a supervisor in protective services, and even though I'm 62, I can still pretty well look after myself. I can inflict some serious harm on somebody if they try to hurt me. I can still do that. So maybe I'll be your bodyguard.
I welcome it. Period. You got the job, Sue.
I love you. You're so cool. I wish all your listeners well. I don't even know what time it is there now. It's 2:30 on Thursday afternoon here.
It's 1 a.m. here. I've been live for 8 hours.
Yeah, I know. I can see the countdown. So is it Thursday morning, 1 a.m. there?
Yes, Thursday morning, 1 a.m. here. Yep.
Okay, well, go to bed and don't bother about getting up in the morning, because Thursday's just a big shit show and you won't miss anything anyway.
Right, exactly.
I'm at 2:30. I'm 2:30 in the afternoon, mate, and it sucks. So stay in bed. It just sucks.
I'm going to indulge. You make sure to don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can stay with us and keep us informed.
I already have. I've already done that.
Yes. Okay.
Because I want to be able to find you again.
Yes.
But I'll leave you because I'm sure other people want to speak, and they've been very patient and quiet, and I thank you for that. You're all lovely. But I will love and leave you and wish you a very good morning.
Thank you so much. And you have a wonderful day, Sue.
You have a wonderful day if you choose to get out of bed, but I would stay in bed if I was you.
I'm staying in bed. In honor of you, I'm in bed. All
How
right,
cool.
baby.
Catch you later.
You too. That was the
Bye.
Queen of Australia, you guys. Our Sue Taylor. Yeah, we're international. We're global. Okay, we had people here from Belize. I mean, you know, the reach is the reach, you guys. I didn't even know we were here for 8 hours. It kind of does feel like it. Like, it's been a long, long, long day. Breaking news. Man, there's a lot going on, you guys. The world is praying for us, child, and we need all of it, y'all. We got our work cut out for us. And, you know, this thing is getting nasty. People are being assassinated. Assassination attempts have already been carried out against the VP and the current president, and now political officials, influencers. You know, it's open season right now, and you know, it's just a whole hot mess, y'all. I will be back at some point, probably this evening. There's been a lot of celebrity reaction to Charlie Kirk's assassination. There's a lot going on around the investigation. Apparently, there's been 2 suspects that were taken into custody, but both of those people have been released. So there's a real chance that this Uber may actually get away with this. I don't know why authorities are struggling to locate this Uber. But yeah, they haven't successfully apprehended the Uber yet. There's already Republican members and media who are saying that they're going to avenge Charlie Kirk. You know, that type of language is already being used. We know that these are the whistleblowers, girl. They're arousing the Proud Boys, girl, to get up and terrorize. Just start raising hell and tearing shit up, child. This is there's definitely going to be retaliatory injury. I mean, a retaliatory response to this. MAGA is very emotional. They're very immature. They're very conspiratorial. They lack critical thinking skills. They do not care about facts. They do not care about the law. They do not care about investigations. They do not care where they swing. They're not intentional. They have no precision. They're just reactive lunatics. So just know the petty games have begun. And I do think that Democratic lawmakers and pundits and Democratic influencers need to be very careful right now, because MAGA is going to want their lick back. For all we know, MAGA might have done this. Remember, Thomas Matthew Crooks, the one who blew Trump's ear off, was a registered Republican. So this doesn't have to be something that was driven by a Democratic member. This could be their own, honey, because, you know, Republicans are different from MAGA. So they have like these little subgroups within the party itself. And so there's in-house fighting, you know, on the right wing of the house, child. So I'll keep you guys posted. Please show some love to the thumbs up, you guys. I worked my ass off today. Please share. If you enjoyed yourself, send some love to the Cash App and or the PayPal, baby, the Kang, honey. We went from a hot topics to breaking news, open panel, town hall meeting. Shout out to all the panelists, Queen of Topics, Sue Taylor, Reckless Logic, the Black Anarchist Podcast. Shout out to Jonathan. Shout out to everybody who hit the stream and popped off and talked their shit. Camille, Great discussions. Went all around the block and back again. And yeah, I'm gonna lay down and decompress. And anything related to what's going on, you guys don't hesitate to email it to me at consciouztv@gmail.com or DM it to me. I don't always see everything that y'all see. So if y'all catch information, if y'all get intel, if y'all see pertinent information and get a hold of that, don't hesitate to send it to me so that I can incorporate it into the live streams and present it to, you know, the collective of the conscious crew. All right. You guys have a great night, and I will see you guys this afternoon. Peace.